this game in the bag, especially when you look at that Gragas pick. Very, very strong. But look at Fizz, that Phoenix Codex like we were talking about. That's a DFG. So that is really, really scary, because when you talk about DFG, or when you talk about Lichbane, that adds another spell, kind of another big damage dealing source to your champion. Currently, it does 261 damage, and then you, add 20% of that right back on top. So that is 400 damage just from the auto attack, and then you have to put Urchin Strike, the already empowered auto attack from Fizz, and you dash in. That is going to be a ton of damage to take.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a scary Fizz, going for that real kind of assassination build. Going to be able to take out just about whoever he runs into. He's sitting at already 282 AP as well with just those two items. Look for him to maybe continue that up as the dragon is taken, and here we go.
Yeah, Promo's gonna jump onto Cogcog, but look at Bonds, and he's just blowing Cogcog apart. Doesn't get the dice, so he's just gonna get condemned out. He's totally happy to be out of there. He's battling up against Asteror, who actually should lose that, but now trying to peel for RKP in the back. Looks like it is successful. The flash in there, and how do you do it? Alley-Cat's just dodging away from absolutely everything. He's looking for the extra damage. Alley-Cat's is alive. How did he not die?
In fact, nobody on Vec in that fight died, and absolutely, how in the world is Fizz still walking? That flash back in to pick up the kill, and Playful Trickster's away. Yeah, that's something to get a little playful about. Well played by Alley-Cats there.
Ironic that Alley-Cats is playing a fish. I don't feel like fish and cats get along very well, but Alley-Cat's definitely in tune with this fish, as it's just amazing to watch him know perfectly his damage, that he could get in there, get the kill, and get out without dying. That's some impressive Fizz play, and maybe now Vec will let him play him a little bit more often.
Yeah, exactly. That was Fairland talking about they don't let him play it because it's kind of a more selfish individual assassin pick. It seems to be working out just fine for them so far in this game.
Let's talk about what else is working out. Gragas is 4-2-4, actually having a pretty good game so far, but I want to see a Negatron cloak on Sivir, because she's just getting blown up by a Fizz that is honestly just starting to take control of this entire game. And needlessly large rod, probably going to be a Zonya's Hourglass, a big core item on Fizz. Gives him time to get his spells all the way up again to be even more playful and trickstery.
Yeah, and I think another thing we have to give a big shout out to is we kind of talked about Cogcog at the beginning of this game doing a real good job of bullying that Rengar and, saying, I can play your champion. Well, here's Promise now sitting at 4-1-9. He has a Sunfire, a Spirit Visage, the Randuin's completed as well, and doing an absolutely fantastic job of jumping into those backlines, keeping RKP out of these fights, and saying back to Cogcog, sure, well, I'll play your champion. So big shout out to him on Rengar.
Okay, so Rengar, we've seen it be kind of hit or miss over the course of this tournament. This time around, it's in the hands of Promes, and you have to kind of think, if you're Cogcog, do you just really wish you had chosen Rengar? Because 4-1-9 is a pretty good score no matter how you look at it. 3-3-3, it's not the worst score, but oh, RJ. Rascal Jester is going to be the most rascally Jesters I've ever seen. Waiting here in this brush, they might even give away Baron and then just kill the enemy team when they walk through there. I don't think that would necessarily be a smart idea, but body slamming in there immediately. There's on the hunt, or thrill of the hunt rather, from Promes. Gonna jump in there, starts the fight right there on Appleman. Huge explosive cast there. Roosevelt very, very low. Look at RKP. He's gonna, Lilibel just blown apart. Alley-Cats does manage to get out of that fight alive. Last auto attack, and it's RKP able to get in there with another kill. Promes onto RKP. He's got a red buff. Is that enough to kite this back away? He's got a lot of damage, a lot of lifesteal. Can he stay alive? The answer is a spell shield, and no, he cannot. But the rest of the team gonna come in there, and Promes finally will fall down there at long last. It's a 3-for-3, about the most even team fight you could have hoped for.
Boy, and life is not easy for RKP now. You actually saw both Rainbrain and Opperman looking to try and pick up the final damage on Bonzin, but Bonzin manages to get away. All the while, Sivir alone with that Rengar, and so much armor coming out of him. It just was not enough. Rengar doing enough damage, watching RKP fall. And, oh, that's never a fun situation to be in when you're playing AD carry.
Yeah, when you're playing AD carry, especially if there's a huge fizz on the enemy team, you have to think there's a big target on your head. Kind of like the big oracles that is on Lulu's head. Way too many wards to clear out. Look at Rosava, he's just spamming wards there in that little place. A little tiny bush around the corner. There's a pink ward. That one's a little bit easier to come down on. Teleport coming in, though. They're going to have to run away. Rengar's on in. There's the Talisman of Ascension as well. Nice slow. Went out towards the back, but RKP does have that Phantom Dancer now completed, but I feel like he's actually just right on par with Vayne, who has just been completely chunking down Cog, and that's the big difference in these team fights. One AD carry can kill tanks, the other one cannot.
Right, that's definitely the problem we've been seeing, and even when the item builds like that are so similar or so close in terms of items and gold, the point in which they've reached at their build order, that percent damage out of Vayne is just doing so much more work. And the tumbles, the mobility, you don't think of Vayne as the most mobile AD carry, but quite mobile, especially when you put her up against a Sivir. Being able to get away and continue to do damage, well, Sivir is forced to click and auto attack and run away from that Rengar, as we see possibly another bait up here near the Baron area.
All right, baiting, it's a great strategy if you have the ward coverage, but neither team really does around that area. So, I mean, it's not something that's really going to work out very well. Last time around, it actually wound up giving Rascal Jesters an even fight after they had lost a few team fights in a row, but only 3,000 gold separates both of these teams. And the big thing that's significant for me is that there's only been 3 turrets taken down by both teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot.
Just the outer ring of turrets, and usually when you...
Red team has slain the dragon.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of them just kind of roaming around the map and fighting. No real super objective control. That was Vec taking the dragon, however, so that's going to put a little more gold in their pocket as they try to extend that gold lead. But here we are again, dancing in the mid lane, looking for fights, not towers. You got to go through the towers, guys.
Yep, it's all about those objectives, and I feel like both teams just want to like run at each other and fight over and over again, and to some extent that's what they're doing. That's a little bit more of like the Chinese meta where you just force team fights over and over again. But I feel like they need to transition a little bit more to maybe Korean where you just go for objective.
All right, so yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of this here. You know, Rascal Jester not playing super aggressively. They've fallen a little bit behind, so it is difficult for them to play aggressively. Yeah, hello, he's there, Reed.
All right, I certainly hope so. Hopefully I stay this way this time.
All right, so yeah, I was just saying, Rascal Jester, you know, in the first game doing a real good job of playing aggressively, finishing out the game. This game, they're not in a position to do that. Vec is playing, you know, as they need to. Their back's against the wall. They have to win. And honestly, it just looks like a kind of lackadaisical Rascal Jester right now.
I want to like make a big elaborate point about something nice and theoretical, but I'm just so afraid that one of these teams is just going to blow the other up, and it's actually a little bit of mispositioning. Cog's going to go right around the wall, throws down that ultimate. Promise is in the back. He's going to get body slammed in on. Fish actually hits onto Lilibel, get a giant growth, and Alleycat's going to die. Okay, that's the first big kill. Now Bonds is going to go down, but not before he's going to pick up a kill. No, he actually hasn't killed anyone. Dragon Spirit is going to pick up the kill as Range Raid gets in there, and now they're going to chase Asteroid back away. Can they find him? The flash, the body slam, the ace, and that's the team fight win. A 5 for none. No deaths there.
All right, so apparently we can never say anything ever here at JCG.
Not a single word.
Because whatever we say is going to be totally blown out of the water. Breaking that fight down, though, yeah, you're right. Vec got caught out of position, and Alleycats, I think, maybe overestimated the damage he was going to be able to do because he didn't pick up any kills and ended up in the middle of Rascal Jester. They picked up the kill, and as soon as Fizz goes down, the only other damage is Bonzen, and Bonzen went down too before he was able to pick up any kills. So a 5-for-0 and a Baron, and all of a sudden, Rascal Jester back in it. After they pick up this Baron, the gold swing should actually go back into their favor. Wow.
And so it does. You even see that explosive cast used by Gragas. Opperman, he's not taking any chances. He is like, this is our chance. This is the one opportunity we get to turn this game right back around, and taking it down. There's the Baron buff, 20-20 now. 40 kills in 36 minutes. This game has not been disappointing. In what could be the last game of the JCG Grand Finals, absolutely does not disappoint.
All right, so you take a look. That was actually Gragas now. Gragas sitting at 7-2-9. So this is the thing where you talk about, okay, Alley Cats, this is not going good for you, RKP. He will walk away from that.
Oh, on the hunt, thrown down there. RKP wants to go in on Alley Cat. Oh, the perfect body slam. Dashes back through, and you can see Alley Cats wants to be able to catch in on RKP, but just gets kited around and around. Now, RKP and Opperman, both very low, but with a 50-second death timer there, Alley Cats not being around is going to be a big thing for RJ if they want to capitalize on this.
Yeah, and so I was actually going to say here before that all craziness went down, and it's actually exactly what happened again. It's Alley Cats, that Fizz. We talked about, yeah, he's an assassin champion, and when he gets picked up and nobody on RJ dies, things are not going to go well for Vec. Because on the opposite side, Gragas puts out so much AoE damage that he's going to be able to help his team take down everyone. If Fizz is unable, if Alley Cats is unable to pick somebody up, then he's not, that's why his team doesn't want him to play Fizz.
Bottom lane there, Death Sentence will land there on a Cog. I'm pretty sure he's totally okay with that. He's like, hey, pull me in closer. That's exactly where I want to be. We talked about kills. They're cool and everything, but you need objectives. Baron, 2 more turrets. Rascal Jesters, they're starting to get the hint. And now, looking for possibly that last remaining outer turret in the top lane. You have a little bit of a ways to go to get there, and could actually just stop by, make a detour by that middle base turret. They're pushing in. Could be overzealous. I feel like this big strength for Rascal Jesters is that they are able to kite around, and really keep all of those big damage, high threat champions like Alley Cats, like Bonzen, from being at maximum effectiveness. But I don't know, man. This next fight is going to be absolutely critical.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they continue the pressure on the turret. They do have the Baron buff, so the regen is going to help them siege a little bit. And if they do get engaged upon, Lulu's Talisman of Ascension is going to be back up here real quick. Sivir does have her ultimate available as well, so if they need to run away, they can do that, but they are getting a little bit of damage on the turret. The wave clear, though, coming out from Vec is pretty good here as well.
Continuing that push in on what is not the easiest turret to take. All that Rascal Jesters have to do is just walk top lane. There's an almost free outer turret, and then, ooh, taking up the turret just enough to get a little bit of damage down. Barrels continue to come out to zone there by Opperman, but you can tell Asteror, he has his finger right over that R button. He wants to go in, but he has to do it right.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You can actually see 2 Banshee's Veils on Vec, so they do not want to deal probably with that Gragas ultimate coming in, especially with Bonzen knocking him out of position, taking a huge chunk of damage from that. So, but again, with the poke, especially from Lulu and Sivir, doing a real good job of keeping those Banshees popped, and therefore the effectiveness is, not nearly as good as if the shield were up. Here comes, nope, I lied. Astor is just going to sit there. Not looking for the engage quite yet.
Speaking from engages, it's all about the engagements, the engagement of the great mint, doublemint. something or other. I forget how that commercial is supposed to go. But top lane, it's the 6th man. Look at that huge minion wave stacked up. That's going to take down the secondary outer turret top lane. That means that, oh my goodness, Alleycat's going to try to go in there, throws down the DFG onto Gragas, who just gets all the way in the back of the fight. Rainbrain very low. He's going to die. You can see Thrill of the Hunt goes down. Promise wants to jump right back in the back line. Lil Bell gets a nice slow there. Opperman is going to be kited back all the way by Astaroar. Tries to get that body slam back, fails it. That's going to be a longer cooldown thanks to some recent Gragas changes. Can you body slam over the wall? The answer is no. It's 3 for 1. Only Fizz going down there. It is Cog and Lilibel very, very low, forced to run all the way back to base.
The great Lulu chase. How will it end? Rengar picking up Dragon. Lilibel might get away. I feel like it should be like a horse race.
And Lilibel will escape with her life. Suppose metaphorically it could be a horse, but either way, it's going to make it back out alive. Dragon going down there is somewhat of a moral victory, even though it does give a sizable amount of gold. We're still 41 minutes into this game, and 1,500 gold separate these two teams.
All right, and it's interesting to note, they only, Rascal Jester only picked up 1 kill in that team fight, and it was a pretty kill, but pretty kills are not worth 3 deaths. So it was a really good job, actually. Alleycat's using his Zanya's Hourglass, and Santa leaving a nice little present underneath the golden, well, I was going to say Christmas tree, but I guess golden fish, and he ate that one, but it was not enough. They got onto Gragas really well, and RKP went down pretty quick in that fight as well. So we talked about it earlier. Renekton is not doing the damage build. Renekton is being a tank for his team. So really the 2 big sources of damage right now are Sivir and Gragas. So you take those away, and Rascal Jester starts having a bit of trouble without them.
And the question you might ask yourself, Corey, is how rapid? How do I take those away? The answer is Alleycats. That guy does so much damage. He doesn't even have a death cap right now, and he's still all the way up at 447 ability power. Opperman, he's got that next level of ability power thanks to that death cap, 650, along with the Void Staff, so it's going to be very, very difficult to block that damage coming out, even though there is a lot of health, a lot of big tanks there in Astaroar. And, of course, Promise, who's going to be able to start the fight. Look at that wild growth right onto Sivir. He's going to be dodging away there from the fish. Alleycats will take down Opperman, and that's the big kill we were talking about. How do you kill the damage? You just throw a fish at it.
So, again, this is, you know, what we saw at Cogca last game. Promise doing a really good job. Sees Sivir, goes in with the ult, and, while it doesn't do a lot of damage, it forces Sivir to run away. And it kind of just left Opperman all by himself. He's forced to blow his Zonias as well. But there was absolutely no way for his team to save him. I think the only way he would have got out was a Thresh Lantern. But Thresh is on the other team here. So, and we're not done yet.
Oh, Real Silva is going to take a lot of damage. He will go down. There is the Zanya's Hourglass for Alleycats. He gets all the way to the back of the fight. But now, RKP walks right into Promise. Does get that nice Mikhail's Crucible. He's actually going to flash into the brush just to make sure he's in range. Promise in the middle of the entire enemy team. Cog's now going to chase in onto Alleycats. He's going to chase him all the way down there. And one team fight after another. Can one team just go ahead and win this? It's so back and forth, Corey. Be still my beating heart, man. I'm going to need like a pacemaker. Do you know CPR, Corey?
No, I hope somebody else here does, though, because...
My life is in your hands.
Quick, somebody in chat.
More
take care of Rapid.
Importantly, Rascal Jester's lens. Yeah, if anybody watching knows CPR, you're going to have to resuscitate me after this game. This is way too much there. Oh, my goodness. And on the hunt, forcing. Bonds in away, just going to clear out that pink ward, but fish over the wall there. Baron gets smote, and it is going to go over to Rascal Jesters. They just have to keep everybody alive now.
Boy, I don't know what to say. We talked about Rascal Jester being able to close out games. They maybe weren't in a position to close out this one, but can anybody close out this game now seems to be the big question. So many back and forth. Take a look at that gold again. We're at almost 140,000. And the difference is 500 gold.
Okay, so we've got another Baron down. It's on a Rascal Jesters. I feel like we've seen this situation before.
Yeah, but the question is, will we end up with the same result? You know, we've got a lot of item builds nearing completion, a lot of gold on everybody. We're looking at 17,000 on Gragas, 16,000 on Sivir, 16,000 on Vayne, who you don't want to give so many items to, 15,000 as well on Fizz. But here comes RJ looking for a push up that mid lane. As Rapid was saying, we've seen this before. We have definitely seen this before. Something around the middle turret, a Baron buff, a push. Man, it's like deja vu in here. The question is...
one fish over the wall does catch in on a Cog. He dashes away from the rest of his team, takes that wild growth in there. He's going to die, but he does flash out there. Does need maybe a Mikhail's to keep himself alive. Look at Opperman, he's golden right in the middle, does body slam out there. Promise is so tanky. How do you kill that Rengar? A nice death sentence, doesn't wind up picking up any kills. Promise, look at that, heal just keeps himself alive, but a double kill there is, oh my goodness, Opperman's gonna go in, go down, but Alley Cats, look at that damage to come out. RKP, can you find this kill? If you do, the game is over.
Wow! What a Thresh Lantern to save Alley Cats! Oh my goodness, I didn't think there was any way out of that. I'm sorry if that hurt your ears because...
I don't... It hurts my brain, Corey. How do you think about these things? I don't know, but that's why these guys are professional players. Japanese League of Legends, turns out they're pretty good. And especially that 12-7-7 Fizz, the sole reason, along with some nice saves by Thresh, the sole reason that Vayne is staying in this. Keep in mind, this is their tournament lives on the line. If they win this, they have to play again.
Right. So they're playing their hearts out now. We're going to have to see if they can take it to that Game 3 and what happens in that Game 3. You actually saw Alley Cats in that fight take a lot of damage and kind of disappear. Where'd he go? He went back to base, picked up the home guards, and came roaring back into that fight, picked up a couple kills, and managed to get out as well. So a huge, huge help from Rio Silva. You know, really living up to the position and term support, supporting his team very well, because that would have been a pretty long timer, but more importantly, it would have probably allowed for RJ to maybe continue pushing, but with Fizz alive, he was able to get his home guards up, and he could have come back and probably picked up a few other kills, so RJ had to get out of there as fast as they could. It looks to be, what, I think 3 Baron buffs still up for RJ, and they might continue this push.
Okay, the big thing for that last fight, even though it didn't necessarily go in favor of RJ, they cracked the turret, and that's all they need to do, because now they can just set up some barrels, make sure that they don't get initiated on by Fizz. You can just see one barrel after another, continuing to come out there, just poking on little by little, trying to establish a foothold inside this base just so that RKP can start auto-attacking this inhibitor. I think it's taken 1 auto-attack so far. It's a long road, Corey.
Well, we wouldn't have it any other way. So far, we've seen a lot of these back-and-forth games, especially with Rascal Jester yesterday, and obviously it is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Again, 26 kills to 26 kills, 4 turrets to 6. Gold is 600 in favor of Vec currently, but you would never guess the way both of these teams are playing. Farm numbers, Gragas going for that magical 400 this game. We're actually hitting the 50-minute mark. And farm, not so important. Again, it's now who's going to take those inhibitors, who can get to that nexus, because so far nobody's showing us that ability.
Both teams about as tanky as they're going to get. A nice fish does land on a Lilibelt, but that's Chum the Waters down. A nice Talisman of Ascension is going to get that backline safe and sound, but Proma is just way too tanky to deal with right now. He's taking up 5 people, and he just still does not go down. Alley Cat's still alive. Look at him just deal so much damage, condemned to the wall, and now both just so strong, but Appleman just blows him up. It's a double kill, but where is Fizz? He's coming right back from base, has too much damage to deal with, does Playful Trickster. There's a nice spell shield. Look at that body slam on in there. Appleman looking for a nice barrel, gets the shutdown, and now with RKP popping that Banshees, or the Guardian Angel onto Astaroar. There's the body slam, a double kill. Can they end the game right here, Corey? It's an ace.
Thresh in 30 seconds. The positive thing is that it is RKP. The only character you want when you're trying to finish the game out is your AD carry. And here we are, the 2 champions we said RJ needed to win these team fights. And they're the only 2 champions who are alive. Death timers, 15 seconds on Thresh. This could be it. And there it is. Congratulations to Rascal Jester. That's going to be the JCG Grand Championship in a 2-0 set. By no means a stomp. I have not seen a closer game in quite a while. We're back in studio.
Wow.
You guys can take a little bit of a breather.
I want to hear what Ferlin has to say because we've been yelling this entire time.
Yeah, it was a crazy. Let me just look at the stats real quickly.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Wow.
Corey's computer. But what an amazing game. So let's talk a little bit about that Fizz pick, though. I didn't think it was going to be great for Vex, considering the team composition that Fizz really brings into the game. But that Fizz really worked out well for Vex. Unfortunately, it was such a back and forth game as well. No one really could tell, who's going to win this, who's going to win that. But RJ took it when they won that Baron fight. So after that Baron fight, it was really clear. After they got back that goal lead, after they got the Baron buff, they couldn't do anything with that Baron buff. And what happened after they got the Baron buff was they tried to stitch down mid, and top was actually completely open, and the minions did get to siege down that inner top turret. But at the same time, mid, they couldn't get in at all. That wave clear coming out from Vex was so strong, they couldn't do anything with it. And the moment that the Baron buff went off, Vex came in to clean house. And that was the fight that Vex won. But after that, RJ really came back strong and win out that game. So many champions and players on Vex had Zonya's hourglass, but it didn't work out for them even in the last few fights, because Fizz wasn't in that last fight. He had to go back and heal up, and so by the time he got back, he tried to 2v2 with Gragas as well as the Sivir. Didn't work out well for them because both of them went down. The two people that you need to sit down the Nexus were there, and RJ did it. 2-0, clean fight for them. Congratulations to RJ. You guys won the $500,000 prize. It's huge for them. These guys are very young kids. They're like 18, 19.
Did you just say $500,000?
500,000 yen. I'm sorry. I live in Japan.
Sorry.
It's like dollars to me,
League is not that big yet. We're working on it, but yeah, I just want to throw out these numbers really quick because we are taking a look at the stats. Vayne, 35,000 damage. Rengar, 37,000 damage. So he building tank and doing all the damage. And you say, how much did Fizz do? Fizz did 41. So that was his assassination ability. But you take a look at the numbers on RJ. 41 for Fizz. Sivir, 47,000 damage. And that's not even the top. Gragas, any guesses? 62,000 damage.
I wouldn't be surprised. He had a lot of AP items in his death cap in there as well. Fizz didn't have that death cap, so it was a little bit more fun. Can we look at the overview? I want to look at the kills.
Yeah, sure.
That they got in with that.
Absolutely.
So it's a 5-6-15 Renekton. It was a crazy game that he had, but it's a 12-8-9 Fizz. He had a really good game. He just couldn't close it out for his team, which was very sad. But Gragas. Upperman on Gragas, 15-4-10. He was in 25 of the 31 kills that RJ was in. He was in a lot of those kills. He was in it. He was the exploding cast was right on point. Everything, barrel and the body slams were all on point. A great fight from RJ in total.
That was just really well played by RJ. Really exciting to watch. I don't know how you're going to get to sleep after this, Rapid, because I'm sure your heart is beating. Mine is going here as well. I got to stop and just take a breath.
It was very exciting when it came down to the last 15 minutes of the game. It was such a huge back and forth. No one really could tell what's going to happen. One mistake from any team could cost them the game, and it was that one mistake from Ellie Katz's Fizz. He couldn't be in that last fight, and he was completely zoned out. He couldn't join in, and they lost the divide. It was right outside their base as well. So it was very, very sad loss for Vex. 2-0 loss for them. Congratulations to RJ. And I want to give a shout out to Rapid Casting. Do you have any last words you want to say to everyone here?
I could not possibly have asked for a better way to end what has been one of my first exposures to Japanese League of Legends, and it's just been a blast to cast with you guys. So thank you so much for having me on. I really hope JCG just takes off. Japanese League of Legends. If everybody watching hasn't heard of Japanese League of Legends, you certainly have now. And so congratulations once again to Rascal Jesters, putting on an incredible show and really doing themselves, their team, but also their nation proud, and showing just how good Japan is at League of Legends. They win 500,000 yen, a ton of money, and probably a pretty cool ceremony going on right now as well. So it's just awesome to see so much awesome stuff going on. I'm glad to have been a part of it. If you guys have any feedback for Ferlin, for Corey, for even me, you can head over to our Reddit thread. I'll go ahead and paste that link in chat. You can also hit us up on Twitter. We'd love to hear what you have to say. You can see all of their information right down below. I'm not cool enough to be down there, but if you want to send anything my way, you can head over to Facebook or Twitter. It's all Rapid Casting. And let me know what you thought about tonight's games, because I would love to talk about them. They are absolutely ridiculously good. So are these teams, so are these players, so are the wonderful people I have been working with. So I wasn't pretty enough to sit at the desk tonight, but make sure to show them some love and just have a great evening. I know I am going to.
Yeah, well, it was great to have you, Rapid.
Thank you so much for being with us here today. I know it's really late where you are. It's in the morning, AM time. You've been casting for the entire day since yesterday with the NACS this morning, and then with us again. So thank you so much. We hope you can join us again sometime soon. Thank you very much. Have a good night, Rapid.
Have a great evening. It's been my pleasure.
Okay, so the awarding ceremony has actually ended. It was really quick because these guys have to actually rush back to where they are. They all came into Tokyo today, but they need to go home today because tomorrow everybody's got school, everybody's got work, so they need to go back. But that is it from us today as well.
Yeah, as do we. So.
As do we. I have a morning meeting tomorrow for TV tomorrow, so a lot of stuff to do. But thank you so much, guys. Thank you for joining us here. It's been a long day. We had that 2-hour break in between because of StarCraft 2. But thank you so much. Congratulations to all the team. First place goes to Rascal Jester. Second place goes to Vec. Third goes to
Rampage. Ozone Rampage.
And fourth place does go to DETFM. Might be disappointing to a lot of you who knows the Japanese scene. Because Rampage and DETFM are actually known as the top 2 teams, but
not anymore.
But not anymore. Not anymore. These teams have really turned around Rascal Jester and Vex, so they show that they're here to stay. Congratulations to Rascal Jesters. We're probably gonna pop down to the venue, say hi to a couple of guys there. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Frillin Yoshimi. You can find my details at the bottom of the stream. This is Corey Swanson. His details are also at the bottom of the screen. And we will see you very soon. Behind us is Andreas. You can't see him. His name is Karga on the Twitch chat. He has been very nice. He's been modding our chat. He has been doing our stream as well. Amazing, amazing person. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. The next English stream would probably be on the 8th of February for the Season 1 of the JCG Premier League again. So thank you, everyone. Have a great night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you so much. 皆さん、お疲れ様でした。長い時間一緒にいてくれてありがとうございました。おやすみなさい。See you guys!
Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the bullets. You should never pull back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles so she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the bullets. You should never pull back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Ferlin Yoshimi, and welcome to the JCG Japan Competitive Gaming Grand Championships 2014
Woo.
Finals today. Although we're gonna start with the third place today, but we have a finals later today. And with me today is the ever lovely Corey Swanson.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. Thanks for tuning in, joining us here at JCG. Yeah, it's really good to be here. And like Ferlin said, we're going to be taking a look at the third place match coming up very shortly here. Stay tuned all day. We're going to have a lot of great League of Legends. If you want to stick around and check out some Japanese StarCraft 2, that's also going to be happening throughout the day. And then this evening we'll be taking a look at the finals. But of course, first up, we do have the third place match. Who's playing, Ferlin?
So, if you guys can see, it's I know you guys can't see, but opposite us is a huge window, and it's beautiful out here in Japan, in Tokyo today. It was forecasted that it was going to rain, it was going to be a little bit gloomy, but no, it's a beautiful day outside. The sun is up, it's like 57 degrees Fahrenheit, or 15 degrees Celsius. But the first game we have up is at 12:30 p.m. Japan time in about 8 to 10 minutes, and it will be Detonation FM Focus Me versus Ozone Rampage. Two of the teams that was actually predicted to be in the finals, but both of them fell short yesterday, unfortunately, and has to vie for the third place now.
All right, yeah, so just a quick recap. I think maybe some of you were with us yesterday, but for those of you who missed out, we played the semifinals yesterday. It was Ozone Rampage versus Rascal Jester, and then Vec faced off against Detonation FM. In the first series of semifinals yesterday, Ozone Rampage came out with a very strong start, took game 1, ended up losing in game 2, and in one of the closest games I think we've seen here at JCG, Rascal Jester did pull out that third game, and that's how they made their way to the finals, and the reason we're seeing Ozone Rampage in the third place game here today. And in our semifinal 2 yesterday, Vec versus Detonation FM, Detonation FM actually came out and won very convincingly in game 1 as well. Connection issues actually caused them to forfeit game 2, and that took away, I think, a lot of their momentum and allowed Vec to come back and take game 3 away from Detonation FM. And so that's why we're seeing Detonation FM along with Rampage here today in the third place match.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, to be honest with you. A lot of Japanese players and the fans coming out to the live event today, because all 4 teams are at the studios today. You can't see them here, but if you go over to the Japanese stream, you might be able to see them. They're all here in Tokyo. They're all together, and it's really, really exciting because well, it's the first time all 4 teams are in one place together. But yeah, you know, third place is kind of, you know, it's the most intense one we're going to have because it's 2 big guys, and obviously we're going to focus on that bottom lane with Middle versus Yudapon, or Yudaproid. It's 2 big name AD carries here in Japan. Possibly the top 3 or top 4 players, I would say, top 3, top 4 Japanese player rankings in Japan. And so to have these 2 big names to kind of clash up at each other in the bot lane is going to be really exciting to watch. Once again, yesterday, a lot of kill coming out. We had 6 games, 6 games, and 5 out of 6 of them were complete with a kill pick. 5
kill games and another kill ban. So in all 6 of the games, the disqualification game did have the kill ban as well. So all the games yesterday, we were looking at some form of kill being picked or banned. So she's really been a huge pick here, and it wasn't just one team playing him. Obviously, Detonation FM's Goken was kind of the king of Kale yesterday, if you wanted to hand out that title. But we did see lots and lots of really good Kale play. Who else did we see a lot of yesterday?
It was a lot of Olaf. It was only one Shyvana game, and they actually lost that Shyvana game. A lot of Lulu coming out once again.
Yeah.
Not the greatest pick for me personally. It's not a very aggressive lane. I think with the support meta right now, you don't really want to have like a more passive support. You want somebody who's a little bit more aggressive, and Lulu's a little bit more passive with that if you compare that to an Annie or a Leona. So yeah, let us try to move over to the Japanese stream, and because we're gonna have a interview with the players over there. I don't know if we can do that. Can we get and just try and see if we can get that going? Yes, no? move to the Japanese stream and see if we can grab audio and do the play interview in English instead. Can we hear them? Okay, I'll just explain to you in English what they're saying. So they're just introducing the players right now. Alright, so they're saying that, you know, they didn't show too well yesterday, but they're gonna try it today a bit better. Yeah, so this is the Ozone Rampage people you're seeing right now. You're seeing Harakiri Boy, who used to be the leader for Ozone Rampage.
お願いいたします。お席の方でお願いします。リーダーはではこちらの方お願いいたします。
Alright, so the guy that's left on stage right now is Middle-san, also known as
それでは
the
3位
AD
決
carry.
定戦を戦うもう一チームに登場していただきましょう。チームデトネーション FM の入場です。
Alright, and now they can introduce
リー
Destination
ダーマー選
FM
手、
to come
チー
in.
ムメンバーユタプロイド選手、シドマシン選手、ゴリラ選手、ゴーケン選手の5名です。
Alright,
では
and that will be
一人一人
President Ma,
聞いていきたいと思います。
Gorilla
まずはリーダー
13,
に聞いていきたいんですけども、さあチームのコンディション出来はいかがでしょうか。
and the last
そ
guy.
う
I
です
can't
ね、
remember his name.
昨日の試合では、
I've never seen him before,
ちょっと不
actually.
甲斐ない結果になってしまいましたが、デトネーション FM とランページっていうですね、多分視聴者の方が一番望んでいたカードがここで見れるかと思いますので、決勝戦に負けないようなですね熱い戦いをしたいと思っております。
Alright, so they were a little bit disappointed with what happened yesterday with the games, but today they're gonna try harder to win against Rampage, and they're gonna pull out a special card for them today. And that guy who's speaking right now is Gorilla 13.
どうも、シドです。まあ昨日
That is a new player, Sid, actually. The new jungle player
3
for
戦
them.
目には参加できなかったんですが、今日はもう全力を尽くして勝ちに行きたいと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
Right, so you're saying that he's gonna try his best to win for the team,
どう
even
も
though
ゴ
this
ーケ
is
ン
his
で
big
す。
first event with the team
会場を
today.
沸かせるようなプレーをしたいと思います。
And the guy who's smiling is a
どうも、
lovely
ゆたぽんです。
Seto-san, who's your mid player.
昨日のプレーはちょっと本当にひどかったと思うんで、今日はとにかく面白いプレーをできたらいいと思うんで、頑張りたいと思います。
Right, so he was saying about yesterday they really had horrible plays coming out, and today, because it's a live event, they want to have, you know, want to push a little bit further on how they can do with their skills today. So I'm really excited to see what's happening with them today. And now we're gonna have the coin flip between Rampage and DETFM.
お願いいたします。
Oh no, we're gonna have a handshake
交
first.
わされました。それではスタンバイをお願いいたします。
Alright, so they're gonna go have their standbys now while we go back to our studios.
試合開始前に JCG 松本大会委員長より試合のル
We're
ール
gonna
の
go back
説明で
to
す。お願いします。
our studios right now. Alright, so it's really nice to have all these people right there. So when you saw the guy who's introducing the other teams, his name is actually Corey.
Yeah. He took my name.
He took his name. I'm like, what is happening here? But so that was the two team. That was DETFM. So the first team was Rampage, and the second team was DETFM. It's very nice to have them all down at the same place. You know, a lot of these players are actually meeting each other for the first time, and it's amazing to have them all in one place. They're all very young. A lot of them are just 17 or 18, 19 years old, and so, you know, we gotta take care of those little kids, because in Japan the minor age is actually 20, so you're an adult
Right.
after 20, and a couple of these kids are only still 19 years old, 18 years old. So we're actually gonna go straight into Band and Pick while I introduce our special guest caster for today. He was here with us yesterday as well. Let's welcome Rapid Casting. Hey guys, how's it going? We're gonna go straight into bands and picks actually. So we will go in straight into that. I can't see anything.
It's all right. Nothing happened so far. The first band actually just going to be Dr. Mundo, of course. Really strong right now with the Season 4 masteries and the health regen. Dr. Mundo is a monster in top lane. Really hard to push out of there unless you do it real early. Second band coming across is also going to be Lee Sin. So that is actually, I think, maybe focused a little bit on Envy. And just a champion, you know, again, with such a high skill cap, doesn't matter what you do with Lee Sin. If you play him well, he's a scary champion, and Envy knows how to play that Lee Sin.
Right, so yeah, I mean, taking out the Lee Sin is a good thing, because Taystaka is actually Tay? No, I'm getting my names all wrong. Envy. Envy on Lee Sin is actually really strong, as we've seen yesterday. So I'm not too surprised with the bans coming out. Yasuo, another ban that has been a perma ban, but Renekton coming out as the next ban as well. Which I agree, because all 3 games from DETFM, I'm surprised that DETFM actually banned him out, considering that. Well, no, Aotaka played a lot of games on Renekton, so yes.
So I think what's interesting to note here is from Rampage Ozone, we're seeing a lot of just like meta bans, Dr. Mundo, Yasuo, Kassadin, and from Detonation FM, these are champions we saw a lot out of Ozone yesterday. We saw Envy's Lee Sin really play a really good game in Game 3 of their series yesterday. Aotaka played a lot of Renekton. It was just a pain in the butt all day on that champion in the top lane. And Thresh also being banned out because we did see some really good Deji play on that as well. However, that means Gragas was left open.
Right, so obviously...
And here he is, being first picked.
Yeah, the first pick for Ozone Rampage is going to be the Gragas. I'm not surprised by this pick. Gragas is really great in lane. He can escape really well with the body slam. He can clear out waves really fast. He has long range for their barrels. It's a great champion to come up with. And obviously, Elise wasn't banned as well, so Elise is going to be picked for DETFM. I'm not sure who's their second pick going to be, considering they have 2 picks first. It might be the Olaf. It might be Dr. Mundo, it might be Shyvana. Although I won't think it's Shyvana, because Shyvana early game has been nerfed a little bit, you know, and so, but her sustain is still there, so we're going to see what Gorilla comes up with his first pick.
Well, and Gorilla can actually play all of those champions, so I would be surprised to actually see Detonation pick up their top laner here, because even if one of them gets picked away, they're going to be able to pick up another open character, and so it actually does look like we're going to get to see some Zed today. So this is, I don't know if that's going to be, I would expect it to be mid lane.
Yeah, so wait, Rapid, what do you think? Do you think now with the counter coming up, well, not exactly a counter, but Zed coming up, do you think Gragas will be in the jungle instead, or will he stick with that mid lane Gragas?
You know, I have actually seen some jungle Gragas from even like North American challenger teams and then some EU professional teams, but haven't actually seen him played competitively in Japan. So I'm not sure if that's something that they would bring out.
Yeah, we saw Snoopy with Gragas on jungle this last week as well.
That's right.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they did it here. I'm
not sure if it transfers over.
But we will definitely see.
And the next pick coming out will be Annie, as well as Lucian coming out for Ozone Rampage. This is long time coming. I cannot believe yesterday we didn't see any bans and any picks at all. So I'm really excited to have Annie in this team with that late game Tibbers that's almost completely permanent for that Tibbers. Yes, her stun is now, you know, increasingly in 1.25, 1.5, 1.75 in the stun instead of just being 1.75 all the way. But she's still very, very strong. I think her late game presence is going to be so much stronger. And obviously with the Lucian, he's one of the best AD carries right now. I'm wondering to see if it's going to be a Jinx or a Vayne pick, but no, the answer for Udapor is actually going to be one of his most comfort champions, and it will be Nazriel.
Well, we'll see. He's been rotating through all of these different AD carries, had a Graves, a Vayne, and now Ezreal. So I don't know if he's going to stick with this Ezreal. It's a pretty safe pick against an Annie lane. Although with a Leona, it also gives you the ability to go in and you can use your Arcane Shift defensively. And again, if you were watching yesterday, you know Udapone has no problems whatsoever jumping in and using skills offensively. So we saw a Twitch, but it looks like it will be finally locked in on this Ezreal.
Yeah, and that was something that I was so surprised at. You know, I'd heard legends and I'd seen it a couple times, but watching Udaproy just... He was on Vayne, he got Lulu ulted, and he just dove straight into the enemy team and just blew them apart. It was so incredible to watch. I mean, he's kind of like Japan's sort of mini double lift. It's really awesome to see him sort of get into rough situations and then get out of them just based on having some incredible micro abilities. So I'm really excited to see what he can do. He always picks very sort of high mechanic kind of champions, whether it's Ezreal and landing skill shots or whether it's Vayne and just dashing and darting around. There's always a lot to the champion that he chooses, and with Ezreal, it's going to be really impressive to see how big an effect he can have with a champion that I've actually heard a few people say isn't really one of the stronger AD carries. So see what Udaproy can do with that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we saw double lift just yesterday night, well, this morning, or for you guys, just a couple hours ago in the NALCS, where double lift was on Ezreal, but it was not a fantastic performance of him, especially in the late game where he bought that Iceborne Gauntlet. Instead. So I'm excited to see how Unipon is going to play a little bit differently. Although I would agree, you know, Ezreal is a little bit of a more of a safe pick nowadays compared to, I would say, in Season 3 where he was one of the most played champions for the AD carries. I mean, now with Lucian and Jinx, you kind of, you know, Ezreal, Caitlyn, and MF has all been taking a little bit of a back seat compared to these hot picks right now.
Right.
But the last two picks coming out for Ozone Rampage will be the Kazakhs and the Jacks.
So yeah, I think we saw 6 Kazakh bans yesterday. So now with those more targeted bans coming from Detonation FM, it leaves the bug on the board, and he's coming out for Rampage. So this will probably be Envy in the jungle. Kazakhs doing pretty good work from out there. Although then again, you never know if they're going to switch things around. And then looks like we also be seeing Jax in the top lane, which, you know, here's a Malphite. Here's a Malphite locked in for Detonation FM. So how do you beat a Jax? Pick Malphite is one way. You still have to play the lane.
I'm still a little bit confused. Is this going to be a Kazakhs jungle or Kazakhs mid lane? What do you think, Rapid?
We'll see.
I would expect to see a Kazakh's jungle. Kazakh's jungle works very, very well because you can build like a Tiamat on him and it clears out the small camps and then lets you get big execute isolation damage on isolated creeps, as well as the white. Really hard for a lot of early junglers, to take early on, but because Kazakhs gets execute damage from his Taste Their Fear, it's really good for Kazakhs to get maybe a little bit of an edge on the rest of the jungle champions out there. And he's got a lot of great things to his kit. He's got a nice slow, a lot of gap closing and damage. So we'll have to see how it works out in this team comp. But the concern that I have for Rampage is that while everyone on their team does a ton of, they don't really line, whereas at least there's that Malphite Elise combo who, while they both do deal damage, they set up a nice big wall for Udiproid and Gokhan to kind of stand behind and use to keep themselves safe.
Right, so I like the Kazakhs pick just because it's an assassin champion. It's really good. And I like the Jax. I think Aotaka might want to go for that split push strategy a little bit because, you know, Jax has great split pushing ability, so I'm really excited to see that. As a team on the whole, I do like it as well, but yeah, I do have my concerns. On the other side, we have Zed, we have Elise, and we have that Malphite, which is always scary to have because I'm not sure if Gorilla Turthin will take that teleport, which I don't think he will, but I'm interested to see if he does. I do like the bot lane though. I do like Ezreal and I do like Leona, although I do think that the Lucian Annie bot lane will be a little bit more intimidating in the early levels. What do you think?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an issue for Detonation FM, but again, it's really the issue for Detonation FM is where you just want to get Udipone big. And we saw these strategies yesterday where you take lane matchups and you turn them on your head simply by rushing for that level 2. And so if that's going to be something that Purple Team tries, you know, with a level 2 Leona, and Ezreal at level 2 is not the worst level 2 all-in either, so it'll be interesting to see if they try and do anything about that. You know, in terms of the whole team, I do really like how Detonation FM kind of does have these dedicated large tanks, Leona, Malphite, who still get in there and do a lot of damage, and the CC definitely goes in their favor. On the other side, though, Rappa was saying, you're absolutely right, the damage that's going to come out of Ozone Rampage is going to be terrifying.
I do like the mid lane combo though, because you have Gragas on one side with so much sustain. He can drink his own mana. He can have all that barrels and all that. So I'm really excited to see Gragas on one side. But obviously we have a Zed on the other side as well. So it's going to be a very good matchup in the middle lane. So I think a lot of these fights might come in before level 6. I'm not sure because we have Tibbers coming in as well. But I'm really excited to see how the game runs all the way to mid lane, mid game, because late game is going to be a terrible side as well. So, Rapid, what's your call with the ban and pick? Just based on ban and picks, what do you think?
I like Detonation FM's combo a little bit better. I think that having a Malphite is something that not a lot of teams actually know how to run very well. So that's kind of the big wild card for me. It's Malphite, does that work for Detonation FM? Or does the Kha'Zix jungle and just the overall super high damage lineup that Ozone Rampage are running, does that sort of overpower it? So there should be a lot of action around the map. I can promise you, when you've got guys like Udiproid playing Ezreal, and like you said, that big Kha'Zix in the jungle, and a ton of damage there on Ozone Rampage, these fights are going to be absolutely explosive.
Yes. So, and for those of you joining us, maybe you're not so familiar with the Japanese League of Legends scene, you know, in this matchup, one thing to really keep an eye on is going to be the battle of the AD carries. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but these are two of the best players in Japan. It's M. Melon, or Meron, and Udipone. Udipone challenger in NA last season, and Melon's always been consistently near the top as well. So mechanically, they're both really solid players.
They're both on Challenger.
Okay,
Mero
yeah.
has always been a Challenger player, and then Udipone just came up out of nowhere and joined him in Challenger as well. It's going to be an amazing fight in the bot lane. We have the Annie Lucian versus the Leona and Ezreal. So we are going to go into game. I will be taking a backseat watching the game with you guys while I leave the casting to the lovely Corey Swanson and Mr. Rapid Casting. Good luck, have fun, boys.
All right, so let's do this. Welcome, everybody. This is the JCG Grand Championship. You're taking a look here at the third place match. On the blue side, it's going to be Ozone Rampage. On the red side today, we do have Detonation FM, two very fantastic teams, and we are going to jump in here very quickly. All right.
All right, so going ahead and loading into the game. A couple of very interesting things for me is to see sort of the really random switch ups in style. It's safe game. Everybody's just lined up, not going for any invades, and then you'll just see one team just say, all right, you know what, we're done with this, and then go for something crazy level 1.
Right, and so it looks like today we're going to go back to that safe game. And again, you mentioned this yesterday. We talked about it yesterday, and everybody picking up trinkets. Udiproid, again, with that scrying lens, using it pretty effectively yesterday, I think, you know, to catch people going into bushes and continue his auto attacks, look for those ganks coming in. But not a lot of people actually pick this item up. So the fact that Udiproid does pick this up, and the fact that he's able to use it effectively, I think probably warrant his purchase. But it's something interesting, something a little different, so keep an eye on that. It's always kind of fun to watch him pick up that extra damage as people run into the bush.
Now, there's a couple of different things. For Ezreal, it actually makes a little bit of sense if you do have that long-range ultimate, because you want to use that. No, there's actually... Ooh, I thought that was going to be the stun coming out from Deji Wu, but just going to be a little bit of harass. It makes sense, the scrying orb, when you have a long-range ultimate, because it helps you sort of spot that out, but at the same time, it does give it away that, hey, you know that somebody's there, so maybe they know to dodge you. So, I don't know. I mean, it can also be used to scout out, you know, potential danger coming in when you really need to know what's up. So, AD carries, you know, you leave the warding up to the support, so it's nice to see that extra... that extra sort of spell there in the bottom lane, hopefully helping out. Udiproid taking a really bad trade there, and Ma going in level 1, but doesn't have a stun.
Yeah, so that's the poke coming out of Lucian there. The damage still, it got scaled back a little bit, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have any damage. That was almost half of Udipone's HP disappearing there, and they're going to be pushed up against this turret pretty quickly down there.
So two things to talk about before we get into this game. One was that bottom lane matchup. You got to talk about it. It's Udiproid versus Meron. So that's going to be something really explosive. Definitely something we want to check out, but it's also going to be the junglers. We saw incredible snowballing from both junglers yesterday. One game from Envy and then one game from Sid, the one that Detonation Focus Me actually won their first game. So I gotta say, both of these junglers have a lot more carry potential than I would expect in junglers. I forget who it was talking about, you know, the power of junglers. I think it was Crumbs from Team Dignitas earlier on in LCS today, said that no matter how much you get fed as a jungler, you can't can't carry your team. You have to leave that up to your laners. But I don't think the Japanese League of Legends scene knows about that just yet, because both Sid and Envy have been having incredible impacts for their team.
Right. I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely interested to see how Envy plays with this Kha'Zix, because we saw him on Olaf yesterday. Didn't have the biggest impact, and then when he picked up a champion, he picked up Lee Sin, which gave him a lot more mobility and just a lot more ability to make plays.
Oh, body slam in though in the mid lane. Immediately Ignite goes down. There's the flash. The cocoon lands over the wall, and there is a repel in. Body slam over right into Goken, and it is first blood for Detonation Focus Me.
So there it was. Speaking of the junglers, we were looking at Kha'Zix, but that was a beautiful setup. Saw Sid coming in for the gank, and Goken just making the damage happen. Wow, that was really well played by Detonation FM.
And now Sid's not going to stop. He's looking for a second gank up there in the top lane. You can see now coming out of the jungle. He needed to scout out things in that brush. Where's the cocoon to land? A little bit of a nice stun. No cocoon. And Altaka gets out alive.
So, well, the gank does... Oh, in the bot lane, there's a bit of action going down here as well.
Yeah, Ma gonna drop a stun there onto Deji. Whoa, the Light Slinger passive allowing Maro Maron to trade back relatively effectively, but it's this big engaged lane. Leona is seen as a counter to Annie, because while Annie wants to go in, it's always Leona that goes in a little bit harder, especially once both of them hit level 6, because of course Leona's ultimate has a lower cooldown. It has bonus damage attached to it as well as the stun. So it's I like the idea of going Leona versus that Annie. It's a really big counter to one of the biggest, strongest supports in League of Legends right now. Now Ma going in on a Maro Maron. Don't think that Deji Wu necessarily should have gone away when he did. Unicorn's gonna have to flash out. Actually, Deji Wu gets the last auto attack. Now Maro Maron's in a little bit of trouble there. He's gonna throw down the barrier. Envy's there as well. So if Ma doesn't pick up this kill, this is definitely not worth it. Needs one more auto attack, and Ma, with the last little bit of his hit points, will take down Maro Maron. It's still 2 for 1, but hey, at least a kill going over to Detonation.
Definitely a morale boost. If you're going to lose 2 players, you want to take one down with you. And, you know, Leona not necessarily known as the best duelist in League of Legends, but getting enough done with those auto attacks and the Qs. And there's the ultimate in the mid lane from Goken. A lot of damage. The mark is actually not enough.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that, but keep in mind the big difference was that Tay actually had his Drunken Rage passive up. That's 10% damage reduction, and just enough to be able to stop that damage from killing him. And Goken went really deep underneath the turret, because all you have to do is Z is press R, and it gives you a nice escape out to your Living Shadow, but it's on a timer, so if you miss it, if you want to overstay your welcome, you're going to pay for it. So very, very big aggression there. Goken, no summoners and no ultimate. Whereas Tay, still level 5, doesn't even have his ultimate yet.
Right, so Goken actually doing a really good job of taking advantage of that. However, it just didn't pan out for his team. Actually almost died to the Ignite himself there as well, so they're both going to go back. And there are now pings coming out, because we do see a roam from the top lane, Aotaka.
He's going to flash in there. There's Envy as soon as he hits the stun. Aotaka will get stunned out there by a Cocoon, but oh my... Goken even saw that coming. He was like, okay, I'm going to throw my Living Shadow out behind me, get back to my turret in time. I'll just stop for a few CS first. And that is what cost him his life. And maybe a little bit of missed shot calling there by Gorilla, but up in the top lane, who just said, hey, or didn't necessarily call that in time. And Dragon will go down here, and it's Envy with some great single target bursts. Will take down the first global objective of the game for Ozone Rampage.
All right, so things are looking really well for Ozone right now. That roam just making everything happen. When you can have your top laner get out of that lane, put pressure on other lanes, not only pick up a kill, and he's back in top lane already. He picks up another kill. He's going to put that down onto Gorilla. So Aotaka, you take away his Renekton, and it looks like he knows how to play Jax very well also. So things really starting to go well for Ozone Rampage here.
My question is, what on earth Gorilla's doing? He's building full AP Malphite. I don't know how that works or in what world that can top lane, but he's tried it out. He's got a lot of mana regen to sort of counteract, you know, the disadvantage that top laners that use mana are at. But there's just you have to build tanky top lane. If you build a lot of damage, you better have some skills to make that work for you. And I mean, Gorilla, he tried for that all in, but it just didn't do enough against Aotaka, who now with that level advantage and item advantage now, it's going to be a rough lane for Gorilla.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that build. You pick Malphite into a Jax because of the armor, because you can build armor and keep getting damage from it as well. So, you're right. I'm not really sure what the build pattern is here. And even when you see AP Malphite, a lot of people will start with the Chalice for a Q spam. And that is not the case here, as we do see Sid maybe trying to set something up in that bottom lane.
Aotaka, though, going to go up and on to Gorilla. Takes him down to about 300 hit points. And that's probably a good reason you can't play Malphite top. At least not the full AP way that Gorilla's playing it.
Yeah, Malphite, I think you belong in the mid lane. Go home. As he does, he has to recall and get some of that HP back, as Kha'Zix's now looking to go in the mid lane.
Yeah, and while Gorilla may belong in the mid lane, Unipron's trying to convince Meromeron that he belongs in a museum and hasn't really been doing a great job of it. It's still at 2 kills onto Kha'Zix off of Rome's bottom and then mid lane as well. Top lane, it's just been all over everywhere. So while top and jungle already have those kills coming out, I haven't seen either one of the 80 carries pick up anything yet.
Right, and so actually Envy doing a good job. You mentioned picking up those kills. Not only does he have the kills, he's out farming Elise. Elise Sid is trying to make things happen around this map, and so far, not a whole lot doing after that first gank in the mid lane. So if you take a look actually at their items, the Spirit item completed for Kha'Zix already, Sid only sitting on that Spirit Stone.
Oh. Okay, Gorilla just took like 90% of his hit points in damage. Now, Gorilla's going to go in for this all-in. He's trying to bait that out, but goes in for the all-in. Is Aotaka going to die here? I feel like he can just turn around and kill Gorilla, but there's just too much damage from Sid trying to come in from it underneath the turret. It's not enough to pick up the kill, and a lot of ultimates used, but no kill onto Aotaka, but possibly this top turret going down. But, oh, that's the great thing about this patch 4.1. Top turrets have so much damage reduction on them, it's really difficult to take them down early on.
Yeah, and with that, actually Rampage doing a really good job seeing like, hey, we're going to take a lot of damage on our top turret. Kha'Zix now in the bot lane, and that bottom turret is not going to be up much longer for Detonation FM.
Yeah, it's actually going to fall, but keep in mind there's turrets being traded across the board, so top and bottom turret go down at the same time, and that's actually a net gain for Detonation Focus Me, because top turrets are supposed to be harder to take down, and oh, Envy almost gets cut out there by Maz Leona, but does manage to stealth his way away.
Yeah, it might have been a misclick by the Leona, but again, it's really hard to hit those characters when they go invisible like that, so looks like Detonation FM is just going to try and get their lane pushed back out, but this will allow the bot lane from Rampage to go back and buy. You can see Lucian probably working up towards his Trinity Force. He's got 2 of the 3 items ready to go already, and as soon as he hits that Trinity, Lucian does a lot of damage.
Body slam out there by Tay. Keep in mind, Tay and Yoken both and really this plays into the style that we saw yesterday. Huge Kayle players. I really expected to see Kayle mid almost every single game just because that's what we saw yesterday and because it's a big champion for both of these mid laners here, but not going to go with that today. I mean, as far as whether or not it's ban worthy, I guess, hey, if it's worth picking for basically everyone, definitely worth banning too, but on a champion that isn't Kayle, it's nice to see some diversity here. The only problem is that as far as diversity is concerned, hasn't really seen that work out too well. Udiproid is down in CS, has gotten killed as well, and if you look up to that top lane, Gorilla's Malphite starting to have some issues there. Aotaka's Jax.
Yeah, and the problems stemming from that allow Jax, as you can actually see, Aotaka's in Detonation FM's jungle. He's able to pick up these wraiths, and there's nothing Gorilla can really do to stop that as he's gone back to base as well.
Immediate death mark there onto Envy. He's going to stealth his way away, but is that death mark enough? The answer is yes. There's explosive cast trying to disengage. Tay does get hit by just the tip of Maz's solar flare, trying to run his way away. Udiproid rocks right in to that explosive barrel, but with Baron up here in about 11 seconds, some nice ward coverage coming out from Ma. Drops that pink ward outside the Dragon Pit, so if Tay wants to go for a steal, he can still drop a ward over the back of Dragon. Try to take that one down, but doesn't look like he's even going for it. And this is going to be a free Dragon for Detonation.
All right, and that's exactly what Detonation FM needs. They pick up that kill on Kha'Zix. They also get the Dragon out of that. Going to try and get that gold total a little back closer to even. But in the meantime, Jax is going to work on that top tower.
Flashing away, does not want to get ulted underneath that turret. I guess he did, and so that's why he flashed away. But at the same time, Gorilla's turning things around. Does have that Morella Nomicon. I have never seen this Malphite build absolutely anywhere. So if you're new to Japanese League of Legends, well, I think we're all a little bit new to this build.
Yeah, so far I haven't seen really what it's supposed to be doing. We'll have to see if he can actually make it work. You know, with a 30 CS lead in favor of Jax up there already, though, it's going to be really hard no matter what you build. I'm really surprised we're not seeing more armor coming out, because when you fall behind to a Jax, well, even if you build armor, it doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's going to hinge a lot how Gorilla's able to handle this lane now that he's fallen so far behind.
Well, for me, the big question is not only that top lane, but the bottom lane. We all know that this game is not going to end with zeros in the kill column for Maramaron and Eudiproid. So sooner or later, those columns are going to have to start filling up. These guys are going to start getting kills, and I just want to see what situations that occurs under, because it seems like to me, especially with both bottom laners going for the same item path, building up Trinity Force first, I just want to see what happens. There's actually Ignite burning down in there onto a Gorilla. No, it's actually the passive there from the Melanomicon. Doesn't have a turret to run to, but all it's going to take is just that last thing of Ignite. It's Gorilla that takes down Otaka off of a little bit of moral support there from Sid, who didn't really accomplish all that much.
All right, so there, maybe that's what the Morella Nomicon was supposed to accomplish, putting the little mark on as Jax tries to run away to no avail. And
kept him from healing.
Yeah, exactly. So there's next level Malphite. It worked there, so we'll see if it continues to work as Sid comes into this mid lane.
Oh, an immediate explosive cast, but not enough. There's just so much damage behind the turret. Sid doesn't even care, and there's actually a disengage from Gouken. He's going to let Ma tank up the turret so he can come down from Repel, make it out alive.
It was actually a really good play by Gouken. He used his shadow, and then the Gragas ultimate actually knocked Zed into Gragas, which is... Oh, and there's another engage!
And that's AP Malphite for you. He does have those magic penetration boots as well. And with a huge 5-man group around that mid lane, great shot calling by Detonation Focus Me, and they just got caught a little bit out of position. Okay, a lot out of position.
All right, so that actually swings the gold with the turret back in favor of Detonation FM as they go back. We still don't have any Trinity Forces completed quite yet, but you can see Zed has his Blade of the Rune King along with a Brutalizer, so he's doing a pretty good amount of damage. On the other side, Gragas only so far completing his Athene's Unholy Grail. So he's got the mana regen, he's got magic resistance, but when you're up against a Zed, magic resistance doesn't do you a whole lot of good.
Yeah, and that's the reason most of the time you'll see double Dorans into a Seeker's Arm Guard, and then just going for that Zonya's Hourglass, because it's a great item for the lane phase that really gives you a lot of defensive stats against a lot of attack damage mid lane champions. So I think that would have been a great item to buy, but Chalice is a super good item for Gragas, just not necessarily versus a Zed.
Right. So, and I think with that attack damage mid laner, that maybe is a bit more reason for Malphite to try and build some of that AP, but you have to remember, Elise does a lot of damage, even with the tanky build, and here are ultimates again in the middle. Gouken and Tay fighting it out, and this looks like it's Gouken's lane for now.
And that's the Blade of the Ruined King right there. It not only a nice explosive cast there from Tay. He tried to use it for the disengage, but the slow from the active on the Blade of the Ruined King allowed Gouken to just walk right back up to Tay and take him down there with a splitting slash. So I gotta say, it's really impressive to see what Gouken has been able to accomplish there on that Shadow Slash. Spitting Slash is the Trinimir ability. But on that Zed, 4-1-1 here by 18 minutes.
Right. And so, you know, we talked a lot about how, like, we saw a lot of great play out of Udapone yesterday. And then we talk about these Kales, though, and it's really hard not to discount that Kale because Goken was amazing on Kale. And now today, really, you know, it looks like if Detonation FM wants to win this one, Goken is putting his team on his back, sitting at that 4-1, you know, out-farming Gragas by about 30 minions in the lane as well. He's definitely going to be the guy Detonation FM needs to win the game for him right now because, like you said, we're looking for kills out of the bot lane, but so far, both Lucian and Ezreal 0-1.
Okay, so for right now, Sid is very, very strong, and he's not necessarily strong because of you know, his individual champion, but he's strong because he has so much backup that he can go counter jungle. He can do whatever he wants because he knows that when his team comes to help him, because the synergy is actually really impressive from Detonation today. He knows that when he gets caught, his team coming to help him is way stronger than any reaction that Ozone Rampage are going to have. There's actually the damage down behind, over the wall, right on a Deja Vu. He's going to fall down. There's the repel, and Sid actually will claim his second kill of the game. Just a little bit of extra damage onto Tay, and that's exactly what I was talking about. If you make a pick, the follow-up is just way too strong for Detonation Focus Me, and now off of that pick onto Deja Vu's Annie, it's looking like the the second dragon for Detonation Focus Me coming up.
And you can see that was the complete result of a nice ward right in the red pit over there. They saw Annie going to try and clear it, and were able to pick that up. And Detonation FM now getting these picks, getting these dragons. This is where they're starting to shine. Their team is picking up, and it's really up to Rampage to try and stop them.
Ironically enough, it does seem like Detonation FM are the team on a Rampage, and they're definitely all over Rampage right now because, for me, I expected to see, especially things like the Kha'Zix jungle, got those couple of kills, and with a Jax so far ahead of Malphite, those are two huge factors that we haven't really seen come into these big plays that Detonation's been making in the mid lane. Envy just got blown apart before he was even able to do anything in a team fight, and Altaka's been top lane, and then he roamed mid once and got a kill, and then he was just like, wow, that was super successful. Let me just not do that anymore. Stay top lane, and he's 1-1-1, and while he does have about a 30 CS advantage, there's only so much that's going to do you while Detonation FM are running around killing the rest of his team.
Right. So do you put that on Jax? Like, is the onus on him to come down and help his team out, or is Detonation FM just doing a really good job and finding people out of position? There's a little bit of both there.
It just depends on what your objectives are. What's your game plan? For Detonation Focus Me, it's making calls to group and taking objectives, and I mean, that seems like a pretty good way to play League of Legends to me. If you don't want to group up, you're going to have some pretty good split pushing and the ability to stop fights and wave clear, because Detonation FM, they want to force fights. And while they do that, I mean, one option for Ozone Rampage is to split push. They've got a very strong Jax, they've got a Kha'Zix, and a lot of engage down there in the bottom lane. Tries to get in on Maron, but he's 1v2 and still makes it out alive.
Yeah, so I went and took a look there at the top lane turret, you know, because Jax has been up there so long, you figure maybe he's done some damage. It's sitting at 100% health now, so that second tier turret, no danger whatsoever yet from Jax as he continues his split push up there.
And that's what I was talking about. If you don't want a team fight, you're going to have to be able to split push. And Jax is a great way to split push. Bottom lane, though, it's Sid that gets in off of a perfect catch on a Maron. All right, let's just be real. Gorilla, he didn't... This is something that's so strange to me because it's a concept that just doesn't exist in North American League of Legends. The idea that you build for team fights in top lane instead of building for that lane matchup, the reason that you see tanky top lane bruisers 100% of the time, Altaka gonna get jumped on there, and Goku tries to get in right after the stun, doesn't actually do that, but does find enough damage, and there's a kill. Top lane will go to Detonation Focus Me, but a kill mid lane, taking out Gorilla as he did try to defend that turret. So second tier mid lane turret will go down, but second tier bottom traded right back away. The weird concept I was talking about is that Gorilla just built straight for team fights. He's like, I don't care, I just need damage. And was able to, even though he did have a rough laning phase, build enough damage so that when Detonation focus me team fights, it doesn't matter if he's behind or ahead, he's just going to be dealing damage for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I'm really trying to think when the last time I saw a death cap on a Malphite was, and it's kind of escaping me at the moment.
I think mid lane Malphite is something that a lot of Southeast Asian teams do, and so that may be kind of the book that Gorilla is reading right now, but they don't do it top lane, and it's a little bit tankier with things like a Seeker's Arm Guard, maybe an Abyssal Scepter as well, both of which work very well on Malphite, but they're not a death cap from Morellonomicon.
Right, so but we're seeing really good engages out of him. In the mid lane, though, we did just have him get absolutely deleted by Kha'Zix, and that's what happens when you don't have any defensive items against a Kha'Zix. And that's what allowed Rampage to actually take that middle turret. But all the while, as you said, that bot lane second tier turret going down for Detonation FM, a good push out of Leona and Udiproid.
Sid gets jumped on there by Altaka, but immediately cocoons him and just walks away with, once again, some great follow-up from the rest of Detonation Focus Me. These guys they just have one another's backs. It's like, I almost want to sing like the Lean On Me song, because that's what every single one of them is doing. If Sid gets caught out in the tri-brush, Gorilla's right there. If Goken gets caught out, then Sid's right there for him. And then, of course, Udiproid and Ma, they've got each other's backs, and I mean, they had a rough start to the game as well. Very strong start for that 2-0 or 2-1 Annie down there. And even though it wasn't the greatest start for Maron either, he did have a support in lane that was overall stronger. And this is the first time I've almost ever seen both Lucian and Ezreal go for exactly the same build path. But it does look like, at least for the time being, Maron's a little bit ahead. Yeah, you can see actually the gold totals here are very, very close as well. It's about 20 gold, 100 gold in favor of Metal Melon. But item builds across the board, actually, you can see Sid picking up that Randuin's Omen, so we don't need Malphite to be tanky when we have a giant spider, so she's going to be getting in there, soaking up a lot of damage for her team. The death cap now finally completed for Malphite, so Gorilla, if you thought he was doing damage before with his ultimate, you have yet to see the damage out of Malphite. On the other side, Jax, we have his Trinity Force completed. Lucian finishing his Trinity Force a while ago as well. So yeah, you're talking about similar builds. You know, it's just boots. And oh, it's here. Oh, and he timbers stun over the wall. Goken just gets blown up. As mobile a champion as that is. Oh my goodness, Envy's gonna be trying to disengage, but there's the flash in. Ma's right there locking down Envy. He's almost dead, but look at that Malphite engage there. Gorilla goes in, but is forced to flash away. Wall there. Where is Udiproid gonna go? He's looking for the assassination attempt on Maron. Maron tries to get in the back, but look at Altaka. He's just single-handedly wiping the floor with detonation. Ma's gonna try to get away, but it's just gonna be one more body slam in there from Tay, who takes him down. It's actually Daishi Wo who does get that job done. And bottom lane, Altaka is able to find a kill on Gorillas, so I don't really know what to expect anymore, because Ozone Rampage, they got a nice pick just off of having ward coverage and advantage, and turn that into not only a team fight win, but a dragon off the back of that as well. Yeah, so we were just talking about the communication and how strong Detonation FM looks roaming around this map, and then getting caught out on a ward there, Goken, and I'm not sure if I like the decision by Malphite to go in. He went for the carry, and that's what he wants to do, but there was absolutely no follow-up after that ultimate, and it meant the entire team was split up. And so I don't know if that was just a miscommunication, but it results in 4 deaths for Detonation FM, and that allows Ozone Rampage to take the dragon. And again, the gold we have swinging back in favor of Rampage. This game is so back and forth, and to be honest, I actually kind of expected this, because we've seen 2 or 3 games so far. Oh, Maron gonna find Goken there. He's gonna flash over the wall immediately, and all the Goken loses is the active on that the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. And that's actually kind of interesting. It was a build popularized by, I think, Dade from Samsung Ozone, which is kind of appropriate that Goken uses that other Ozone team's build versus Ozone Rampage here today. Right, so anytime you're trading your item active for a flash, you can call it a win.
going for that red buff. You don't always expect to see Zed there, but at this point in time, with all the wards across the map, you should expect Zed to be anywhere and everywhere, and it did not pay off for Ozone there. So as we get this game kind of back together, we're approaching that 30-minute mark. What are the teams going to have to do to try and close this out? I think Detonation FM really needs to get back. They've been catching, they've been doing really well catching people out, killing them, and pushing up those objectives. And, honestly, I think it's pretty much the same story for Rampage here. If they can pick up a kill, maybe force a bad team fight, that's going to allow them to pick up objectives too, because right now we're seeing two pretty strong teams in terms of team fighting.
And it's been primarily just pick compositions. That's why Gorilla is on Malphite. It's because anytime Detonation Focus Me finds someone out of position, they want to be able to do something about it. You saw Gouken. He was just roaming around by himself because not only was he very strong, but he knew he could pick somebody off if he found absolutely anyone. So it's the same reason that Gorilla is just walking around so far overextended, because he knows that if he goes in, he's going to be the initiate for the team to just pick off even just one person, because that's going to turn things around in his team's favor. Same thing for Envy. So he's found a couple of assassination attempts, as well as Taze Gragas, who you'll actually see throw out those explosive casks maybe a little bit prematurely, because, hey, you miss 100% of the casks you don't throw.
Absolutely. And so one thing actually with Detonation FM and Gouken, and here we actually have the engage coming out.
And exactly what I was talking about. The second you find somebody out of position, look at Mero. It doesn't matter if the exhaust goes down or not. It's just way too much damage. As Gouken went so far underneath that turret, it's both carries taken out by Detonation Focus Me. They can have bad team fights, they can lose laning phase, but as soon as it comes to making a pick, they are completely in charge.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find Tay on the map right now, and he does not appear to be there. I'm not sure what happened.
The action going on in the top lane is Gouken looking for that outplay onto Aotaka, can't find it, and Jax gets the nice 1v1 there against Gouken, who bit off a little bit more than he can chew, and that's completely on Gorilla. Deji Wu, though, gonna get a nice stun there onto double stun onto Sid and Ma, and there's Kha'Zix going over the wall, but a nice block of most of that damage with that repel. Sid's still gonna die though, so a nice pick nonetheless. And actually, Gorilla could continue to chase in here onto Aotaka. Does he have enough damage to chase this one down? And yeah, you just can't run from those seismic shards, and he's got a lot of cooldown reduction as well. It's just going to take one more seismic shard, and Aotaka's just going to straight up die. Ma's there as well, and it's just going to be the ignite. Seismic shard comes out, but now, Ma could have overextended himself just a little bit too much. And go ahead and throw down that Talisman of Ascension, get himself out alive.
So yeah, that's when you have the AP. A lot of times you just use the Q for the slows, but when you're building an AP Malphite, the Qs do a lot of damage, and you cannot block them. When you're playing Jax, you expect those auto attacks. Taking a look at the gold totals, I think, because I know that's not always the be-all, end-all, but this is a pattern we've seen yesterday, a pattern we're seeing today. The totals are so close. We're approaching 100,000 total gold, and there is about a 800 gold, 700 gold difference between these two teams. So when you start taking a look at those total gold totals, the story you really want to take a look at is who has that gold. And right now, Gouken getting real close to that 13,000 mark, where Tay just hit 10,000. So in the mid lane, it's a huge gold difference. And again, Aotaka on that Jax is really doing, with almost 2,000 gold, really doing a lot better than that Malphite. So it's a matter of who's going to be able to carry their team harder using that gold. 80 carries, 600 gold difference. We talked about fighting those kills. Okay, Udapone has 1, but Melon's still sitting at 0-4 and 3 for his team right now.
And that was one of the big matchups that we were going to talk about. It's the bottom lane, Udiproid and Ma versus Meron and Deji, and I guess you got your answer right there. Deji actually having a pretty good game. 3-1 and 4 has been very, very aggressive, but that 0-4 score for Meron, I think that tells a very big story. As Udiproid hasn't had a huge game, but he also hasn't had a bad one either. And that's all his team needs, is just for him to stay alive, keep farming, getting those items coming out.
All right, and actually, if you take a look, you can see Malphite, I must have missed when he picked this up, but his Void Staff is actually complete now as well. So this Malphite, top lane Malphite, sitting currently at 424 AP.
Yeah, you know, and that's cool and everything, but if you look at the CS, he's down 100 CS against Jax. There's going to be a Gorilla. He's going to try to get bursted down. Can't even ult. So he's going to die before anything happens. And there you look at Envy trying to come in there on a Uniproid. And it's just such a huge engage, and Ozone just explode out of nowhere. Taken down at Detonation Focus Me. Uniproid wants this all in. He wants to find this outplay onto Envy. Can he get it down? Looks like the answer is no. Altaka is massive. Altaka is almost godlike right now. This guy is at a just ridiculously good time farming things out, but with everybody so low, you're going to see a Death Mark coming in there, and immediately Goken's going to get out a nice on his Hourglass, going to keep Tay alive for now, and it's actually Altaka taking out Ma at the back. Now Goken's going to die off of a nice stun, and Ozone Rampage completely turned that fight around. It's up to Unipon if he wants to try to find a kill, but now he just has to run.
So that was a really, really bad exchange for Detonation FM. They lose 4 players. They lose the Baron. Goken and Unipon doing their best to try and get back in there and stop, maybe steal the Baron or just to convince them to get away from it. They were fairly low on the side of Ozone Rampage, but in the end, it actually ends up being another couple kills for Ozone. And you're right, Aotaka right now, with that Trinity, with the Blade of the Rune King, now he's got a Randuin's, and he's building MR on top of that. You don't need a whole lot of damage on Jax to become terrifying. And once you start putting the defensive items on top of that, there's not a lot people can do to stop you. We actually saw at the beginning of that fight, you know, we're talking about this AP Malphite. Gorilla disappeared at the beginning of that fight. And when
For
Gorilla's
being an unstoppable force, it seemed like it was awfully easy to stop him there.
Right. I think Detonation FM was really hurt by the lack of having his ultimate in that team fight.
Oh, definitely. You can't, if you're Detonation, you can't fight without Malphite. He's not only, just, the 5th member of your team, so generally it's good to have all 5 guys there in the team fight with you. But he serves a purpose that not really anyone other than Ma can do. You might be able to just land a cocoon, but you need big AoE engage, huge amounts of crowd control, because if it's just Ma or if it's just Gorilla, one or the other, it's just not going to be enough. And so Goken had a very good start to the game, but as it draws later and later, you can see now it's actually Ozone Rampage with a 1-kill lead, and oh, by the way, about 5,000 extra gold.
Yeah, so that ballooned really quickly, and you're absolutely right. You cannot say Malphite without fight, and so without him there for Detonation FM, it's really difficult. So with that Baron buff now and the gold swinging back in favor of Ozone Rampage, they're looking really strong. Look for them to maybe try and push these lanes in and pick up more objectives, because they have the advantage now, and this is the time when they really need to use it. So you have Jax in that top lane with Kha'Zix. He's going to be pushing it, and it looks like Lucian in the mid lane as well. Melon's going to try and get that mid lane pushed in as they look towards those inhibitor turrets.
Okay, well, if you're looking for inhibitor turrets, top lane's a great place to find them, but keep in mind there aren't any mid lane because, oh wait, Detonation Focus Me already took 2 of them down. Oh my, okay.
Wow.
Altaka just juked Gorilla so hard up there. There's a little bit of CDR, and sure that's going to get the Malphite back up again, but that was a nice dodge by Altaka.
Now keep in mind, everybody, we're playing on about 130 ping, because even the players here in Tokyo are here, doesn't mean we're playing on a LAN, so we're playing on the North American server. That was a beautifully timed leap strike out of Altaka, but he might have stuck around too long.
Yeah, he definitely did. He was diving into the basement at the rest of the team bottom lane. The turret will fall, and so maybe that's enough pressure to go in. Oh my goodness, a huge engage there from Ma, gonna lock down Deji Wu, but not sure that's the person you want to go for, because if you look at Maron, he's in the back. He's doing a huge amount of damage. Ma somehow survives, but Gorilla's going to take 30 seconds to come back up. Sid's dead for 44, and even without Altaka, this is plenty of tankiness. Even Mr. Tipper's getting in on the action, able to help take down this middle turret. Bottom inhibitor is down, and this is a solid team fight win for Ozone Rampage.
Yeah, you have to think Gorilla really wanted his ultimate in that fight, so really, really fantastic play in top lane to draw that out of him. And then, you know, we talk about maybe he stayed a little too long, but because he was up there being a nuisance, it allowed them to take that bottom tower.
And you know, as wombo combo as both of these teams are, it's not like you're going to see creeping advantages. It's not like one team is just going to get a little bit farther ahead, or they're going to win a fight by just a shallow margin. No. The way these team fights are going to work is everybody's like, okay, I got a ton of damage. I just need to put it all right here. And then they're just going to blow everything up, whether it's Malphite and Leona ultimate there for detonation focus me, or if it's Annie's big Tibbers stun with a nice area of effects stun stacked up there with Altaka into an explosive cast from Gragas just to finish things off. So both teams really want a team fight, and I guess I want to give a slight advantage to detonation focus me. I feel like if everything works perfectly for them, it's overall better if everything works perfect for Ozone Rampage, but I actually think that Rampage might have a little bit more reliability, because when they go in, they're going in to deal damage, not necessarily as an initiate. And also, especially with Gorilla getting his unstoppable force juked right there, it does not bode well for the rest of his team either.
Yeah, you can actually see Aotaka now finishing his Guardian Angel as well, so you're going to have to kill him twice before he stops being a pest, and here comes Tibbers.
And you're going to see the assassination attempt in that backline. Huge amount of cleanse there. Barrier as well. Miran tries to get assassinated, but it's actually the one doing the assassination onto Goken. Now you're going to see the massive disengage there. Unipro, he's going to try to escape. There is the arcane shift back out. We'll have that back up in not all that long, just because he does have a little bit of extra slow there from his boots, or a little bit of extra CDR from his boots. He's got some slow there from the Blade of the Ruined King active, but can he go ahead and try to escape? It's 21-5, and Moss already calling GG. There's super minions on the Nexus turrets. One's down. The rest of Ozone Rampage are going to come in here and close out game number 1 of the best of 3 match. It's Rampage taking game 1 versus Detonation Focus Me.
Ooh, all right. Congratulations to Ozone Rampage. Some really impressive play to take down Detonation FM in game 1 of our 3rd place match here at JCG.
And we're back at the studio. I mean, very interesting to see a Malphite coming out. So before we start off anything, in the play interview, Destination FM did say that they have a special card they haven't played out. Maybe this is the special card they never played out. It's the AP Malphite. I'm not convinced. Let's just say he didn't have a great early start, right?
Yeah.
He kind of come back a little bit midway through, but that Jax was huge. I mean, you have a I can never say that word. Morellonomicon. Let's hope I got that right. And
there
a death
you
cap,
go.
right? And a void staff on him. So as much as he has a lot of AP, I think about 424 AP at that time, he was a very squishy. He had 1,900-ish HP, which was the lowest of all 10 players, of all 10 champions. So when at first, when DETFM was winning the fight, it was because of the amazing Malphite engagements that they had. But Rampage kind of caught on to that. Like, we need to get rid of this Malphite ASAP. And so halfway through the game, just shut him down time and time again. And you can't. He's so squishy that you can burst him down so easily. Even though they have a Zed that was crazy, Gogen was crazy on that Zed. He still can't come back with that. So let's talk about that 26-minute fight. It was very chaotic. So we have Annie with that Tibbers over the wall. They dropped Goken straight out. So Zed was cut out from the game, which was what they won, right? They want that Zed to be completely out of the game. He was 5-2-1 at the time.
Yeah.
He was crazy. He was on a rampage. But the chaotic fight came from DETFM. They were not sync in communication at all. They had Gorilla 13 on Malphite to ultimate onto middle, which was what you want, the AD carry. But there was no follow-up at all. Everyone was like, what the hell is going on? And after he ulted on middle, he actually flashed out of the fight onto the dragon pit. And everyone was so scattered at the time that Rampage came in to clean house. It was a 4-for-0 fight. It was crazy. A 4-for-1 or 4-for-0 fight. And everything just went downhill from them. There was one fight that DETFM won, but Rampage is they didn't really stop their split pushing. You had Aotaka top with Jax just rampaging through that top lane, and so you can't really stop a late game Jax that well unless you have a Shyvana, an Olaf, or a Mundo. But no, they had a squishy Malphite to that, so it was kind of. I think what they did with the TFM is they didn't want to push it too much to late game, too late of a game, but didn't work out for them too well.
Yeah, it was an interesting pick. You're right. I don't think the Malphite worked out as well as they would have liked. When you have an AP Malphite, you get a lot of that burst damage with the ultimate. You know, you go in and you're hitting E, you're pounding the ground everywhere, ground slam. Whereas if you're a tanky Malphite, you still get the CC, the pick ability coming out of the ultimate, but then you're able to stay in those team fights and continually do damage. And that was one thing they were lacking. One thing, or another thing I guess we should mention, and we talked about it a little bit, where were the AD carries? We didn't see a whole lot out of them.
Yeah, so Uniproid and Middle didn't have like a crazy, AD carry, carrying the game fight, which is what we expected from the bot lane, since there are two such prolific players. What do you think, Rapid? What happened with the bot lane? Why couldn't they, steamroll through and carry the game for each team? And he's not there. We will get him back in just a little bit. But let's talk a little bit. So, Minnow had a 3-4-7 game. He had a couple kills. He had a couple assists. It was good. But Uniproid had, not the best game. He was 1-1-3. So, he didn't participate in the fights too much. You can have one kill on your AD carry, but you want to have at least a couple more assists on him. And he didn't have that. He wasn't too much in the fights. And basically, it was Zed. It was Gouken that really carried the game for them. And coming into game 2, let's just not play that Malphite anymore.
Yeah, and I would really like to. I would like to see maybe not Ezreal. I hate to say it, but this is 2 Ezreal games we've seen out of Udapone, and both of them have been completely ineffectual. Like, yeah, he picked up a kill. He picked up some assists. He didn't lose bot lane. He didn't win anything else either. So, I would maybe like to see Udapone playing on a different champion, because we know he has the ability to single-handedly carry this game.
Yeah, and his item build was a little bit.
He's non-existent.
He's non-existent in the game. He was there farming. He had more farm compared to Middle. Anytime was 318 to 273 CS, but he didn't have an impact on the game at all, really. And so he had a Bladed Ruin King. He obviously had the Triforce. He had a Quicksilver Sash, though, and a Last Whisper. So, I don't know. He might want to change that thing a little bit. And what I know with Uniport, he always goes for that Greater Op Trinket. He likes that. He likes to have that. He likes to have a little bit more vision for himself, which is always good. But I really think they should not play that Malphite anymore. It was good for a bit. Then Rampage kind of sort them out a little bit, Let's just take out this Malphite. He's not helping us in the game at all. So maybe not play that Malphite. Although I do think the Gragas will be banned the next game. I don't think they want to let the Gragas or the Kha'Zix through anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Gouken did a pretty good job in lane against Tay. Handled his Gragas very well, but then just wasn't able to do a whole lot. Everybody died so quick in those team fights. So it'll be interesting to see if Detonation FM pulls out a different strategy. Yeah. There was the Elise tank. Are we going to see a bit more tanky top laner as well? Because that seems to fit the meta these days. And
I definitely do hope so. And we have Rapid back, actually.
Oh, Rapid, are you here?
Us?
I am. I am. My technical difficulty, but don't worry. I'm not going to leave you guys. It's going to take a little bit more than that to get rid of me.
All right.
All right. So what do you think of that game 1? What do you think of that AP Malphite?
It's actually kind of cool because in North America, I don't think that would work very well, but at least for that game, and I'm still a little bit mystified as to how on earth he did it, but Gorilla got a ton of crazy items, and if he had been able to use those in a perfect setup with the rest of Detonation FM, that's really hard to deny that damage. So I like that, but at what cost? Like, look at what Gorilla sacrificed. Sure, he got a bunch of cool items and he was able to help the rest of his team, but he goes in and he's an ultimate, basically. He is his ultimate. Whereas Jax was just, just got to free farm, and he finishes the game, Altaka, with an 8-4-2 score and a ton of crazy items as well. So I gotta say, it's cool having an AP Malphite, but I think it's a little bit better having a Jax with almost 350 CS.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, the Malphite, well, I was talking about that the DETFM kind of have this special card they want to play, and they played this AP Malphite. It didn't work very well because it was so squishy as well. You got to split pushing Jax. That's always crazy. As we finish that game 1 analysis up, let's just move on straight up to game 2. This day is going to be really fast paced. Let's just move on to the ban and pick phase for game 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so absolutely, you know, we got to see a pretty good game. All of these games we've been seeing out of Detonation FM and Rampage today, yesterday. We've had a lot of back and forth League of Legends. You never know who's going to pull it out until the very end of the game, and I'm really hoping we see that in game 2.
Yeah, let's just talk about the ban picks
yeah, let's
right
do
now.
it. So we do have Lee Sin is going to be banned out again from Detonation FM. They don't want to see Envy playing this champion.
Because he was such a beast with it yesterday,
Envy
too.
Was part of, played so well on that Lee Sin yesterday. Kassadin being banned away, again, that's the kind of meta pick you don't want to see. Kha'Zix now, Detonation FM saying, hey, all right, we're going to take that away from Envy as well. So
Kassadin is a great ban right now because no one play against a Kassadin. So there was twice in the EULCS or NALCS that Kassadin was let through, and he won both games. So people know now, you know, let's just not play with a Kassadin. Yasuo ban coming out. You know, yeah, obviously, you know, he has been banned 100% for both days right now. I don't know if we're going to see the Gragas ban, so any ban is going to be the next one, which is great because Ma was decent. Let's just put it that way. He was decent on the Annie. He had good Tibbers, flash Tibbers, stun Tibbers, was pretty good. And I don't know if we're going to see this Gragas ban coming out last, or we're going to see a slightly more tanky ban. Dr. Mundo is going to be banned, so Gragas is open.
Right, so they do take away that Annie from Deji Wo, which was really well played. Ma on that Leona looks like they might actually be picking Ma up Thresh this time around. Ma's a fairly decent Thresh player. And Thresh brings a lot to the table. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know how effective Leona was in the last game. So maybe they can change it up and bring a little bit more pressure with the Thresh, the hooks, the boxes.
Yeah, I'm just confused, right? I wouldn't pick Thresh as a first pick, considering that in the Japanese games that we've seen so far, the support hasn't been one of the top, you know, priority picks. I would think that the top laner would pick first, but on the other side, as we see that the Gragas was open, and obviously it looks like Gouken doesn't want to play Gragas, so they're actually giving it away. They're giving both the Gragas and the Elise away to Rampage, which I think is a huge mistake. If you're giving away Gragas, it's bad enough, and you're giving away an Elise as well, DTFM better have a great composition up in mind if they want to be giving away these 2 priority picks so early. What do you think, Rapid?
Oh, definitely. When you give away, I didn't even have to see those locked in. I was just like, these 2 champions are up. They're going to get locked in. The big wild card for me is going to be Kayle. We've seen so much of it. And if there is an answer out there for giving away 2 huge picks to Ozone Rampage, it's going to be that Kayle in the mid lanes. So I'm excited to see if that is actually the option. Zed's still out there, and that was, you know, that's what they played in game number 1. But I don't know. I want to see not only what Detonation's answer is to Ozone Rampage is really good pick phase so far, but I also want to see kind of the only champions that haven't been picked up, how they're going to fix that bottom lane and make it really work for Detonation.
Oh yeah, I think both bottom lanes didn't have a crazy good game last game. They didn't have a bad game, just wasn't very good. But the next pick we're coming out, we'll see from Detonation FM, will be that Vi and the Renekton. Great picks coming out. Vi has a great kit. She can always be comboed with a lot of different champions. And obviously the Renekton. It's a beast on top lane. It's very hard to counter that. Although they are going to counter that with a Shyvana. Yes, Shyvana is still very viable in this patch. She has been nerfed a little bit, but late game, she still is a very viable pick. And so we're going to see the Renekton Shyvana up in top. And we're getting trolled a little bit right now. Twitch and a Ziggs, they're still hovering on.
There was a Teemo, a Volibear, a Shaco.
So
I don't expect to see those picks, but this Vayne could very well be locked in.
Right, so Uniport is now hovering over the Vayne as well as Gouken. Might be thinking about that that Ziggs.
So we'll have to see.
We're still getting trolls, so we're just gonna leave that to them. But on the other side, we do have that Shyvana and the Lucian picked in. I think it's great. I'm happy that they're not playing the Ezreal anymore. And Meryl did had a good game with Lucian, so why fix something that's not broken? And we do have Udapride on his very comfortable Vayne pick, which is great. And it does look like Gokhan wants to play that Ziggs as well.
All right, so that'll be a new champion we get to see out of Gokhan today. Udapride on Vayne, amazing yesterday. Hopefully he can bring that to the table again today. And we go over to the last pick here for Purple Team. Who is going to be that support to pair here with Lucian? Actually, I think maybe one reason Detonation FM took Thresh was they banned away Dejiwo's Annie, and Dejiwo then will play a lot of Thresh. And so now that he doesn't have that available, who is he going to turn to take?
I think it will be a Leona, just because Leona is a better counter for Thresh. A lot of people like to pick Thresh against a Leona. I don't think that's a very good idea. I do think if you're pairing up a Leona versus a Thresh, Leona might win, but no. They are hovering over that Lux, and now it's going to be Janna. I don't know. We saw that Janna play yesterday. Wasn't very convincing. We thought Ma, he's like, I'm really good with Janna, but it wasn't very convincing at all. But they are looking into the Zyra, which we haven't seen in a while, really. Season 3 World Championships.
Well, there it is.
Zyra was picked all the time. It was either picked or it was banned out. So, yes, they are going to have that bot lane, and it will be the Zyra and Lucian bot lane. I love seeing a Zyra here. What do you think, Rabbit?
I think that anytime you pick a Zyra, you're really going to be you're extremely squishy, but you have counter engage and engage. It's all about controlling where and when you fight. And that's something that Detonation Focus Me actually didn't do a very good job at. You saw the reason they lost the game is off of 2 gigantic engages from Flash Tibbers stuns coming out there from I think it was Deji Wu. Right. He's just completely had the go button, and the rest of Ozone Rampage was right there, had his back, followed up. And for Detonation FM, they're going to be the ones that want to force team fights with Vi, with Thresh landing hooks. And I'm just not sure that is going to work too well now that Ozone Rampage do have such a huge ultimate there in Zyra's Stranglethorns to try to turn things around.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because on the one hand you have Gragas, who kind of blows everyone away, and you have Zyra, who locks everyone up. So they can go for that single target elimination, or they can try to group everyone up and have Gragas just trying to burst someone down. But on the other side, you have Ziggs, so you have somebody who can just wave clear after wave clear. He can sustain the lane, and he's going to be a huge lane bully. So mid is going to be very fun. I'm just going to go ahead and say I want to see that bot lane crazy matchup. We have a Vayne, a Thresh, and a Zyra Lucian, which we haven't seen in a while, I would say. We haven't seen Zyra paired with Lucian in a long time, or in not ever in competitive. I know that Libic in MYM loves playing that Zyra, but obviously lately MYM hasn't been having the greatest of competitive games. But hopefully we can see some Libic-ish Zyra mechanics today, huh?
Yeah, so
I'm not sure if you need to hashtag those or not, but we're gonna need to see a lot of those tonight.
Absolutely. I'm just really excited to see Udapone pull out this Vayne. He's got a Renekton, he's got a Vi on his side to get into the middle of the enemy team and cause havoc while he can go from the outside and just lay those silver bolts down, take the damage. But it's just a matter of, are they going to be able to get to the point where Udapone is big enough to do that damage, and are they going to be able to do it effectively? Because you're right, with the Gragas ult, going to be able to cause confusion in there as well. And Zyra, you said it, counter engage, engage, and she's going to be able to do a lot just to stop that from all happening. So we're going to get ready to jump into game here. I think maybe we'll throw it out to you in the chat room, to Rapid, to Fairlin here as well. Game 2, whose game is it going to be?
So game 1 was given to Ozone Rampage, obviously. So game 2, I'm definitely looking for DETFM to win this. I don't want to see another 2-0. We haven't seen a 2-0 yet. But I want to see DTFM take away this game, just because we can go into game 3 and really see Udapone versus Meryl in the last and final match for today. So I am going to go with DTFM because I might actually like Ozone's composition a little bit better, but I'm going to go with DTM just for the fact that I want to see a game 3. What about you, Rapid?
You know, I'm pretty excited for not only this game, but keep in mind this is only the 3rd place match. There's a grand finals best of 3 coming up after this a little bit later on in the day. And so if these games are good, the grand finals is just going to be even better. So it's like I'm getting super excited. I want to watch these games, but then there's even more happening a little bit later on.
But what's your pick? You haven't told us what's your pick yet. Do you want to see?
That was my desperate attempt at sort of avoiding that because
he doesn't have
we
to
get
pick
to
a
this
team.
game. Okay, so if you're gonna hold me down, if you're gonna force me to it, I'm gonna say Detonation, but only because I want to see a game number 3 and because I think that Udiproid's Vayne is an incredible pick, and I just desperately want to see that do well.
Oh yeah, I mean if Udiproid is gonna play like how he played with that crazy amount of guts right there with yesterday and how he engaged the games, it's gonna be a very exciting match. To say the least, it definitely is going to be very exciting. If we're gonna see a Vayne that's gonna be in the middle of a team fight, oh yeah, it's going to be explosive for sure.
All
right, as we go into game, I'm gonna once again step aside for a little bit and let the boys cast. Good luck, have fun, guys.
All right, well, I'm going to be having a lot of fun. I know Corey's going to be having a lot of fun, too. The only question will be, will Detonation FM have fun? Because last game, I felt like they actually started out making some pretty nice plays. You saw some great engages from Gorilla's AP Malphite, but this time around, we're taking a little bit of a different route, as it's going to be just tanky top laners, poking AoE wave clearing mid laners, and a lot of high damage bursts from the bottom lane. So this is about the most normal game, the most normal team comp I've seen in a long time. This makes me feel very at home because this is very North American meta.
Right. So for those of you maybe just joining us or you missed what we were just talking about, this is the JCG Grand Championship 3rd place game. On the blue side, it's going to be Detonation FM. On the red, it's Ozone Rampage. This is game 2. Rampage managed to pick up game 1 with a pretty good composition. Not a whole lot changing here. Instrumental there were really that Gragas and the damage from Lucian coming across for a lot of that as well. No Jax this time, but we're going to have to see how Aotaka plays on that Shyvana. As we said before, not a whole lot of excitement at the early levels here in Japan League of Legends. So we're just going to be watching our jungles here, make sure everything is safe. As we do maybe see one ward coming out of Gragas, and let's get this game underway.
Okay, now there's no scrying orb on Udiproid anymore. He might pick that up a little bit later on, but for now, he's just going for the straight up warding totem. So I actually like that choice a little bit more, but you still do see that sweeping lens on Sid in case he needs to clear out any extra early wards. It's going to be red buff starts for both junglers, which is actually a little bit weird because while it does make sense, you usually see both junglers start on the bottom half of the map so that then they can gank top around the 3.5 minute mark, which has a lot of high kill potential because that's when waves really start to push out. So Aotaka is going to be running that Shyvana up there. Oh, but look at Udiproid tumbling in that bottom lane, really not having a super great time with that positioning, and we'll have to play things a little bit more carefully.
Right, so you can actually see both AD carries here, starting with that Doran's Blade, which is going to give him a little extra damage, a little bit of lifesteal in the bot lane as well. But with these trades at level 1, you'd expect those to go in Lucian's favor, and so far they are, as the pot now being popped by Vayne. And what is going on in the jungle?
It's going to be, I don't know. You tell me, man. It's just diving absolutely everywhere. Nice pick attempt there by Envy, but the real victory there was by Sid. He didn't go the sort of horizontal jungle. He went laterally right across to the blue buff and was able to get a nice steal there away from Envy.
There's actually a nice hook in the bot lane too there by Mob, but again, it's the disengage. Deji Will stopping anything else coming from that as they are continuing to push. It'll be interesting to see because, yeah, yesterday on that Vayne, Udipone trying to push the lane. Today, you know, with the harass coming out of Lucian, they're back up against their turret, and Udipone's going to have to do his best to farm up that minion wave there.
Yeah, and Uniport actually already used his health potion just because he did fail a few early game trades. And so everything's even a little bit right now, but he's going to have to win trades to burn that health potion from Meron. So bottom lane actually going a little bit in favor of not Samsung Ozone, of Ozone Rampage. I'm going to work on that one. But if you check out the jungle, it was already a nice early steal by Sid, who's got a lot of extra early jungle strength, a lot of extra early pressure, but needs to catch up in CS just a little bit.
So, it is interesting to note, though, Udapon doing a pretty good job of keeping up in farm so far. Everything else, you know, it's really hard to call things out when you're only 4 minutes into the game. But we haven't seen a lot of ganks yet. Maybe something set up in the middle here. But in the bot lane...
And the lantern! Perfect gank there by Ma. But a flash out by Meron's going to avoid the Vault Breaker coming in there. Sid does take a little bit of damage straight right back in there. But man, that was a monster gank from Ma.
Then that was actually both summoners now down from Melomel, and he blew his barrier as well. So you can definitely call that gank a success.
Oh, totally. And having the perfect synergy to be able to not only land the death sentence, pull yourself in, but also pull somebody in from behind on that dark passageway lantern, that's pretty impressive. So, and keep in mind, he's doing all of this with anywhere from 100 to 150, 160 pings. So that's if you're on the East Coast of North America and you want to learn how to play, this is probably a great way to watch some of the potential out here, because these are some of the best teams in Japan. And if I hadn't cast the games yesterday, I think this was the grand finals. We're going to see a first blood attempt as Tay gets in there for a kill onto Envy. Top lane, maybe a little bit of action, but it's not going to be anything like what we just saw. Ozone Rampage taking down the first kill of the game.
All right, and so that was just Sid going into the opponent's jungle and actually walking right over a ward. And without
second time in a row.
Yeah, without any of his team support there this time, and 4 members of Rampage collapsing on him, that's a pretty easy first blood for Rampage.
Yeah, there weren't a whole lot of places for him to go other than just not there. Like, why he felt the need to re-invade, I don't know, but got caught out just a little bit and did wind up losing any early advantage that he did have. So it's a little bit disappointing, but something to keep an eye on is, like you said, both of those junglers, the impact they have on the game, and of course those bottom lane AD carries.
Yeah, it's not something you see too often, trying to maybe do some of that aggressive counter jungling, but there's no blue to take, so if you're going to go into that jungle, you've got to go all the way up to the wolves, or even all the way around to the wraiths. And especially when you're on blue side here, there's no real good way out of there.
For the time being, it's a tiny little advantage, just that first blood gold making the difference in gold between these two teams. Things to look at will be CS, and actually somewhat impressively, Vayne is up on CS against that Lucian. Lucian, a huge lane bully and somebody I would have expected to have a big advantage in lane, but the advantages are going to come off of objectives like first bloods, like first turrets and kills, and a lot of pressure around that dragon area. I thought we were going to see a very early dragon, but especially with some of these 3.14 patch changes, dragon does not give you that much gold early on.
So if you could just fill us all in, Reed, do you remember at what minute does the dragon really start to become a worthwhile objective?
Well, I mean, obviously, if you just kill it straight off, it's a worthwhile objective to get, but it's all about what you sacrifice for it. Red buff's going to get stolen away here, and this is actually the same play that Ozone made in their game versus Rascal Jesters, the one game that they did win. That was a huge play right at that, around the 8-minute mark for that red buff steal. Didn't find a kill off of it, but were able to steal that buff away. So nice to see them running the same strategy, working out just as well the second time around. So like you mentioned, the dragon, it's great. Oh, Death said it's there. Double flay backwards. Mero is going to take a little bit of extra damage, but Uniproid has to be careful because he can't fight into those Zyra plants. Deji Wo doesn't have any ability power, but they're still going to deal damage, and Uniproid actually pretty low after that engage. All right, sooner or later I'm going to be able to talk about the dragon, but it doesn't look like right now is going to be that time. Goken's going to go ahead and disengage. There's the explosive cast. Not actually all that great. A 2-man super mega inferno bomb, but it's not going to be all that great. Envy's going to be the first to fall. Gorilla in a 1v2 right now. Has to figure out who he wants to start fighting. Answer should be Otaka. Goken's coming in from behind. Has a lot of damage to throw out there, but not a lot of mana. And so does look like the only casualties of the games will be the jungler.
But Goken's really still looking, and there is the Q to finish off, and that's going to go in favor of Detonation FM. Didn't think he would follow that far, and sure enough, all it took was an ignite and one final Q from Ziggs. Great play out of Goken there.
I didn't think he was going to follow that far either because, like I said, he didn't have all that much mana. If he had gotten jumped on unexpectedly, it would have been difficult to find the mana to throw out a satchel charge and any damage as well. So, I don't know. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. A nice roam play. That's going to be a kill there on to Ziggs. And that's at least going to put him even in the kill count, but he's up about 20 CS. So, Goken's having a great game too.
So, and that all started with some pretty good map awareness on both sides. Detonation FM realizing they didn't have a red buff to take, so Sid was going to go look for Envy's red buff, and pretty elementary because Ozone Rampage knew that was coming, and were able to meet them in the jungle. However, it went in favor of Detonation FM, picking up 2 for 1 as we get some action here in the bot lane.
Oh, Box does go down. Deji Wu blocks the wall, or breaks the wall rather, takes the damage from that, but that's a lot of mana down and a lot of initiation there. Ma's gonna get locked up, knocked up, and there you go, easy as pie. Ma will get taken down there. Envy coming in for the kill. To answer a little bit of a question, yes, this is live. These teams are playing face-to-face, head-to-head, live in person at the JCG Grand Finals. So it is the first time that a lot of these players have had a chance to meet each other face-to-face. They've been playing in a lot of tournaments as some of the best teams in Japan, and coming into these games, it's there's a lot on the line. 3rd, 4th place, there's a pretty big difference in prize money. So this is that match, and with Ozone up a game, it's going to be up to Detonation FM. See if they can come back with this. Oh, nice dragon take there by Tay. Now he's going to look for the turnaround. Once again, Uniproid all the way in the middle of the team fight. Can he get out alive? He's going to throw down the barrier, force the flash, and when he does manage to get out, Envy's going to go down. There's the ignite, and it's going to be Sid taking down Tay. It's a team fight wipe. There's Goken, does get locked up there by those grasping roots. But overall, a couple of nice kills, even though the dragon does go to Ozone Rampage.
And that's what we were talking about. There is Uniproid's Vayne. Maybe not the most effective ultimate tumble into the enemy team, but getting it done. They lose the dragon, pick up 2 kills, and that's always fun to watch.
Absolutely. Huge dragon fights, very, very even across the board because, hey, if you look at the gold count, there's 300 gold difference between both of these teams, but you have to look at where that gold is starting to pile up. We've got some gold on top laners, on the jungle, but most importantly, that mid lane matchup. As soon as Ziggs decides to head back to base, that guy has enough gold to just straight up pick up that turn the Chalice of Harmony and Fiendish Codex into an Athene's Unholy Grail. And the Athene's Rush in that matchup is really, really huge because it lets you just infinitely spam out your opponent and force them into a very difficult situation. CSing under turret, not going for roams, not being aggressive.
All right, and yeah, if we take a look actually at that Renekton, we saw this yesterday too. It's the offensive Renekton build, looking for a really quick Hydra pickup, almost completed up there actually with the Tiamat and the Vamp Scepter now finished. Shyvana going straight up tanky, the Sunfire already completed for her, but Farm, at least in that top lane, really going in favor of Gorilla so far. On the junglers, nothing really different there. You know, the extra ward on Sid, not going to make a huge difference. A little bit of extra vision in the jungle for them. And in the bot lane, we do have, it looks like Vayne's going for the early Blade of the Rune King, which is something I think you see a lot. And this is going to be probably a Bloodthirster this time on Lucian, so a little different from game 1.
All right, it's going to be a Cocoon. There's the box out. Nice play backwards. Marin actually busts off way more than he can do. Uniproid's in there. Once again, in the middle of the entire team. He's going to stealth his way back out alive. How does he do it? I don't know. Gets in, gets out with a kill. And now it's actually Sid chasing away both Deji Wu and Envy. Does get snared out there. There's a lot of damage to come back, but I'll have to be careful. Either way, Uniproid gets a kill there. This is a condemn against the wall. Follow-up damage from Goken. There's the explosive cast. Not going to find anything. Tumble away there. Uniproid still in front. He's got the damage. The bounce backwards from a perfect satchel charge. Goken able to turn this bottom lane into just a death sentence for everyone on Ozone Rampage. Top lane Gorilla's got the same idea, chasing away Altaka out of his lane, behind his turrets, into his jungle. He's actually gonna be able to find a kill here if he's able to chase off through the burnout. Can't quite find the chase, but oh my goodness. Aggression all over the map, winds up paying off for detonation.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we expect to see when we get players on champions they know and love. We talked a little bit, Sid getting that Elise actually stolen from him, but does not matter. Sid's been playing jungle for quite a while now. No problem playing Vi as well, doing a really good job of extending that team fight in the bottom lane, buying enough time for Ziggs to get down there. And the beauty of that matchup, you actually saw both Gragas and Ziggs roaming down to that lane. Ziggs only has to get halfway there before he can start making an impact.
First turn of the game, taken down in the top lane, Gorilla winning his lane matchup. Very aggressive. I want to know what that extra longsword is doing in his inventory, because you don't need that to complete the Ravenous Hydra, so that's almost going to be like double offensive items if you go for Ravenous Hydra and like a Brutalizer into Black Cleaver. That is a ton of damage, but it's no tanky items other than just that Doran's shield completed just yet, where Shyvana, of course, does have that Sunfire cape.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he's just buying that to keep pushing that advantage in top lane. It was just level 11 to 9, Aotaka now hitting 10, but really, Aotaka can't stand and fight with Renekton right now.
Bounce back, but right into the cocoons. Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to be enough damage to trade back. One more auto attack's all it's going to take. The Ignite's burning down, but it's not enough. There's going to be Strangle Thorns underneath that bottom turret. Sid will be taking it up, should be able to get out alive. Ma, though, will be forced to disengage as well. Uniproid's there. Can he turn this around? Sid is waiting. The culling to come out. He can't click the lantern in time. And it's going to be a kill there on a Sid just because he didn't back far enough away.
So Sid actually standing on a ward there and the lantern coming out, but the Zyra root keeping him from taking that lantern. Really good use of the ultimate from Mellow Melon there. Wow.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was pretty fly. I love what Mellow Melon did right there. Is just like, I have enough damage to just catch you out with the culling. You can hashtag get culled somewhere or another on the internet, and I'm sure people will know what you're talking about. Marameron, he's starting to pick up some kills, but 2-0-2, it's looking like a good lane for Uniproid's Vayne.
I mean, in any case, we're definitely seeing a lot more action out of both of these AD carries so far in this game, and that's really going to bode well for both teams. But you're right, a 2-0-2 Udapone is going to start to look pretty scary for Ozone Rampage.
Proxy fireman between the turrets. Aotaka lost his turret first, and now is looking to make plays behind enemy lines. There's going to be the box there, flash over the walls. That's going to be worth it for Ma, as Deji Wu's flash is now down. It's going to take a lot of pressure off of detonation, as now they look for a dragon coming their way. First turret, first dragons, and everything go in the way of detonation. Focus me.
So it should be noted, actually, that though, once again, gold about 1,400 in favor of Detonation FM, and that is exactly that. A tower, a dragon, everything looking good for them, but who has the gold again? That's what we were talking about earlier. Take a look at it again. Ziggs continuing to keep that advantage in the mid lane. 500 extra gold in the bot lane for Vayne, and in the top lane, there's almost, well, getting close to 1,000. It's 900 gold on Renekton in that top lane. So far, we haven't seen a lot of action up there, but Gorilla doing a really good job on that Renekton. That's somebody we always see. He's been picked or banned, I think, almost every game so far here at JCG.
All right, so two big things to talk about as we enter into this mid-game. It was about picks in game number 1. It's going to be about them here in game number 2. There's going to be Stranglethorn's Uniproid. Can you get out of this one? The answer is, of course, yes, because how does that work? I don't know. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb going to come in there, hits onto a ton of different people. Maron is the first casualty of war. Uniproid tries to suicide, walks into turret, can't quite find the escape he was looking for, takes a trip back to base hard way with a 20-second death timer.
So I think that was actually a pretty good job. He was keeping that kill from going to Gragas. I think knowing that the last hit damage had come out from that Zyra, there was an auto attack as he was running away. You know, it's not a huge gold difference, but when you've got a choice, you probably want to give that kill over to a support as opposed to the mid laner. But all said and done, it was 1 kill apiece actually for each team there. It was both AD carries dying.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe things are starting to catch up to Uniproid. He's been able to play himself out of a lot of these rough situations, but wound up running straight into a turret for that one. So may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. But I think that's just kind of the way that he plays. Uniproid just absolutely crazy with his positioning. But hey, man, it's been working out pretty well so far.
All right, and you can actually still see Aotaka on Shyvana doing a bit of that dirty farming. Gorilla has spent a lot of time roaming all around the map, so they are going to go up and try and deal with him as Sid does meet him in the jungle.
But with perfect CS between the turrets, Shyvana's still behind. Gorilla is going to force out that ultimate, but it's Gouken in the mid lane who's going to look to go down there. Will he be able to flash over the wall? Does flash over. There's going to be some damage, but will he be able to dodge that? An explosive cast he does. Just going to take some extra auto attacks. Where's the body slam? Going to try to satchel charge his way away. It's neurotoxin there from Envy to be able to take him down. But man, Gouken's got some moves.
Boy, that was real close to being an escape, but it was just unfortunate for him that Elise had managed to follow up as well, because Gragas was unable to finish the job there. Wow. So that does actually bring the kills 8 to 7, and it's going to bring our gold totals even closer. So again, we're looking at 400 gold, 300 gold between these two teams, and it's only 1 turret. A lot of these games, especially yesterday when we saw them going up against Rascal Jester, it was Ozone and Rascal. A lot of early turrets from Rascal, and both of these teams, however, not playing a turret game so much. Of course, they're going to come eventually, but right now, it's only the top first tier turret down on the entire map.
And that's a really good thing to point out. We're 21 minutes into the game. We've seen Dragons team fights, a ton of kills, but only 1 turret falling. This game is about who can just run at your opponents and kill everybody in their path, not necessarily about taking turrets, because hey, those are easy enough to take once everybody's dead.
Although you can actually see Gouken doing a lot of work. That tower in the mid lane should fall right here. Nope.
Explosive cast after the flash in from Tay, trying desperately to get that range on a Gouken. I think he could have probably gotten it, but he short-armed it just a little bit. That will mean that Gouken stays alive. It was now a very rough lane for Tay.
Yeah, so you can see the farm is only 10 difference, but it's those 3 kills, 4 assists, as opposed to 1 kill, 4 assists in favor of Gragas, which makes the lane go a little bit more in favor of Ziggs. It's only a 500 gold difference, but that 500 gold lets you buy every single item a little bit faster. And Ziggs, actually, we saw him escape from the Gragas earlier just about. He's got his tier 2 sorcerer boots. Gragas still sitting on those tier 1 boots.
So let's go ahead and go over a couple of the more important builds that are starting to come out. You've got a Liandry's Torment completed on Envy. That guy is going for so much early damage. Theoretically, that Liandry should be Magic Penetration boots instead, but he's just going for a big bursty item. That's like a 3rd or 4th item in there. The interesting thing for me, though, is that there are Sorcerer's Shoes on Sid's Vi. Does Vi deal magic damage?
That's a very, very good question. Maybe Sid forgot that he wasn't actually playing Elise this time around.
Did they just swap builds? Like, I don't know. I feel like both of these are Elise builds. I'm actually looking at 100% of the skills that Vi has. None of them deal magic damage.
Yeah, we're bringing them up on the stream here, so I don't know if it's just they look better. The blue matches the Super Vi outfit she's got going on. It matches the hair. You know, all about accessorizing here as well, maybe.
I mean, if you're going for just one of every boots, a nice body slam in there. Sid's gonna just chunk down Mero in the back. He's got a lot of magic penetration, but I'm not sure that's what the doctor ordered. Uniproid's just going ham all over the back line. Takes out Mero. He's just going nuts on everyone. Now Giovanna's gonna try to flash away, but Gorilla's not gonna let her go down without a fight. Uniproid, there's a death sentence as well. One kill after another. 4-for-1 exchange. Detonation focus me.
Wow, and
sometimes it takes sorcerer's shoes to turn that fight around, man.
Yeah, wow, going really deep, Sid, there, but that allows enough time. And again, it's Yutapone going absolutely crazy, putting the damage down. I don't know if you saw him at the very top of your screen. He looked like he was maybe exiting the team fight, but it was only to pick up that Envy, get a kill up there as well. So it was a double kill for Yutapone, and kills going all across the board. It's a 4-for-1 exchange, a dragon, a turret, and it might be a second-tier turret here in the mid lane as well for Detonation FM. Wow.
Yeah, Det take a lot of objectives off that. Dragons, turrets, the whole 9 yards. 12-8 now in kills, and that's what I was talking about. You can kill... turrets are cool to focus on early, but if you just kill your opponents over and over again, turrets just kind of start to come by themselves just because you're so much farther ahead. I'm still questioning those boots. I don't know if that's like a graphical glitch. I mean, I'm hovering over those, and if you actually check out Vi's stats, she does have that magic penetration. So those are real. Maybe we can get Ferlin to like send a very inquisitive tweet towards Sid and ask what's up. But that's pretty interesting to me. Even though they actually worked perfectly, not the boots themselves, but Sid got knocked into right into Mero by the aggressive explosive cast initiate, and he's just like, oh, well, fancy seeing you here. I'm a jungler. I'm going to initiate on you. Locked him down, and it was actually Uniproid in the end that wound up taking him out. So it's going to be really cool to watch this next team fight, because now, if the first one went so far in favor of Detonation Focus Me, now look at all the items that are starting to come out. You've got 2 completed. Look at all the Negatron cloaks as well. You've got 3 Negatron cloaks just straight up. Nobody wants to take that burst damage from Tay.
Yeah, it almost looks like Tay's a little bit on tilt right now. He just missed another ultimate down there in the bottom river. And in that last team fight, we talked about, he started it off a pretty good explosive cast to mess up Detonation FM. And then he body slammed in and realized that, hey, maybe the middle of their team is not where I want to be. So it'll be interesting. Tay is definitely one of Ozone Rampage's stronger players. And so sitting at 1-3-5 right now, that's one thing they're going to look to maybe try and improve if they want to come back in this game. He's got to start hitting those explosive casts. He's got to start making a bigger difference in these team fights. And as you can see, I don't know if one of you viewers out there sent a nice tweet over to Detonation FM, but we have now finally changed those boots.
All right, so yeah, success is... sometimes you just need it to send a message. And with that message sent, I have a feeling that, yeah, that was a pretty good message to send. He's like, maybe need a little bit of extra tankiness. So gonna buy a lot of defensive stats there in that Warden's Mail, and of course the Negatron Cloak as well. But some armor there from those Ninja Tabias. Maybe you just misclicked the wrong boots.
All right, and so Yutapone now getting very scary after that last fight. He's sitting at 4-1-4 on Vayne. You can actually see the farm is exactly the same, but because of those kills, he's got 1,500 gold on Lucian as Ozone actually looks to start up the Baron.
They're going to go for this. Ozone Rampage have a little bit of an advantage. There's no ultimate there on Gouken as he used it to wave clear. So this is all going to be about just the straight up engage. Baron is very low. It's dropping even lower. It's down to 1,000. 1500. Oh my goodness, it's Envy gonna try for it. It's the spike going off. Sid gets it for Detonation. Focus me. There's a ton of burst damage, but right now it's completely worth it for Detonation. A nice satchel charge there from Goka. It's gonna try to be enough, but not able to take down Altaka in the back. Deji woos the kill on Sid, but in the end, it's a 1 for 4 in favor of Detonation Focus Me, who pick up a Baron buff as well.
So right now, everything is going in favor of Detonation FM. Here's Gorilla and Eudiproid. They're at full health. That's going to allow them to continue pressuring these objectives if that's something they want to do. However, the death timers on Ozone Rampage now ticking down. Zyra, Lucian up. Envy, Tay are going to be up here pretty shortly. So in the meantime, why not take a blue buff?
All right, so why not take a blue buff? Well, there's not really any reason not to, and so that's going to go down there. Goken had a little bit of a interesting decision-making in that last fight. I feel like chasing away Altaka probably wasn't the best idea, but hey, when literally everybody else on the team is dead, you really have only one person left to go for it. The interesting thing for me is that we see 2 Leandri's Torments in the game, about to see 3 Leandri's Torments, and probably shouldn't actually see any of them because you don't expect to see that item completed on Elise all that early. Envy, buff that as his 2nd item. You don't expect that to see on a Ziggs until maybe a 6th item, maybe not. It's you need a Void Staff, and that is not it, but it does achieve kind of the same idea. And then, of course, the other one on Zyra that isn't quite completed just yet, that Haunting Guy is there. That's pretty good. There's going to be a nice cleanse there from Eudiproid. Can he take the Lantern in time? He does! What does it take to kill Eudiproid? The answer is always one more.
Yeah, and you think you just when you think you've got him, here comes Ma to save the day. Eudiproid actually still has his flash, so we could have kept that going for quite a while, but the barrier doing just enough to keep him alive and get that Lantern. Wow. Yeah, when you can't kill Vayne, you are going to have a very bad day, and so far, that's exactly what Eudiproid is doing now. 5-1-4, 222 farm. He's got both the Blade of the Rune King and the Phantom Dancer. Looking for that Mercurial. That's something we saw to him yesterday as well, because the more cleanses he has, the better. It just lets him keep getting away.
And it's not even just the cleanses, a couple of other really big things. Look at the sweeping lenses. 100% sweeping lenses there for Detonation Focus Me. No warding totems, and I feel like that's a little bit of an overcommittal to just limiting ward coverage, because all you have to do is upgrade maybe just one of them into that Oracle's lens just to be able to clear things out, but they don't want Ozone Rampage to be able to see absolutely anything.
Yeah, you can actually just see him using them all right here in front of the turret, making sure everything is clear as they want to maybe continue to siege. You know, it almost looked like they were starting to have a dance party, but it's funny because as they go on cooldown, you're right. With a whole team of that, there's 2 of them still up, and here they come on that turret.
Just tossing all of those explosives right behind the turret. It's going to go down there, and not a lot of committal there from Ozone Rampage, and that's the big deal here about Ziggs. He was just looking for chunk damage. He's got almost 300 CS there for Goken, and that is pretty impressive by itself without, you know, considering taking down that first inhibitor of the game.
So right now, everything is just really starting to click for Detonation FM. You know, we talk about Goken in the mid lane. We talk about Udipon in the bot lane. In the top lane, we talked about Gorilla early, how he was winning his lane. He's sitting now on at 4-0-3 as well. He's finished the Randuin, the Spirit Visage. Got another Spectre's Cowl on top of that. So looking to take away that Gragas burst, and again, part of that with the Elise, who's now building straight up magic, finally picking up a Giant's Belt as well to maybe get a little tankier, but there's enough magic resist right now for Detonation FM that they're not having a lot of trouble with the AP damage coming out from Ozone Rampage.
Yeah, that's actually something interesting to talk about, is all that magic resistance. Look at that. You've got Spirit Visages. You've got so much focus on just building MR, because look at the team comp from Ozone Rampage. They've got Shyvana, magic damage. Elise, magic damage. Even to maybe a lesser extent, you've got that support Zyra, also does magic damage. And of course, Tay, big magic damage dealer himself. really the only source of attack damage is Meron, but at the same time, he's 1-4 again, not having a great game on Lucian.
So we can actually see now as Detonation FM has all 3 lanes pushing. Bottom inhibitor's down, second tier middle turret is down, and it looks like they might be going for this top second tier as well. And with Lucy and Melamona in the bottom and Elise pushing mid, it should be a free tower.
Yeah, that turret's gonna fall, no questions asked. You can just see Goken, and he's just single-handedly zoning off the entire team. He's gonna throw down the Mega Inferno Bomb, but not quite able to catch out onto Deji Wu. He's gonna get out of here, just waiting on a minion wave to deal some damage to this top lane turret. It's gonna be a nice dark passageway to get Vi out alive from behind enemy lines, and now the poke damage continues. There's the culling, but it doesn't actually do anything. And that will be an ult down already for Meron. There's the counter engage, looking for those Talismans of Ascension, but look at Uniproid, he gets locked up. Look at all that, he flashes the explosive cast over the wall. He's going in on to take deep underneath the turret. He finds the kill, he's gonna go down, but oh my god. What is that? I don't know. Uniproid, he's got one direction. It's going in, taken down. Gragas underneath his turret. It's a full 5-for-1 ace for Detonation Focus Me. They're going to take this to a game number 3.
Wow, so that was just a really good turnaround. I think, you know, it was Deji Wu actually looking for the engage, using the Talisman of Ascension, speed the team up, threw out the Stranglethorns as well, and it did not matter. Just so much power out of Detonation FM. They're up now at the end of the game, 16, 17,000 gold. So even trying to make that team fight happen might not have been the best idea, because that's exactly what happens. A 5-for-1 finish for Detonation FM. They take game number 2, and that means we here, Ferlin, myself, and Rapid, will be sticking around. I hope you do too, because we have game 3 coming up very shortly.
Oh yeah, and that was such a convincing win from DETFM as well. I mean, there was no stopping that Vayne right there. The Vayne mechanics Japanese version with Unipon there was brilliant. So the end game was really intense too, because Rampage was they were lost. They didn't know how to come back from that Vayne mechanics, and he would be in between the fights just dealing damage everywhere, and Ziggs would be zoning out people at the same time. So great comp right there from DETFM. I would think that Vayne would deserve a ban in game 3. Maybe deserving a ban, I don't know.
I mean, we definitely saw a very different Udapone on Vayne as opposed to his Ezreal, so if there's something they wanted to take away, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world to take away, because that was really well played.
What do you think in game 3 Rampage should do, Rapid?
You know, there's two things that I want to watch out for. Keep in mind, it's tied 1-for-1, so either one of these teams totally capable of taking home that game 3. It's not like it's just going to be a walkover, because, well, hey, Ozone took game 1, Detonation took game number 2, but Ozone Rampage, their strengths, and this is something that's always been that way, has been on that jungle pressure with the mid lane. And Meron, we talked about how he's the AD carry to watch in that bottom lane versus Uniproid, but his Lucian just hasn't shown up. 1-4 game number 1, 2-5 this game, so just has not come to play and has been kind of relying on the rest of his team to make up that difference. So we're gonna have to see a bigger performance there from Meron on Ozone Rampage if they hope to take down game number 3 against the Detonation Focus Me that's got their AD carry flashing into the base, 1v5ing, just going all over everywhere. I don't know what's going on, but Uniproid does it all.
Yeah, I definitely do think so. And let's not discount Aotaka in the top lane, because that guy is very real with his gameplay as well. So I think that the top lane can definitely hold himself, because I do think mechanics-wise, Aotaka has better mechanics than Gorilla 13. But at the same time, DETFM has been showing some really nice team plays together. You know, they have been syncing together as a team really well because they have had offline events together as well. I'm not discounting Rampage for sure. They went to WCG, but DTFM also went to IEM Singapore, so they have that LAN offline together experience before, and so I think coming into a LAN game together, it's not as intimidating as maybe Rascal Jesters as well as Vex coming in. But yeah, we need to shut down, like, if Rampage wants to win this game, they need to shut down Udapon. They need to find something to shut that down. Make sure the jungle always has a lot of pressure in bot lane early game and try to shut him down. But at the same time, you don't want your mid lane to be left vulnerable. So they need to figure out how to shut down Udapon, at the same time still keep pressure on other lanes as well.
Yeah, and I think one big thing to mention there as well was the difference in the top lane between Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 2, they allowed Gorilla to get on that Renekton pick, and he was able to absolutely pretty much manhandle Aotaka in that top lane, whereas in Game 1 it was Aotaka's Jax, who was just such a strong force for Rampage. So what Rampage really needs to do in this game, I think, is maybe either take that Renekton away, because we know that Aotaka can play a really strong, really mean Renekton, or find another champ, another way for him to really deal in that top lane.
Oh, yeah.
Because Shyvana, you love to see the Shyvana pick. Shyvana was pretty non-existent that game.
Yeah, I mean, Shyvana is interesting, right? Like, you see Dyrus, TSM Dyrus play Shyvana. He will, like, recently how he played, he, like, I think it was, like, last week or something in the LCS game, he was pretty much non-existent with the team fights. He had, like, 1 kill and, like, 1 or 2 team assists, but he was rampaging on that top lane, am I right?
Yeah, and like you said, you were actually praising Aotaka's mechanics, and I don't doubt that at all. That guy is a monster, especially in game number 1 that Ozone Rampage actually did very well in. When he shows up, Ozone Rampage have a great chance at winning the game, but game number 2, he was 1, 2, and 3 versus actually Gorilla, who wound up going 6, 0, and 6. So maybe bottom lanes are flashy, you know, they make the big plays, but top lane may be a better indicator at who's going to win the game.
Oh yeah, I think the ban and pick phase for Game 3 is going to be so crucial on what they banned out and who gets the first couple picks, because I don't think you want to give Gorilla 13 that Renekton again. And again, is that right?
Well, yeah, you don't want to give it to him in Game 3 for sure, yeah.
But I think what they should do is, I think if Vayne is not banned out, Udaport is going to take it because he's so comfortable on a pick. We saw his Ezreal. It's not very impactful as what his Vayne is. So I think if they allow the Vayne to get through and Udaport does get that Vayne again, it's not going to spell good things for Rampage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw him pick that Ezreal in Game 3 yesterday, and they ended up losing. So now that's 4 games so far in this tournament for Udapon. It's 2 wins on Vayne and 2 losses on Ezreal. So, you know, it's not always the champion, but I would be very surprised to see him at least pull out the Ezreal. And if Jinx is available, look for him to pick, or Jinx, excuse me, Vayne. If Vayne is available, look for him to pick that Vayne, because, you know, I have not seen somebody play that comfortably on Vayne in a very long time. So.
But then again, they do have a lot of bans that they need to pick out.
Exactly.
They need to take that Annie ban too. They need to take that Annie ban too, because Mao was pretty convincing on that. So I'm looking forward to see that. But let's just move in.
And there it is, first ban coming out. It's Vayne.
Let's just move straight into the ban and pick phase, as we see on the blue side, Rampage taking out that Vayne straight out. Like I said, it's a worth ban, and they know that this is the last chance. If they don't ban this out, they might regret it. And there we have it. And the next ban coming from DETFM will be the Thresh ban.
And so, yeah, that, again, is you don't want to see Dejuo on Thresh. Dejuo plays a pretty mean Thresh. And because Ozone Rampage has the first pick this game, they're not going to be able to pick up that Thresh for Ma.
I think we're going to go and see more normal picks right now. So we have the ban, sorry. We have Yasuo being banned out. I'm looking forward to see a Kassadin, a Gragas.
There's so many bans
and the
that you
Lee Sin
need.
ban, of course.
You know,
so
do you get rid? There's Lee Sin. Now who's next? Do you get rid of Kha'Zix? Do you get rid of Renekton? Do you pick Renekton as Ozone? You probably don't want to ban him. What do you do?
And you can see this too. Like, Rampage is taking this
a
lot
Kassadin
into, you know, consideration. They are not just giving up this ban so easily. So each team are taking their time to ban champions out, and Rampage has all 3 champions banned. They are going to ban out Vayne, Yasuo, and Kassadin, and it will be the Thresh, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix banned out. So maybe this will be a first pick Gragas.
We'll see. Gragas is open, Annie is open, Elise is open, Vi is open. Like, these are champions. All of these players have now demonstrated they know how to play well.
And you can tell Rampage is taking their sweet, sweet time to pick out their first pick. It's so, so crucial for them this game. If they lose out on this ban and pick phase, they will lose out on the 3rd placement. And so it will be that first pick, Gragas. I'm not surprised at all. Gragas is a great pick. Great sustain in lane. Great wave clear. He's really good in team fights as well. And on the TFM side, you have given up. You have given him to Ma. It is going to be that Annie Jinx bot lane. It's going to be a crazy, crazy lane. It's going to be Udaproid on Jinx. Very scary. Crapple one set. Jinx is a disgusting champion to play against because her kit is ridiculous, and I agree. And you don't want to give such a ridiculous champion to a ridiculous player like Udaproid. And then to add on top of that, you got an Annie. That's crazy. And for the other side, Rampage is looking at their bot lane as well because they're going to counter it, and it looks like they are not sure what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? That's the thing about a Jinx and an Annie. Just so strong. Jinx, so much damage coming out of her. And the thing is, when you talk about Jinx, you can't forget she maybe doesn't have all the mobility unless she gets a kill, but her CC. You stun with an Annie, you throw flame chompers down, and good luck getting away from that.
Right, and it looks like it's going to be the Elise and Renekton or not. So Elise has been locked in, which I think is a great lock-in for them. And they are going to go with the Azrael. Miron is going to play one of his favorite champions, and it will be that Azrael. We haven't seen a great deal from Azrael in the last couple of games, but we don't know. Maybe Miron is so comfortable in Azrael that he might pull out something different for us. But it's going to be very difficult when you're playing against a Jinx and a Nanny.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Rapid, but right now it looks like we're hovering over a... Vi has been locked in. Renekton now locked in for Detonation FM. Already, Detonation FM starting to look pretty scary.
Yeah, so Rampage actually gave up the Renekton pick and went ahead and choose their Ezreal first, which is weird because they can counter the Jinx pick at the last pick for the AD carry, but they went ahead and locked in that Ezreal, which was really weird, and gave up Vi and Renekton. So now Rampage is looking Rampage. Oh my god, I can't speak anymore. Destination Focus Me is looking scary, scary. They have Annie and Jinx at the bot lane. They have Renekton on top, and they have a Vi in the jungle. So all we have now is see what Seros wants to play against the Gragas in mid lane.
And Ziggs is open, so you know, he could pick Ziggs again. Did pretty well in that matchup last time. I think Tay had a couple miscues with a couple of his explosive casts, so we're going to have to maybe look for better play out of him. But it looks like it will be a Leona locked in as the support for Ozone Rampage here. And a Mundo in the top lane. We'll see if that does any better for Aotaka after playing the Shyvana in the last game. So now we're going to see what does Detonation FM have to bring out in the mid lane.
This is not a game 1 repeat of the Leona Ezreal bot lane.
And we might be seeing Kayle.
We forgot about her. The Kayle pick, the Kayle pick that was in every game, Kayle pick or ban in every game yesterday. But yeah, I'm sorry if I say Seras, because Seras changed his name to Gouken. It's actually the same player, but yes.
So, I mean, it's scary enough. Gouken's Kayle is already pretty scary. He doesn't have to use his ult, his intervention on himself. Give Udapone a kill, get excited, and when you have an invincible, excited Jinx running around, that's when things start to get really scary. So, as we do take a look at the finalized team comps, anything you see that really sticks out for you, Rapid? Ouch. So, well, we will take a look at these team comps. For me, right now, I'm just really surprised that Detonation FM was allowed to take all of these champions. I wasn't super impressed with Taze Gragas in Game 2. He was all right in Game 1. He's going to have to play to that level again in Game 3. Envy taking the Elise, building that Leandre's last game, wasn't the most effective, I think. So we'll see if he continues that build as well. But Detonation FM, you know, you take away Udapone's Vayne, Udapone plays a lot of Jinx too, so...
Oh, yeah. Of course. I mean, it looks very, very much in favor to Detonation FM in terms of just the ban and pick phase. As we know now, the ban and pick phase is so important compared to what it has been in the last couple seasons. And if you give up an Annie and a Jinx bot, you want to make sure you're taking away something else from that. And instead of taking a top laner, they went ahead and locked in Ezreal so early, which was completely not in favor. You know, when you already know what you're gonna be laning against in the AD carry lane and the bot lane, and so but they did manage to pick up the Elise and the Dr. Mundo. That's at least something. But if you have an Elise in the jungle and Dr. Mundo up top against a Renekton, you're gonna have a pretty bad time. Renekton is going to scale up faster than the Dr. Mundo can, but that's where mechanics come in. In terms of just how the champions are made, Renekton is going to have a better time up top, but obviously Aotaga has crazy mechanics in terms of Japanese League community, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring to this Dr. Mundo, considering that this is his first time playing Dr. Mundo in this series, and even with yesterday as well.
All right, so are you with... Ooh, no, never mind. I didn't mean that. So as we do take a look at this, are you with us, chat? Karga actually has a poll going, I see now. So feel free to go ahead, cast your votes in there. Detonation FM or Rampage. If I had to pick for myself, I would say Detonation FM. Who are you going to throw your vote to for Lynn?
I am going to go ahead and see Destination FM as well because of that team composition that they have. It's great. You have Dominus coming in with Renekton. You have that Tibbus, which is going to be that huge AoE stun that comes out. And not to mention that Tibbus is going to be alive for a longer time now as well. So it's going to be huge. And then you have Intervention with Kill. Yeah. Kill can two-shot anybody. Kill can two-shot down the Ezreal really quickly. And so it's going to be huge. And I'm going to give this to Detonation FM. Right. Are you with us, Rapid?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think okay, the advantage that you get from being Detonation in this is, I don't know how to sort of quantify that, just because I love I love sort of the mindset that they have coming into this, especially after kind of a heartbreaking loss yesterday. I expected to see them in the grand finals, so they have actually a lot to prove, but I guess you can kind of say the same thing for Ozone Rampage, but hey, Kale is Kale. We've seen him win a lot of games over the semifinals yesterday, so excited to see it again.
Yeah, all right, so it should be taken with a grain of salt, though. Remember, this is Game 3 of the third-place match. Yesterday, we went to Game 3 in both of our semifinals, and both times we all picked wrong.
And it's not we, it's we, all of us, all three of us were like, it's going to be this team, and it's like, nope, completely showed up. So yeah, we might be in for another upset again, but we had plenty of upsets yesterday. Either team who wins today deserves it, you know?
No, we saw Rampage take Game 1 pretty convincingly too. Well, yeah, they dragged it out and they won pretty well at the end of that one, so...
Historically, with what happened yesterday, the first team who wins the first game loses the other two.
Yeah, so if that pattern holds true, it will be Detonation FM coming through here in Game 3. But we'll see. As soon as we get the game up and running here, we are ready to go in here.
Alright, so we are going to Game 3. You are watching the JCG Grand Championships 2014. This is the third placement match, and it will be the last game between Detonation Focus Me and Ozone Rampage. I'm going to be taking a break while I leave the casting to Rapid Casting and Corey Swanson. Good luck, have fun.
Alright, so here we are jumping in. This is the third place game. A lot is on the line here. You win this game, you take home 100,000 yen. If you lose this game, you take home only half of that, 50,000 yen. So both of these teams are going to be looking to try and pick up the W here, as we see a pretty standard level 1, don't do anything exciting start here from both teams.
And this is what we're going to see almost every single time. It's interesting to me to see the evolution of this passive phase, because in Season 3, you'd see level 1 engages, you'd see tons of ports everywhere, and now both teams are standing on either side of the river. So If you guys are like easily excitable and you want to keep things as calm as possible, then the early game's probably going to be your favorite part. Shouldn't see anything too eventful, but things are about to start to heat up really quickly, because as soon as those junglers get done with their first buffs, almost anything can happen. And then you get on to that famous 8-minute invade that Ozone Rampage love to do, that's almost guaranteed to pick up a kill. There's a lot of big plays waiting to come out here. Junglers, once again, though, starting on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Just quick note, Udapone again opting for not the Scrying Orb, which for most players you would think is pretty typical. For Udapone, it's a bit of a surprise, or I guess Udaproid. Really hard to remember, he's changed his name. But again, I think the two lanes to keep a look at are the bottom and this mid lane. We'll have to see if top lane actually turns into some sort of fight in favor of one or the other, because a lot of times we see these two tanky top laners just going at it back and forth. Last game that wasn't the case, but let's see how it goes here in Game 3.
All right, Game 3, this is all on the line. Deji Wu and Mara actually want to push that lane, get level 2 first, but Ma and Udapro, you can see they are pushing as fast as they possibly can. They want to get that early level 2. Once you have that early level 2, you can do so much with it. It's probably the biggest level advantage in the game. And it looks like in that bottom lane, you're going to see Sid and Ma, or not Sid and Ma, but Ma and Udaproid hit that advantage first.
All right, pretty standard stuff. Otherwise, across the board, you can see bot lane trying to back up a little bit, as now they've both hit level 2. Ma going a little aggressive, and we might see the first action here in the mid lane as both junglers are coming in.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see immediately 2 ignites down there. It should be actually Gragas going down first. There's Goken very low. He's gonna die, but it should be able to pick up a kill there on to Envy. Sid is just waiting there for the cooldown there on the Vault Breaker. Envy's gonna have Cocoon, but throws a Spiderling backwards, trying to go in there. Does take the Cocoon, but Sid's still gonna flash in there. There's the red buff, there's the kill. It's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Detonation. Focus me.
All right, and the big takeaway there is the kill for Rampage actually going on to Envy's Elise. So we did see Envy building that magic penetration last game as we get an engage here in the bot lane.
Yeah, I've engaged there onto Udaproid. He does take a little bit of extra damage, but Merriman and Deji Wu definitely losing out on that trade. Now, it's Jinx versus Ezreal. We talked about how Ezreal sometimes isn't, the biggest sort of playmaking AD carry, lacks a little bit of damage, and that is something that Jinx has absolutely tons of. So I love the choice to go for Jinx, even though we haven't seen too much of it in this series.
But yeah, it's definitely something to take a look at, as Goken did pick up actually the first blood going across to him, and with the 2 kills, that's 1 for the mid laner and 1 for Sid in the jungle as well. It's really interesting to see them taking that Elise away from Sid, and so far, I think Sid has been playing a better Vi than he was playing Elise, so we're going to see a gank and counter game from the bot lane now.
Yeah, there we go. In there, it's both junglers at the same time reading each other perfectly, and it's actually Ozone Rampage they're the ones retreating. They have to back on off for that, and probably one of the big things that made that decision for them is that Sid already went in there and turned things around in the mid lane. Now looking to turn things around bottom lane as well. Love the early pressure from Detonation Focus Me, because now not only do they push Mara on back, but they're also going to put a ton of extra damage on this bottom lane turret.
Yeah, we can see actually that's at half health as Deji Wu is, wow, taking a lot of
deep
damage.
Underneath the turret, they're going for the kill. Sid's gonna die though because he overextended. Udaproid, where's he at, Corey? He's between the turrets.
And it's not over yet. Here comes Envy too.
Ma's gonna go down. It's a double kill for Envy. He's gonna throw out a Cocoon, but he does take that zap. Udaproid, he's already done flashing in between turrets, so he can't quite follow that up for the kill, but Envy grabs a double kill off the back of that, so nice job there by Elise, able to turn things back around. Now 3-1-0.
Yeah, things were getting a little messy there, but I think that does go in favor of Rampage. Also, Envy got his double buffs back, so lost them initially, and now has brought them back to his own team, and that means Sid is without. I don't know, Sid, they don't know if that was the best decision to go that far under the tower. It really does fit with the way Detonation FM has been playing, but they paid the price for it.
Oh, absolutely. Going a little bit too aggressive. Like, I guess you could say that to some extent it's worth it because there are 3 members of Detonation who have picked up kills, whereas for Ozone Rampage, it's just a 3-1 Elise. So Elise is going to be strong when she goes for ganks, but until she does gank, won't be able to affect things quite as drastically.
All right, so as we do settle into things here, it's about 7 minutes into the game. Kills are even at 3 apiece. No towers, gold pretty close as well. Looking at farm across the board, everybody's staying pretty close. But again, it's Udiproid on his AD carry. This time it's Jinx doing a really good job of just staying up in farm against Rampage's Melon Melon.
Oh, man. All right. So we've seen a ton of action across the board, but what are the big things to take away from this, Corey? I look towards the top lane. I see a 10 CS advantage. That's probably not one of them. So you're looking for a ton of pressure, just all-out aggression from both of the junglers and then mid laners as well. So I'm really interested to see how Envy is going to use his incredible number of kills to kind of turn this game around.
Yeah, and we'll actually have Flash coming back up on both of the mid laners in about 20 seconds here. So they're both now, actually Gouken hitting level 7 before Tay, but they both have their ultimates available, and when they both have that Flash available, look for the jungler to make something happen. However, Envy's busy in the top lane.
Yeah, just one cleaver landed there by Aotaka was able to force the Flash out of Garira just because, hey, Envy's very, very strong and is there looking for a gank as well. Blue buff about to be handed over to Tay, but what's curious for me is that, like you said, mid laners are about to have those flashes up, and that actually could set up Gouken to actually take that blue buff away if he's able to get a nice gank. But as far as ganks are concerned, you can see that Sid isn't actually looking for all that many of them because he knows if he gets counter ganked, he's just going to straight up lose.
So you can actually see now it is Detonation FM. They're going to get the blue onto Gouken. A little bit slower on their side, just making sure the timing comes down as we do have an engage in the bot lane.
Yeah, Udiproid going to throw down the barrier, but it's just not going to be enough. There's Mero on just... Wow, Deji Wu. Exploiting the lack of mobility from Jinx, able to get in there, and that's straight up kill. They get given over to Mero.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Udiproid missing the tumble there. He wishes he had that on her. But wrong AD carry, and they do a really good job of locking up. And the damage coming out of Ezreal right now, he only has 2 Doran's Blades.
Sid wants to steal, but he's looking for an engage spell. He's going to take down the invincibility, but can he get it in time? The answer is no. There's a teleport in there from Aotaka. This is going to be horrible for Detonation. Perfect teleport usage, and it's a double kill for Gragas. Overall, 3 for 0 exchange when all is said and done. That's the dragon, and probably going to be a mid lane turret. The first turret of the game as well for Ozone Rampage.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Gorilla's doing his best, but that definitely goes in favor of Ozone Rampage. Wow. Really good play all around out of every single player there. They pick up the kill on Udiproid, turn it into a dragon, pick up even more kills. I don't know if Sid, really timed that very well. The dragon was not low enough for the steal, and Ozone Rampage doing a really good job of stopping attacking, stopping doing damage to that dragon, so he had no chance to smite it.
Yeah, exactly. That was the struggle. It was a nice attempt there by Sid. He had so much time to get that smite down, but Dragon just wasn't low enough. So great job by Ozone, by Rampage rather, to be able to just say, hey, back off the Dragon, let him overcommit, and then take him down, win the team fight, take a turret off the back of that. So Dragons, turrets, all going Rampage's way. Have yet to see exactly how Detonation Focus B can start to turn this around.
Yeah, so we did actually see Udiproid pick up a turret there in the bot lane, so a little bit of gold back in favor of Detonation FM, but it is key to remember that it is the middle turret that went down for Rampage they were able to take out. And that's going to be, A, more valuable because of the extra armor that the middle and top lanes have, but also because of the map presence it gives you, because Envy is here in the top lane.
Now Taka forced the flash away. They're just going to take that flash, and now Guerrera is going to try to slice and dice his way out of there. Safe and sound. 1v2, no problem. And Guerrera makes it out alive.
All right, so it's still in that last fight we talked about Rampage picking up those kills, and 2 of them actually went over to Gragas. So
all right, well, now Goken's going to find himself in a little bit of a rough spot. Doesn't even have time for intervention. That's how fast he died. Tay grabbing away his team's 7th kill.
And that's now 3 for Gragas. He's actually sitting now 800 gold. So when he finally does get a chance to back, we'll have to see what he adds to his arsenal. But this is not the Tay we saw in Game 2.
Okay, so things are going to start to, I want to say settle down, but oh, Unifroid, that guy is a little bit overextended with Tay right there over the wall. Ma's going to be there for moral support, but Gragas is starting to burst very, very hard. And now just coming through behind that bottom tier turret, first tier turret. That's going to be a second turret of the game when Ozone Rampage off a nice rotation.
Yeah, I really like what they were doing there. Able to just push into that bot lane and push Detonation FM off the turret. Basically take it for free as Sid goes in for an engage.
Sid goes in, he's going to get intervention and stay alive for now, but look at Unifroid, he's chunked and can't even go back into the fight. Tay is just so strong in the back. Ma's going to go down as Maron takes him down. Kale just can't get in there to find any kills, and Gragas doing way too much. There's Envy, all of his kills being put to use. Sid will fall there in the back. It's a double kill for Envy. Now 5-1-4, and a huge performance from Tay as well. Every single member of this Ozone or Rampage lineup absolutely doing work.
You can actually see this time Envy opting for maybe the more traditional Elise build. There's the Giant's Belt after the Spirit of the Golem completed, so no Leandries just yet, but you know, sitting at 5-1-4, he'll have the gold for it. He can start building toward that pretty soon. Wow.
Okay, yeah, this game is starting to overheat really, really quickly. There's no rumble, so I'm not sure that analogy is totally apt, but at the same time, if Rampage keeps this up, there's nothing that Detonation Focus Me is going to do. Rampage is just playing too fast, too quick for Detonation Focus Me to be able to react to all the plays they're making all over the map.
Yeah, and I think the lack of mobility on Jinx is really hurting Unifroid. He's gotten so used to being able to have multiple ways to escape, to tumble, to go invis, and then you play Jinx and it's all about positioning. And that's not to say he has bad positioning, but it's a lot easier to correct for it when you're playing Vayne. And so far, he's what? He's 1 and 2, so 2 deaths. But the thing about those 2 deaths, he was caught out of position pretty poorly on both of them, I think.
Yeah, so as far as deaths are concerned, I mean, giving kills away is never a good thing. Sometimes you want to get kills and snowball, but for Detonation, they just have to keep themselves alive. Take it as many objectives as they can, and maybe look to turn these plays around, but blue buff being contested there, smote away by Envy. To be able to take that one down and disengage for now.
So, wow, it's just... We're seeing, I think, again, it's a completely different Rampage team. They came out, they're definitely surprising me. I did not expect Detonation FM to be in a 5,000 gold hole at 15 minutes. Even if they were on top, I didn't expect to see such a large gold difference so early. But with 7 kills already and an extra turret in favor of Rampage, really all they have to do is keep on pressing because they have this advantage. Detonation FM looks like they're kind of playing on their back foot again, and that's another dragon for Ozone Rampage.
Maron's going deep. He's like, hey, we took the dragon. It's time to go. So he's arcane shifting over that wall, looking to push that bottom lane wave. Top lane, I mean, Gorilla's doing a pretty good job up there for not having been with the rest of the team, but he is going to need to stop being top lane because he is sorely needed by the rest of Detonation.
And look at the damage coming out again on the second tier turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, no questions asked. The poke damage from both Envy and Maramaron able to take it down there very, very low. So, I mean, I don't know what's really going to stop them from pushing maybe Renekton coming down there. I mean, that guy is actually massive. Has a lot of extra damage. And oh, there's Sid going way deep there in the very back. Once again, that Kale intervention comes out. But look at the explosive cast. Sid now going to be forced to disengage there. Body slam back in onto Gorilla. He's going to go down there. Deji Wu actually able to come in there and finish things off. Double kill for Dr. Mundo. He teleports in too. And Aotaka and the rest of Ozone Rampage. Ace, Detonation, focus me and take down the second tier turret as well.
Not losing a single member of that fight. The repel from Envy keeping him alive as well. And actually, you know, this is the thing we see. In the lane, Renekton's winning his lane, using the Hydra to really bully that lane out, and took a lot of damage from Ezreal. There's no armor on him as they take the first inhibitor turret, and it will surely be this inhibitor as well.
Yep, that is going to be the first inhib of the game going to Ozone Rampage. It goes down. The rest of Rampage will just disengage for now. There's that Nashor's Tooth completed on Gouken. It's his only item, and by and large, only one big item completed across the board for Detonation Focus Me. Not the same story for Ozone Rampage. They're starting to get 1.5, maybe even 2 items. As now they go back to base Trinity Force, the big buy there for Maramaron. He grabs that on its way back.
All right, and that is definitely, I think, the earliest we've seen an inhibitor go down here at our JCG Grand Champions. We're only 17 minutes into the game when that goes down, and you're right, with that big pickup out of Ezreal picking up the Trinity Force, he was already doing a pretty good amount of damage in these fights, and he's only going to be even stronger now.
So if you're looking for ways to turn this game around for Detonation, they're looking pretty slim. You have to maybe get a nice intervention when Rampage try to burst down a target, maybe mitigate a lot of their damage and turn things around that way. Otherwise, you're gonna have to find a pick. The only problem is that Rampage's team composition is so much better at fighting picks. There's gonna be the flash over the wall. Ma tries to make it happen, but he misses the Tibbers, and now this is going to die for free off of Deji Wu taking him down. There's going to be the Solar Flare initiate and Detonation Focus Me. They're kind of in the death throes. Their death rattle is not going to summon them. The victory is now, yeah, Guerrera is going to die there in the back as Maramaron comes in. Uniproid, last man standing, a double kill there for Envy. GG is going to start to come out here any second now because one ace right after another. Ozone Rampage. They're living up to their name, just rampaging through these fights.
Yeah, this is... Apparently all we have to do is pick the other team to win, and we have propelled the opposing team into... I don't know if they just get angry with us or what the deal is, but oh my goodness, this is turning into an absolute slaughter. They're going to look for Baron here as well, and it should be fairly free. I don't think Detonation FM can really leave their base.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to stay in there. Super Mega Death Rocket's going to come out. Not going to be in time to pick up any kills or steal that dragon away. But, hey, you know, you got to... It's worth a shot. And that will be one of the last shots that we see this game is now Uniproid and the rest of Detonation Focus Me is going to have a lot on their minds.
All right, and it's not over yet. Look at Envy, 8-1 and 11, by the way, for those of you who have missed it. That's 19 of Rampage's 20 kills.
Yeah.
And yet, there's still no Leandries.
You know, a little bit situational, maybe. Didn't decide to go for that this time around. We actually see a grand total of 0 Leandries Torments after we saw 3 in our previous game. Turrets can turn things around. There's going to be the explosive cast. You can see Kale even preemptively stopping that damage coming his way. But Maramaron's ultimate just getting in there. A nice Tibbers stun comes out from Ma. With the smite, with nobody dying there, it's looking good for Ozone Rampage.
Yeah, so Detonation FM, they do still have the Vi Assault and Battery available, but she does not have the health to go in, and honestly, I really don't think Detonation has the follow-up.
Oh, and there's the dive. Renekton just melts. He doesn't have all that many tank stats. Second tier turret goes down in the top lane. We're 21 minutes in, and it's 22-4. More than a kill a minute here for Ozone Rampage as they're just crushing through. There's going to be the second base turn of the game going down. Second inhibitor soon to follow. Uniproid wants to go in there. There's the flash in from Envy. Probably won't be able to take down Gouken. Gets locked up, and with this inhibitor going down, it doesn't even matter if Elise dies here because it's going to be mission accomplished. Envy trying to escape. Will he actually live? Yes, the Ignite's not going to be enough to take him down. He's actually sticking around. Rampage are actually going to go for the win here, or at least clear out some of these bottom lane minions.
Yeah, at this point in time, it really is just a matter of time. That inhib coming back up, it won't be up for long. Melomelon's going to do a few shots there. At this point, it's just when do they want to finish this game? How soon can they finish this game? Gouken does actually pick up a kill, but not a whole lot else.
There's going to be Solar Flare locking down both Uniproid and Ma. They die together, they've lain together, and together they will be on their way out here. I saw, oh my, somehow the Eclipse saves Deji Wu, gives him just enough tank stats, and there are the GGs starting to come out there. Gorilla just diving for kills there, grabs another one, but 20 kills ahead. Ozone Rampage are going to be attempting here to close out the game if Detonation Focus Me let them.
Aotaka shopping a little bit early there.
Flashes away, goes down, but I mean, one kill after another. I want to see glimmers of hope because I love to watch comebacks, but realistically, yeah, this game is just a devastating performance of Ozone's strength.
So yeah, definitely I think showing why here, Rampage, why they did get picked up by Ozone as a sponsor, because when they are playing well, boy, like they look pretty unstoppable right now.
Yeah, so for now, it's just wave clear in the base, all inhibitors down, tons of super minions about to push into the base, and Super Mega Death Rocket gonna come out there around the dragon area. It does miss the dragon and anybody else, so not able to snipe anything away from that, and so that is gonna be probably one of the last dragons we see is now Ozone Rampage, just gonna push in through that middle lane, looking to end the game.
All right, yeah, you can just see there are so many minions here, and all of Ozone now streaming to the base. Aotaka running to catch up. There's, you know, these Nexus turrets will go down pretty quickly here as we see those HP bars disappearing. And it's not only the turrets disappearing.
Yeah. Teleport out of the super minion just to make it invulnerable as Aotaka gets his way in there. Nexus will finally fall, and Ozone Rampage 2-1 take out their kind of longtime JCG rivals in Detonation Focus Me.
Whew. All right.
G, well played, Ozone Rampage indeed. And the conclusion for all of that is that me, Corey, and Rapid shall not predict the outcome of game trees anymore.
Yeah, boy. Jeez.
Yeah,
it's
there was
the JCG caster curse.
Oh man.
yeah, that's a for sure. I mean, Rampage, also Rampage went on a rampage. I mean, that Elise on Envy on Elise was crazy. 9-2-4 at the end. 9-2-14 at the end of it. That's 14. That's 19 plus 14 plus 9. I cannot count, but that is
23.
a lot. 23 out of 28 kills of the game. That is one impressive jungling score right there. And DETFM they just couldn't. They cannot find that strength to keep the ball rolling for them. It didn't even roll for them from the beginning. It was pretty crazy. I mean, what was it? A 17-minute inhibitor?
Yeah, the first inhibitor at 17 minutes. Very quick for them. You know, and I think a lot of people talk about it, and it might not necessarily be the case, but so much of Detonation FM's success rests on Udapone. And in that game on Jinx, going 1-5-1, not what we want to see
Not what we
out
want to
of
see at all.
Udapone. So again, it's that 2 wins with Jinx, 3 losses with not, or I keep saying Jinx, two wins with Vayne, 3 losses with not Vayne over the course of the championship here.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
kind of crazy. So good. GG, well played to Ozone Rampage for winning that series. They are 3rd place, and in 4th place will be DETFM. We'll be back with the last and final games for the BO3 series for the finals tonight at 6 p.m. Japan time. But before this, I want to thank Rapid for being here with us today while we switch over to the Japanese studio stream, where we can see the players are actually getting there on stage and talking about I think we're going into player interview. But thank you, Rapid, for joining us today. I hope we'll see you later. And he's missing. But yeah, we want to thank Rapid Casting for joining us today. I'm not sure if the Japanese stream has gone down or not, but we're gonna stay here for a little bit more before we switch over to the main stage where the players are waiting in line to receive their gifting ceremony, as well as their player interview, what their thoughts about it, because I think DTFM will be very disappointed with how they play. That last game was very, very just not a brilliant performance, and it gets me thinking, is Yudapon only great on Vayne?
yeah, it's hard to say, because I think for a lot of people, at least those maybe familiar with the Japanese League of Legends scene, expected Detonation FM to maybe come in and have their way with the Grand Championship, and to finish in 4th place out of 4 teams. I don't think anybody expected that.
I don't think anybody
They're going to be kicking themselves on the way home. And if anything, hopefully this will maybe push them to work a little bit harder, to realize that, hey, we don't have a monopoly on Japan League of Legends, and teams are getting better and better and better, and we can't just rest on our laurels. We need to keep on going forward.
I think DTFM has a really big problem with trying to be consistent. They are just not consistent. They go up and down way too much. I think Ozone Rampage is a little bit more consistent. They are either really good or really bad, but they are never really very average. Like, you see them when they win, they stomp the game. They don't drag it out and try to slowly win the game. They either win very convincingly or they lose very convincingly. So we wanted to go to the Japanese stream, but I think the stream crashed really hard. And so people are just trying to figure out what's happening there. I'm not sure what's happening there either, because I don't have any information on what's happening with the Japanese stream at the moment. But I think it's now working. So let's just go over to the Japanese studios, and I can translate for you guys what is actually happening.
If it will.
レーザーより副賞としてレーザーニット B に L33T パック5つが贈呈されます。おめでとうございます。それではこの後約15分のインターバルを置きまして、3時15分よりいよいよ決勝戦をスタートいたします。配信をご覧の方は実況解説のお二人による試合の振り返りコメンタリーお楽しみくださいませ。それでは一旦ステージから失礼いたします。戦いはまだまだ続きます。
Oh, apparently the gifting ceremony was already done with. Apparently, I'm so sorry about that. But the Japanese stream and us will be taking a little bit of a break before we go into the StarCraft game. So we might just leave. Let's go back to the studios. And we might leave the stream on for just a bit. We're actually going to leave the stream on.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can either join us or take a break as well, because it will be the StarCraft 2 championships for the JCG. And so if you guys don't watch StarCraft, go take a break, take a nap, join us again maybe later at 5 to 6 p.m. So we're going to start once the StarCraft 2 ends. So we know it's hard to kind of gauge how fast or how slow StarCraft games are. It will be a best of 5 though. They did say a 15-minute interval, but that's what the Japanese stream, 15-minute interval, and then they will go into StarCraft 2. So we'll be taking the same thing. I don't know, vote. Should we close the stream or continue just airing that?
Airing the
And maybe we can put like an overlay that says, what time will League resume.
Yeah, so like you said, we're going to do StarCraft. We're slated for 6 o'clock, but that's entirely dependent on how long StarCraft takes, because we do want to kind of keep everything moving along. So it's your chance now. Watch some good Japanese StarCraft. A lot of really good players over there. If you're not into StarCraft, maybe check out another stream for a little bit or take a nap, grab some food. If you're in Tokyo, go check it out. You can go look for these players. Where they at, Ferlin?
They're in Hamacho Studio. Hamacho Studio is like 20 minutes walk, 25 minutes walk away from Akihabara Station. So if you're around Tokyo, go check them out. You can go to JCG's website and check out the website. They do the website. They do have the site links up there, so you can go check it out if you have the time to do so. We'll be back in just in a couple hours. Actually.
All right, yeah. So yeah, we need to get some water
We need to get
as
food
well
too.
in us.
So we'll see you guys in just a bit, eh? Yeah.
Did you just say A?
A.
Welcome
I'm
to
sorry.
Japan Canadian League of Legends.
Let me get it straight. So a lot of people have been asking me about my accent too since yesterday. I was born in Singapore, but I've lived in a lot of different countries that include the USA, Australia, even in England as well, and Italy. So I have a lot of mixed accent growing up because I've always been surrounded by a couple of people. See, I have a Swedish guy and an American guy, so it's kind of it's always a mixed accent.
For sure.
So I will see you guys later. Check it out. Check StarCraft 2 out if you have the time or if you want to. If you don't want to, leave the stream on and maybe go grab a drink, grab a nap. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
All right, yeah.
See you later, boys.
See you later, everybody.
And girls.
皆様大変長らくお待たせいたしました。昨年スタートして以来、長きにわたって争われてきた国内最高の戦い、 JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014、いよいよ決勝戦です。勝っても負けてもこれが最後の戦い。何百日もの努力、研究、苦心の実る時がやってきました。今日ここにいる皆さんも、画面越しに見ている皆さん、この戦いを、彼らの戦いをどうぞ最後まで見届けてください。まずはこの大会を開催するにあたり協賛をいただいた各社の紹介をさせていただきます。 JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014は MSI コンピュータージャパン株式会社様、ベンキュージャパン株式会社様、レーザー様の協賛のもと開催しております。まず MSI コンピュータージャパン株式会社様からは、会場で体験できるゲーミングノート PC をご提供いただきました。またこの大会の配信をご覧いただいている皆様に素敵なプレゼントをご用意いただきました。ベンキュージャパン株式会社様からは 144Hz で動作可能なモニター XL2420TE を大会用機材としてご用意いただきました。2倍以上の滑らかな動きでゲーマーの疲労を和らげるモニターです。またリーグオブレジェンズのベストチームにはこの XL2420TE が贈呈されます。レーザー様からは多数の商品をご用意いただきました。スタークラフト2優勝プレイヤーへはレーザータイパン、リーグオブレジェンズ優勝チームにはそれぞれレーザーナーガン2014を贈呈いたします。さらに本日参戦した両タイトル1位から4位まで全てのプレイヤーへ商品をご用意いただきました。またマウスコンピューター様からはハードなゲーミングシーンにも耐える最強スペック G チューンパソコンを大会用の機材としてご提供いただきました。ありがとうございます。さあ大変長らくお待たせいたしました。いよいよ JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門の決勝戦を開始いたします。スタークラフト2は2010年に発売され、今なお高い人気を誇る RTS ゲームです。1対1ながらリアルタイムに最大200体にも及ぶユニットを同時に操って戦うプレイヤーは、さながら超高速の戦争を指揮するアーティストにも見えます。ある時は経験、ある時は知識、そしてある時は直感に頼りながら刻々と変わる戦況を分析し、ベストな戦術を最大速度で実行するには頭脳とテクニックの両輪が必要とされます。スタークラフト2はまさに究極の知能スポーツと言ってよいでしょう。その日本最高プレイヤーを決すべく最後の戦いがいよいよ始まります。まずは両選手の入場です。まず登場するのは TM 選手。美しいプレイスタイルに定評がある万能タイプのプレイヤーです。続いてはクロア選手。 SC 界のファンタジスタ、トリッキーで攻撃的なスタイルは世界の強豪も認めるところです。それでは試合に臨む心境をお一人ずつ聞いていきたいと思います。まず TM 選手、いよいよ決勝戦です。今の気持ち教えてもらってもいいでしょうか。
そうですね、ここまで来るとはちょっと思ってなかったので、そうですね、悔いのないように思い切ってプレーして結果を残していきたいです。
わかりました。結果を残していくという力強いコメントいただきました。対するクロア選手、今の気持ち意気込み教えてください。
はい、今回で、スタークラフト2は最後の大会になるかもしれないんですけど、本当に、今まで応援してくださったファンの皆様方に、楽しんでいただけるようなゲームをプレイしていきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
はい、さあそしてハイレベルな戦い期待したいと思います。それでは試合前に両選手握手をしてください。そして両選手スタンバイをお願いいたします。 それでは試合開始前に JCG 松本大会委員長よりご挨拶と試合のルールの説明です。お願いします。
はい、JCG の松本です。JCG は去年2013年の4月にその事業をスタート、5月にはその大会の第一歩を歩み始めまして、ここまで約1年間たどり着きました。1年間非常に長い時間、プレイヤーの方々にはこの e スポーツ日本のゲーミングシーンを盛り上げていただくべく、本当にたくさん試合をしていただいて、時には楽しみ、時には辛い思いをしながらもここまで勝ち残っていただいた、そんなこの大会となっております。この JCG を1年間続けることができましたのは、本当に現在参加しているプレイヤーの皆様、そして、楽しんでオープンクラス、マスタークラスなど参加していただいた皆様、そしてそれらを応援していただいた視聴者の皆様、ファンの皆様、さらに協賛いただいた各社皆様、さらに本当にですね、ゲームに興味を持って、そしてこういった活動が世の中に広がればいいとお声をかけていただいた本当に多くの皆様に愛されてきたからこそ、この素晴らしい場が用意できたと考えております。さて、ということでスタークラフト2、そしてリーグオブレジェンズのこの JCG1 年間のまさに最後の決戦となります、このグランドチャンピオンシップ2014、ぜひ皆様と一緒に私も楽しみたいと思います。スタークラフト2ハート・オブ・ザ・スウォーム、この決勝戦は BO5、5試合中3本選手の勝負となります。マップはラダーマップ WCS 準拠ですね。こちらのマップからお互いに1つずつマップをキックした残りの5マップで対戦。そしてその他のルールはオンラインでおなじみの JCG ルールに従っていきます。皆様準備はよろしいでしょうか。本当にですね、この時間のために戦ってきたプレイヤーの皆さん、そして私たちファンの皆の期待を背負って、ぜひ素晴らしいプレーをしていただきたいと思います。それでは皆様ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。それでは試合を開始いたします。 JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門決勝戦、試合開始。
はい、春野です。
はい、ゼロカロリーです。
さあ、試合の進行、実況解説は、私春野とゼロカロリーでお送りいたしますが、まあ現在のところちょっと音声トラブルが、
そうですね、
はい、あるということでね、まあコーリーさんが素晴らしい、はい、まあ締めの言葉で、会社の言葉言ってくださってたんですけど、まあちょっとね、はい、一旦タイムということで、まあ僕たちの小話にねお付き合いください。決勝戦、黒は、と TM、ということで、まあ、プロトスとザーグのね、トッププレイヤー同士の戦いとなりました。まあ、リーグオブレジェンドの大会の後なので、多分ロールユーザーの方もね、多数見てらっしゃると思うんですよね。で、いきなりただスタークラフト2の、まあ、ルールをその大会見て、覚えるっていうのも難しいですし、で僕たちもそのスタークラフト2の、まあ、ユーザー向けの実況解説なので、結構説明やっぱり、はいあまりそう説明、を重視した実況はしたくないんですね。はい、そうですね。ということでここはね、ちょっとリーグオブレジェンドでちょっとスタークラフト2興味あるなと思ったら、まあ、ガンガン質問して、でスタークラフトもねガンガンコメントで答えてね。
ここは、一度、まあ、コメントと僕たち実況解説でスタークラフトのもう説明をなんて言いますか、完成させると言いますか、分からない人向けにも分かる人向けにもという感じで。
大丈夫ですか、ゼロカロリーさん、上がってないですか。
あれちょっと違う、
大丈夫ですか。
大丈夫ですか。
ゼロケビンさん大
丈夫ですか。ゼロケビンさん大丈夫です。
お、準備ができましたね。はい、
準備、大丈夫なようです。
はい、
ではスタートしていきたいと思います。
さあお待たせいたしました。では改めて、JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2決勝戦です。さあそれでは選手紹介から。まずはマップ右下、種族ザーグ TM 選手、対するはマップ左上、こちら種族プロトスクロア選手、 さあ皆さんお待たせしました。さあスタクラ界ではね、一部から強烈な支持を得ているクロア選手、クロアのプレーが、ついに解禁ですね。
解禁ですね。ここに来て、決勝戦で見れるというのは、ファンの方も、嬉しいと思います。
はい。スタークラフト1の頃から、トッププレイヤーの座を守り続けたクロアのプレーに注目。
そうですね。しかも、今壇上でも、ここでスタークラフト2は、引退しようかなという言葉もありましたので、ラストプレーになるかもしれません。皆さんご注目ください。
はい。最後優勝して終えるのか、それともね、新たなる勢力 TM に敗れ2位という形に終わってしまうのか。
そうですね。 TM としてもここで、花を持たせて終わるわけにはいかないと、一致、なんか報いてくれるんじゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。今勝たなければこのまま、クロアに引退させてしまっても、勝ち逃げさせてしまいますからね。
そうなんですよね。勝ち逃げという形は一番悔しいです、ゲーマーとしては。
はい。ここは勝っておきたい。プライドが許さない。このクロアのプレースタイル、非常に攻撃的な、プレイヤーですね。はい。現在のところはまだ動きありませんが、とにかく殴る。敵に攻撃をされても殴り返すと、1回やられたら2回殴り返すよね。もう目には目をどころじゃない、プレースタイルです。
はい、倍返しが大好きなプレイヤーですね。PP ということでポーズプリーズと。
さあここで一旦ポーズ。さあここまでね、決勝戦まで進めてきたので、できることならばね、一回ポーズして仕切り直して万全の状態で試合の方を再開したいですね。
さあここで、おそらく機材の方など、トラブル
あったので、そこら辺はいいんじゃないですか。少々お待ちください。いやしかしこれどうでしょうね、人気投票とかしたらすごい割れるんじゃないんですかね、クロアと TM っていうのは。ちなみにゼロカロリーさんはどう思います？
僕はですね、
勝利予想。
勝利予想。勝利予想は、ズバリ、クロア選手だと思います。やはり先日の、JCG、グランドファイナル、準決勝といいますか、決勝決める大会の時の出来を見てしまうと、少しクロア選手いってしまうんじゃないかなと。
いやもう圧倒的でしたね、先日の準決勝。ここでレディー来ましたね。じゃあすみません。それでは、ゲーム画面の方、戻してください。お願いします。さあそれでは試合再開です。さあ現在お互いの作戦はどうでしょうか。
お互いどちらとも内政重視ということで、即セカンド即ネクサスということで、お互い、ミラーとなってますね。
お互い内政を伸ばしてきています。いや欲張りますね TM。 いや通常通りですね。ここでプール取ってガスを掘る。いやただ昨日の試合を見ていると、クロア非常にキャノンラッシュなど、序盤からちょっかいを出すプレーが大好きじゃないですか。あれを見てこういった拡張優勢の戦い方しないと思ったのですが、さあ内政を伸ばしていきました。さあパイロンを立ててくるクロア。さあキャノンラッシュを警戒してドローンを動員しています。さあドローン3体、1体サボっているぞ。さあここからクロアキャノンを埋めました。ここでキャノンを置く。さあキャノンを2つ、もう1個置いて、もう1個置いて、もう1個は置かない。2個で十分。
2個で止めますかね。
いやもう1個置きました。ここでキャノン3個。さあドローン動員して懸命にキャノンを攻撃しています。
キャンセル
来ましたね。ただもう少しで完成してしまうぞ。さあ残り何秒だ。キャノンがそろそろ完成して、ここでキャンセル。さあまずは未然にキャノンラッシュを防ぎました。出ましたね、クロア選手のマクロキャノンラッシュ。
マクロキャノンラッシュ。ただこれ毎度、
そしてプローブがすれ違って見えていない。いやこれいいポジションに隠れましたね。ここからいざとなれば相手に攻めることもできるようにパイロンを置くことができます。そしてしっかり壁をしてザーグリングを防いでいきたいが、さあザーグリングが走る。 TM のザーグリングが走って、ここからゲートを置く。いや素晴らしいタイミング。
本当に入れるんじゃないかという期待を持たせるこのプレー、本当にギリギリまで、やりますね。
建物で当選棒。さあこれはやはりこれはもう侵入できませんね。ゲートを立てさせたのみという成果に終わってしまいました。 はりこのキャノンラッシュ強いですね。もうワーカー数の差が32対25。
おお、なるほど。やはり、キャノンで、動かすワーカーを動員させる方の、ミネラルの方が大きいということですね。
いや、これ初めて見た時はただフリーになるだけの戦術なんじゃないかと思ったんですけどね。そしてここで見てしまうか、プローブが入って、いやー見てしまう。ローチホーレンを見てしまいました。
さあここでキャノン1個増やし、さらにもう1つ増やすのですかね。
TM が序盤に攻めようと伺っているのを確認することができた。さあプローブはここでダウン。ただ得られた情報はさあ大事なもの、ローチホーレンを見ることができました。さあこれに対してどう守るか。
とりあえずは、マザーシップコアを、早めに出して、エネルギーを貯めておきたいところですね。
クロノブースト全開ですね。
はい。
さあ出てくるユニットはローチとザーグリング。さあもうラリーポイントはもう攻める気満々ですね。
はい。
ラリーポイントはクロアのベース前。ただこのまずゲートへの壁を突破、そしてさらにマザーシップコアのフォトンオーバーチャージを抜けなければなりません。
そして、このキャノンは2つということなので、少し少々突破は難しいですね、このローチだけでは。
はい、さあローチでプレッシャーをかけながらドローンを作っていきました。さあ敵にプレッシャーをかけながら内勢を伸ばす TM。 ただやはりそうですね、このタイミングで軍を作るということは、それだけダメージを与えなければ、自分を不利にしてしまいますね。キャノン追加しないですね。ただ
はい、もうおそらく守れるぞと、もう踏んでいるのでしょ
う。さあキャノンは2個、セントリーは1体、ホースフィールドをどううまく張るか。
ただ、このゲートへ、
さあここでローチが入ってくる。ゲートへの壁は3つ、壁が広い。さあキャノンをフォーカスして殴っていくが、絶妙な配置。ローチの射程が短くキャノンを殴れていない。ここでマザーシップコア出動。さあナイスディフェンスクロア。フォトンオーバーチャージを使うまでもないと、
そうですね、
いうことでしたね。
TM の方も、突破できるとは思っていなかったので、あれ以上軍を作っていないということは、お互い、あまりホームプッシュではないだろうと、読みの違いですね。
はい、そしてマザーシップコアがベースから離れ、さあローチに帰れ帰れとダメージ与えていく。これはまさか、
バローですね。
おお、1体バローしてますね。さあこの伏兵ローチがどれだけの仕事をするのか。いやーギリギリ見えていない。
これが
視界が狭い。これもったいないですね。
そうですね、もう少し上であれば見れたんですが。
はい、そしてこのプッシュを止められるか。イモータルとセントリー。
これを防ぐのは相当、至難の技ですね。ただザーグリングの足のハップが入りました。当たり方次第ではどうにかなる可能性もあります。
はい、増援をまずは作らせたくない。パイロンが立っています。セカンドベース裏にサードベースの裏にパイロンが立っている。これをローチで壊しに行くが、その場合正面が空いているぞ。さあセカンドベースに軍隊がいない。サードベースに出張しています。中までクロアが入って、
いやー、
クロアが入る。
ここに当たられたら終わる。
クロアが入る。フォースフィールドで TM 帰り道を塞ぐ。なんということでしょう。まさに電光石火。フォースフィールド1枚張って、さあ動員を送ることができません。たまらずローチは攻撃に出します。
そしてワーププリズム登場しました。ここから火力も一気に増えます。
この効率的なスタイルこそがクロアの真骨頂。さあイモータルがメキメキとハッチリを割っていく。フォースフィールドでファーストベースまで乗せない。ユニットを上がらせません。さらにワーププリズムも合流して、さあいざとなればユニットがワープイン可能だ。さあファーストベースは壊滅状態。セカンドベースもセントリーがしっかり待っています。
はい、そして、TM のカウンターも全てきれいに返していますので、これはもう、相当厳しいですね。 TM
セカンドベースにはキャノンが3つ。さあ行き場を失った TM のローチがとぼとぼと戻っていきます。ここでミュータリスク登場するが、数が少ない。ミュータリスクが一瞬で解ける。ここで TMJP が投了。1セット目取ったのはクロア選手です。いやー、あっという間でしたね。
という間でしたね。
はい、
やはり
これにはおそらく、これには TM 選手も苦笑いですね。
苦笑いですね。
苦笑ですね。失礼しました。はい、苦笑ですね。いやー、それほどまでに12分。はい、まあ、スタークラウド2、まあ、展開によっては5分以内に終わる試合もあるんですが、まあ、それにしても本当一瞬の隙をついて手早くゲームを終えてきましたね。
やはり、中盤のローチリングプッシュ、あそこで、ダメージが、ほぼ入りませんでしたので、まあ、厳しい試合ではあったんですが、そこの、カウンター、非常に黒田選手、素晴らしかったですね。
そうですね、危なげなく1セット目取っていきましたね。いやー、やっぱセントリーイモータルラッシュってその狭い場所にもう入ってしまうとダメじゃないですか、だから広くローチとリングで当たりたいんですけど、その当たる場所がすごい大事で、でそのために黒田選手パイロンをいろんなところで置いて、その TM 選手の軍隊をこう右往左往させて、その間にいいポジションを取るっていうね、いやもうまさにプロトスの理想的な動きでしたね。
やっぱり意識のそらせ方、やっぱりこれがまあ非常に重要となってきますので、まあ、ああいうプレーをされると、まあザーグとしてはたまったもんじゃないと。
そうですね、スタークラウドって単性ではなく全てリアルタイムに動いているので、やっぱああいうね同時マルチタスクというか、かく乱作戦ができるとやはり非常に、強みになります。さあ一瞬で、マップ選択を TM がし、さあ次のマップはフロストですね。セカンドベース前が広いマップになりました。さあTM 選手としては気を引き締めて、2セット目取り返しに行きたいところ。じゃあ黒田選手寒いんでしょうかね。
そうですね、結構寒そうにしてますね。おっとスイング。
さあ本大会、試合は BO5 です。先に3本取った方が優勝と。現在は黒田選手が1本取っている状態。黒田選手、TM ゼーピグ選手ともに早速レディーということで、さあ2試合目スタートしましょう。さあそれでは JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門決勝戦2試合目です。さあそれでは再び選手紹介からいきましょう。まずはマップ左上、こちら種族プロトス黒田選手、対すらマップ右下、こちら種族ザーグの TM 選手。さあ両者の対戦の模様をお送りいたします。さあすでに黒は1セット取った状態ですが、いや今の試合見ていると正直このまま2セット目取ることも十分考えられますね。
僕もこのまま、取ってしまいますと思ったんですが、このフロストというマップ、なんかさっき、話を聞いたところによりますと、やはりザーグがかなり有利で、黒田選手やりたくないと言っておりました。なので、最初のマップ、キックの時もこちらを、キックしていたようです。
なんかそれ理由みたいなのは聞きましたか？
やはり、広い、そして、スワムホーストの展開が、やはり非常にやりやすいということで、サードフォースの取りにくいということで。
プロトスからすると、なかなか前に出づらいマップということですね。セカンドベース前までは狭いんですけど、そこから一気に広くなってしまうので、ザーグの機動力を生かしたプレーがやりやすいといったところですかね。さあ今日も可愛くブルードロードで GG マーク。さあこのユニットそろそろ見たいですね。
そうですね、そろそろ見たいです。
最近 VS プロトスで、ブルード使うような展開はだんだん増えてはきてるんですけどね、いずれもロングゲームになってこそのユニットなので、さあ今回活躍の機会を見ることはできるのか。
そして今回、体格ですので、おそらく、ロングゲーム見れるんじゃないかなとは思うんですが、
ただそういうところで攻めてくるのが黒田ですからね。
そうなんですよね。
さあ TM は中間的なオーダーを取ってきましたね。はい、プールを立ててセカンドベース、相手が何をしても対抗できる形。対してクロアはどうでしょうか。
はい、もうこちらは、今さっきと同じで、内政欲張りオーダーですね。先ネクサスなので、内政の伸びが非常にいいです。
はい、ただ今回は自然に無難に守れそうですね。はい、はい、TM もそこまで攻撃的な作戦ではありません。
TM が15、プールした理由としては今さっきの、キャノンラッシュがあったので、もうこれは安全にいこうというところでしょう。
いや、1試合目にああいう動きされると、やっぱり自分の序盤の選択肢がどんどん少なくなっちゃうじゃないですか。はい、そういった意味では非常に効果的でしたね。マクロキャノンラッシュは、はい、ちょっと同じザーグプレイヤーとしては背筋が凍る、ゾッとする思いで見てました。そしてリングが追い払って、さあプローブを追い出す。
そしてこのザーグリング一直線に、T シャツ向かいますので、難なく、確認可能でしょ
う。そしてちょっとこれ見てください。
はい、
早いですね。
早いですね。
こうなってくると序盤で攻める可能性が非常に高いが
なんですが、はい、ザーグリングを主体にしていく場合はやはりガス、メタボリックブーストが必要なのでそのガスだけ取ってという可能性もあります。このままラッシュに行くか、マクロに行くかは、ちょっとまだわからないというところですね。
さあサードベースは立てず、さあこのガスを何に使うのか。さあクロアはしっかりゲートウェイで壁を作ってセカンドベース前を守っていますね。
さあそして足アップ入れましたね、ザーグ。
はい、ザーグリングの足アップを入れるメタボリックブーストが入っています。まだガス取り続けますよ。
はい、これは抜かないということであれば、やはりちょっとラッシュの可能性がありますね。
そうですね。さあザーグリングの足アップを入れて、ここからガスをどう使っていくか。
なので、ここまで来て、ガスを、他に使わない。
もう一個ガスを追加。ただこれプローブが見てしまった。いや、いいタイミングで偵察が入る。
こうなってくると、ミュータリスクに、
いやー、黒はパイロンで蓋をする。さあ相手が攻めてくることを判断し、しっかりと建物で防衛しようとしていますね。
はい、そして、クロノブーストも、コアに、ワープゲートの研究に入れているので完全に読みは合ってるのですが、それを読まれると判断しての TM、 ここでアップグレードに行くエボリューションターバー2つを建設ですね。
黒はこれコア2個、これ予備のコアということですか。
そういうことになりますね。
なりますね。いや、用心深い。ただこれちょっと過剰ですね。
はい、過剰です。
TMJPEG の、TM のこのガスを見て、さあ攻めてくるぞと思って防衛の準備をしています。
はい、TM 先ほどメレーアップが強いと、はい、PVP に関してはメレーアップが強いということで今回、話していましたので、入れてきましたね。
さあまずはザーグリングを強化しに行きます。
はい、やはり、メレーアップグレードをして、ザーグリングを使う場合はすごく自分の手札が広がるということをおっしゃっていたので、その選択、この広いマップで選んできました TM。
はい、機動力に高いザーグリングをさあ広いマップで、使ってきましたね。さあ黒はベースに、キャノンが3つ、そしてここからオーバーロードで偵察が入る。さあしっかり見ました。ゲートウェイを4個、4つのゲートウェイを確認しましたね。はい、そしてさらにスターゲートまで見ることができた。できれば生産途中のユニットまで見たいが、スターゲートは動かない。
この辺り、動かさない辺りもきっちりしてますね。
はい、そしてここでゲートウェイ、そして裏ではトワイライトとロボ、これ一気に鉄橋の建物建ててきましたよ。はい、
TM
これは、
ザーグリング主体と言いました、がこのままトワイライトテックに行かれると非常に厄介だと言っておられましたので、これは少し、クロアも分かっているのではないでしょうか。
厄介ということは何が厄介なんですか。
アーコンなり、範囲攻撃、ザーグリングに非常に有効です。なのでそこで、ザーグリングだけでは返せないということでスワームホストなりに行かなければならないとおっしゃっていました。
そしてブリンクの研究をして、さあロボが立ったワーププリズムですかね、ここから。
はい、 とりあえずワーププリズムは、トリッキーなプレーとして必要なので、
はい、ただ TM も黙ってはいません。ザーグリングを出してここでサードベースを強襲する構え、さあ黒はまだ軍隊は揃っていない。さあセントリーのみで防衛しに行くと食われかねないか。さあ圧倒的なザーグリングの数、ユニットをワープインさせて守っていきたいが、しかしダメ。サードベース破壊、キャンセルさせました。
ザーグリング、絶えず、出し続けますね TM。
対して黒は来ましてね、ワーププリズム生産開始。
はい、なのですが、今回、しようとしているザーグリングを使っていますので、ワーププリズムの対処も、比較的簡単に済むことができます。
そうですね、機動力がやはり高いので、
はい、
マップのある程度離れた場所にいても簡単に守りに行けると。
そうですね。そしてメレアップ入れているので、ジーロットに、アンチというところまではいきません。なので対処は楽でしょ
う。さあゲートウェイヘビーの黒は対してザーグリング一色の TM、 再びここでベースをキャンセルさせに襲いかかる。さあ裏から回って挟み撃ちをするか。おっと TM が囲め、ただフォースフィールドがそれを拒みます。ただジーロットが浮いてフォースフィールド
キャンセルできませんでしたね。
おっとサードベースを破壊。さあ今自分のユニットを守るので精一杯でしたね。
はい、
そしてザーグリングガスを使わないミネラルのみしか、使えません資源を。そのため余ったガスで他の上級ユニットを作ることができます。
はい、そしてインフェスター8体の生産が入っています。そしてこのタイミングでハイブ、
はい、テック伸ばしてますね。
はい、
これは見ることができた。ワーププリズムを確認。
はい、これで気づけているか気づけていないか、少しギリギリな
ただ見
ラインでしたね。
えていないぞ。ワーププリズムは見えていない。その間に正面で当たる。さあフォースフィールド張っているがセントリーが少ない。ここで TM のボックス。さあこれは効果抜群、大ダメージ。さあ裏ではワープリが入っているがリンゴが間に合った。いや間に合っていない。
おーっと
さあここでワーププリズムフォースフィールドでセカンド前を封鎖。そしてここからユニット大量にワープイン。さあ正面も止めました。
はい、
ただここでインフェステッドテランが襲いかかる。さあフォースフィールドの壁を越えてマーリン発射。これには下がるしかありません。
はい、高級ユニットだけ回収して、黒羽選手なことなきは得ましたね。
はい、ジーロットかわいそうですね。
はい、残されました、
はい、ポストの安いジーロットは置き去り。
さあそしてやっと黒羽選手ここで稼働させたいのですが、セカンド前、封鎖してしまいまして、ワーカーが動けません。
これ勝負大行列ですね。
これは非常に痛いミスですね。はい、長い間、掘れていません。
さあ一直線並んで、おっとこれさらに妨害きましたよチェンジリング。いやこれもう一歩早く到達していれば、
どこからも抜けることができずと、
はい、さらなる妨害もできました。
さあここでやっとの思いで、サード回すことができました黒は。
はい、ただワーププリズムここで正面は TM が押しているが、ここで再びワーププリズム、ただオーバーロードで見ているぞ。
そして TM を、ですが、ウルトラリスクの生産準備、整いました。
はい、ついに出てきますね、ザーグの最上ユニット、ウルトラリスク。さあお互い地上軍同士の激しいぶつかり合いです。
そうですね、ザーグリングヘビーということでコロッサスに行きたかったのですが、そのアンチのウルトラリスクを出してくるということで、これは非常に、TM いい形ですね。
これ2ロボですからね。
はい、
さあここからコロッサスを大量に出すための準備をしてしまっています。ただ同じタイミングで弱点のユニットが出てくる。さあここでワーププリズムを止めた。
いやーナイスキャッチです。
を吐いてもう一発ファンガルグロース。いやーここで黒別動隊を落とすことに成功しました。これは大きいですね。
はい、これで少し心配が減るので、思う存分攻撃に回ることができます。
はい、いやそれにしてもこの黒は視界、
はい、
はい、圧倒的な広さですね。
多いですね。
ハルシネーションを必要に飛ばしてここで一気に視界を得ようとする。
マップのコントロールのうまさで言えば、やはりこのパイロンをうまく使う、黒は非常に素晴らしいのですが、ゲーム展開的には、TM の方が 現在は上回っていると思います。
今まではワーププリズムで時間稼ぎをしていたんですが、今回それがないですからね。ここでコロサスが合流するが、ウルトラリスクが待っているぞ。
さあここでフォトンオーバーチャージは
先に使いますが、さあ手薄なベースでこんにちは。ここでベースをキャンセル。さあインフェスターが置いてブリンクでインフェスターを2体撃破。ただファンガルが当たってしまった。このストーカーは逃げられまい。黒はストーカーがここで10体ほど落ちました。そしてここから中に入ってリングのみで攻めに行くか。フォースフィールドを張る。ウルトラリスクが壁を潰す。
さあここでファンガルを入れたいですがエネルギーがないですね。
ないですね。さあストーカーをブリンクして前を立つ。おーっとハルシネーション幻影のコロッサスを盾にする。ただあっさりと壊れてしまいました。これがこのウルトラリスクのステータス。
さあ非常に強い範囲攻撃、ストーカーが本当に一瞬で解けますね。
さあ黒はストーカーが残り5体。さあうまいこと使っていきたい。ブリンクを駆使して間合いを取りたい。ウルトラリスクがここで突進。黒は防衛用のユニットがほとんどいません。さあ TM ここで2セット目取り返すことができるのか。さあベースを守るユニットがもういないぞ。ここでクロアのベース残り2つ。さあボイドレーこそ出てきますがウルトラリスクサーグリングそんなのお構いなしです。
さあそして TM は、エアのアップグレードも入れ始めました。ここから、ボイドレーのアンチであるミュータリスクを大量生産して、進めていこうという気ですかね。
さあすでに資源の保有量は5倍近い差が出ています、インカムもこの通り。さあここからただ粘るのがクロア。さあワーププリズムと G ロットでハラスニとかTM 隙がない。
はい、クリープが素晴らしいです。どこから来ても分かる、この状況本当に硬いプレーをしています TM。
さあ黒は時間を稼ぎながらサードベースを取っていきたいがダメ押しのユニットが出てきそうですね。
はい、ここで、コラプター11体の生産、
そしてさらにクイーンのエネルギーも溜まっているので、
はい
いやこれもうウルトラリスクちょっとやそっとの攻撃は傷一つ、傷をつけてもすぐ回復するばかりですね。
そして TM ここで、フィフスベース、フィフスベースの方のフォースベースですね。すいません。このガスをちょっと取りたいですね。
さあワープリが逃げていきますが、おっと画面端に逃げてしまうぞ。いやこれは落とされる。逃げ場がない。さあ G ロット2体でも晴らす。このマルチタスク時間稼ぎこそクロアの得意プレー。ただいまだにサードベースを取ることができていない、もうすでにファーストベースとセカンドベース資源ほとんどないですからね。
サプライの差も、およそ2倍。あとは、G ロットでどれだけ時間を稼ぐかということですが、もうその時間ももうあまりないでしょう。
さあザーグリングをうまく活用してクロアのパイロンを壊していきます。そして正面ではこのプッシュ。さあ怪獣大集合。ウルトラクイーン、インフェ、コラプター。
これは完全に今のクロアの軍のアンチと言っても差し支えないですね。
ザーグの最終形態ですね。それに対しクロアは、軍量が絶望的に少ない。
ザーグは貯金プラスマックスアウト。
ただ G ロットで晴らす。さあどんな時も攻撃の手を緩めません。苦しい状況だからこそ相手を殴りに行く。
この G ロットですらも今は、安くはないのですが、ハラストし続けますクロア選手。
さあこのベースを守らなければいけません。ここが割れたらもはや試合終了と言ってもいいでしょう。さあ TM どういう作戦で落としに行くか。
とりあえずはこのフォトンオーバーチャージ、切れるものがあって、2手から、挟み込むという、今陣形を取ってますね。
さあ最後の G ロットがダウンして、さあ今かと気を伺っている。
そしてフォースベースの
さあここで来た挟み撃ち、TM のウルトラリスクが左右から両撃する。黒はこれでは逃げ場がない。ファンガルグロースがフルヒット。もはやナセスではありません。これは GG 待ったなし。いやただボイドレーが残る。 ボイドレが残る。クイーンが足並みが揃っているのは守りきりました。
守りきりましたね。
いやー、これは予想外のプレー。さあクイーンフリーズ界では非常に足が遅いです。おっとここでインフェスタが合流して速攻で腫れてしまいました。
はいですがここでミュータリスク23体の生産、
はい、多少強引に当たりに行きましたが、依然有利に変わりないと。
そうですね。黒のハイテンプラが、インフェスタを
だからベース落としそうですよ。ベースの体力が残り6。おっとここでベースダウン。いやこの勝利への執念ですよ。はい、通常ならば諦めてもおかしくない状況。
今の防衛に、一つに関してでも本当に素晴らしいプレーの応酬でしたね。
さあ少しでも可能性がある限り集中力を切らさずプレーに集中しています。
さあここでハイテンプラがどういう仕事をするかによって、大きく変わりますこの防衛。
いや違う、ミュータリスクを落とせるユニットがいないですね。ここでミュータリスクを見て投了。 TM2 セット目取り返しました。いやー2セット目は TM が見せてくれましたね。そうですね。試合のポイントどこにあったと思いますか？
そうですね、最初のザーグリングメインで、TM の方へ行ったんですが、それを見てのクロアの、防衛、そこが少し過剰すぎたせいで差が開いたような気がします。
そうですね。TM のもう今からやるぞというフェイク、あれ良かったですよね。ただ実際は内戦を伸ばすという、もうこれも用意していましたね。今回の大会に向けて用意していた切り札を2セット目で使っていきました。TM 作戦成功、効果抜群でしたね。いやそしてそこからのテックスイッチもやっぱりうまいですよね。スタークラフト2、軍の規模が、最大サプライ200までしか出ないので、どうしてもお金があっても出せる軍の規模に限界があるんですけど、そう有利な相手が攻めてこない状況で軍を交換してお互いぶつけ合って、そこから自分はまた200まで回復するっていうね、ザーグの王道プレーでしたね。
王道プレーでしたね。
そこでまたウルトラリスクとか出してしまうとやっぱり時間かかってしまうんですけど、しっかりミュータリスクのアップグレード入れて、そこからとどめを刺しに行きましたね。
やはり、このマップはこうやりたいとおっしゃっていたので、TM 選手、ちょっと事前に話を聞いていた通りの動きをしてそこで勝利ということなので、かなり調子乗ってるんじゃないですかね今。
調子に乗ってますね。
調子に乗ってます。なんかちょっと悪い風な感じ。
今完全に悪い言い方でしたね。
でしたか？調子に今乗っています。
そうですね。
これで大丈夫です。
2位乗っています。
2位ですね。すいません。
さあ TM 選手今でもしめしめと思ってますね。
思ってますね。
いい笑顔を見せてくれてます。おっとここでカメラ目線。
本来であれば、即セカンドからの動きがしたいとおっしゃってたのですが、やはりこうキャノンラッシュあるということで、ここからつなげると。
お互いでも最初の立ち回りとしては最高ですよね。まず1試合目で、クロアがキャノンラッシュで TM の即セカンド潰したじゃないですか。潰せてはいないですけど結果的に有利になって即セカンド封じをして、で今度2セット目は2セット目でクロアの即セカンドをまた潰すような、TM が俺にはこういう攻めるカードもあるんだぞということで、非常に今回 BO5 を意識した戦い方を展開してますね。
そして、1-1ということで3マップ目、どこを、黒は選んでくるのか非常に楽しみですね。
楽しみですね。いやウルトラリスクインフェスタ、この構成ちょっと最近なかなか見なかったというか、なんか最近どちらかというとメレーユニット、近接ユニットじゃなくて射程ユニットを使っていく、戦術が多かったんですけど、やはり型にはまるとメレーな分攻撃力が高くて、強いですよね。
そうですね。あと、やはりその誘い込みといいますか、ウルトラを出せれるような状況に持っていくということが、やはりうまかったと思いますね。TM、
コロッサスをザーグリングを大量に見してコロッサスを出させてからのウルトラリスクっていう、
そうですね。
アンチを出させてそのアンチを出すっていう、
逆にスワムホストに行きながら、そこでコロッサスを出させたい、そこからのウルトラという方式もあるよと、TM おっしゃっていましたので、そちらかどちらかで言おうと思ってるんです かね。
いやこの素晴らしい試合があと3回も見れると、はい、はい、まあ、ザーグプレイヤーの僕としてもね、ワクワクが止まらない、そういった試合ですね。さあ本大会たった1人、ザーグ以外の種族で戦っているクロア。さあ両者ともに落ち着いている様子ですね。
はい。
まあ、TM もクロアも、まあ、オフライン大会の出場経験がかなり豊富なので、まあ、そういった意味では会場の緊張、まあ、でっかい会場にいて緊張するなどそういったことはなさそうですね。
なさそうですね。
プレーに硬さを感じません。
はい、では、準備の方を整えましたので、始めたいと思います。
はい。さあそれでは JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門決勝戦3試合目です。どうぞ。さあここの1対1のまま1対1、はい、イーブンの状態から3試合目が開始ですね。
さてマップは4スということで、
まあ、お互いなかなか、
はい、
まあ、序盤で甘えたプレーをしたら殺されるかもしれないという、はいまあ、考えを1試合目2試合目で持ったと思うので、こうなってくるとやはり安全なオーダーを取ってくるんですかね。
そうですね。ですが、まあ、おそらくクロアの方は、はい、ソックネクサスか、まあ、ゲートウェイか、まあ、そのあたりはあまり変えないんじゃないかなとは思います。クロトス側としては、まあ、やはりキャノンラッシュ等ありますので、結構選ぶ権利があります。
むしろまあ1セット目、まあ、この 1試合目、2試合目で序盤のオーダーを制限されているのは TM の方だと。はい、いや、セカンドベースに向かわないですね、これは。いや、行きますか。
いや、これは偵察ですね。
はい。序盤から、はい、必要に偵察をしています。
はい、このタイミングでプロ騎士など来てしまいますと、やはり嫌ですので。はい。こういった、偵察 BO5、とても大切です。やはりこのタイミングで偵察を見せておくと、やはり次のマップ、次の時に相手がここでは、2ゲートへ、刺さらないんだなと見せておくということも可能なので、
なるほど、序盤からまあしっかり偵察をすることを、相手に見せることによって、そうですね、まあ、クロアが、プロテジ2ゲートをしていたらよし、まあしてなくてもよしと。よしと。はい。さあ今回も即セカンドのクロア。対して TM は安定のプールハッチ。いや、まだベース縦に行きましたね。はい、ただ少し遅れてしまったこのタイミングで、さあオーバーロード1回作ってますね。これもパイロンハルス予期してるでしょう。はい、さあプローブがさあぐるぐるとセカンドベースの建設を妨害する。おーっと、いやー、これちょっとらしくないですね。そうですね。いやー、2試合目が響いているのか、こういった妨害プレーってクロアのやはり得意プレーですね。得意プレーですからね。ちょっと失敗するところあまり見たことなかったんですが、いや今回ちょっとミスしてしまいましたね。はい、もちろん TM の、ワーカーの回り方もうまかったのですが、これなかなかレアな映像ですよ。映像ですね。はい、ハラスを失敗するクロア、そしてザーグリングが出てきた。これちょっとプローブ止めすぎましたね。今度はプローブを逃がすのが遅い。これでは、ベースに戻りきる前にもしかしたら、いや無理と判断して TM の方も、1体で変わりましたね。そしてその先にプローブ、さあすれ違うように、これはうまい。はい、さあ中に隠すことに成功しました。はい、こういった細かいプレー、やはり、ハラスの得意な、クロア選手とてもうまいですね。ただオーバーロードが見たぞ。プローブを見つける。これは見えていない。さあ非常にいい位置にパイロンを立てることができそうです。いやー、発展しましたね。はい、さあザーグリングが発展。本当にこのパトロール序盤大切です。怠らない、両者素晴らしいですね。ただサードベースを取っていないことを確認しました。このタイミングで取っていないのは少々、はい、遅いですよね。はい、はい、ここでバローを入れてきましたね。おっと、これなかなかないですよ。このタイミング。なかなかないですね。さあこの作戦、いやこれは一体何を狙っているのか。
サードベースに行かせないというような感じなのか。
はい。いや、これちょっと楽しみですね。
そうですね。これちょっと奇策でしょうね。
序盤でコストの高いバロー研究を入れていた TM。
はい。自分でオーダーを作るのが、好きとおっしゃっていたので、これももしかしたら自作のオーダーかもしれませんね。
さあ TM オリジナル。
はい。
来ました。ここでローチョウレン。
ローチョウレン。
こうなると黒の鉄火が気になるところですね。さあサードベースが遅いので黒はアワキャノンを追加。
さあここでスターゲートですか。
ここにうわー来ました。
来ましたね。
いやーこれはオーダー相性はいいですよ TM。さあバローをカンパするユニットがいません。
セカンド前が黒は何を予期してるかのかキャノンが2つあります。
ありますね。まあサードベースいまだに立ててないので、はい、しっかり見てますね。これは何かおかしい怪しいと。さあこのローチを見せたくない。グローブを追い払って、ここで TM ローチ大量生産。
はい。そしてこのタイミングで同時にサードも、建築いきましたね。
はい。さあこのローチのプッシュどれだけ有効か。ただキャノンが2つ立ってますからね。
はい。手前のは射程的に届きますが奥のは届かないので、
はい、
少し不安ですね。
さあそろそろと TM のローチが黒のセカンドベース前に集まっています。そして黒はこのゲートへの数、フェニックスでハラスを入れながらさあ軍隊を一気に地上軍で一気にぶつかろうという作戦か。さあローチが入る。早いタイミングでローチが来る。セントリーのフォースフィールドはまだ残しているぞ。セントリーは2体。さあキャノンがキャノンが落ちた。キャノンが1個ダウン。さあバローしていますがまだキャノンいるんですね。もう1個のキャノンが非常にいい仕事を。これは一旦下がります。
フォトンオーバーチャージを使うことなくこうして、ローチを削る方に、動いた。非常に素晴らしいですね。
はい。
ここでボイドレーが、TM のサードに向かいますね。
さあバローしてることすでに気づいてますね。バローは知っているのでここでうまい。傷ついたローチを避ける。いやしかしこの攻撃自体は不発に終わってしまいました。
さあこのままどれだけ、コンテインしたまま、TM 内定を伸ばせるか。
はい。やはりサード簡単に取らせたくはないですよね。
はい。
ここでボイドレーが来る。さあクリープが伸びていない。岩を破壊していない。
ですがクイーン向かっていたので、到着早いですね。
はい。ここでボイドレー対クイーン。
はい、2対1では、圧倒的にクイーンの有利です。
さあボイドレーに気を取られてはいけませんよ。ザーグリングがここで大量生産。そして間もなく
足アップが入りますね。
入りますね。そして黒はここで進軍。いやこれはタイミング次第では勝ち合ってしまう。ザーグリングで見た。今進撃見ましたね。
見ましたね。
進軍を見る。
はい、軍分けておきたいです。
はい。マザーシップコアがいない。黒はマザーシップコアどこだ。
マザーシップコアは
今歩いていますね。
はい、歩いてます。
ここでホースフィールド2枚。クイーンが帰れない。さあ4枚張って敵の軍隊を見た。さあこれは帰りますね。さあクイーン2体という戦果。
サード地点候補、フォース地点候補両方ともにバローしております。
はい。バローが邪魔でベースを立てれません。
はい。そしてここで、こちら側に、サードを取ったんだなと。これも、大きいですね。
このローチまた絶妙なポイントにいますね。
はい。
相手がどこへ進軍しても分かるようなポイント。そして相手のベースへ入っていく。やはりこの坂上、この狭いポイント、プロトス非常に強力です。
ここでボイドで3体で止めているタイミングでのこのミュータレスク15体というのは非常に黒は、
はい。ただミュータが間に合うか。さあ狭い道に入る。ナイスフォースフィールド。軍隊が逃げられない。 これミュータが来ればどうでしょうか。
はい、ミュータが来れば、返せますが、これを少し早めに見せてしまったことでフェニックスの生産も早いです。なので、ちょっともう少し待ちたかったですね、見せるのは。
さあ再びフォースフィールド、ストーカーがフリー、ストーカーがフリーです。ザークリング裏から囲むが、これは軍隊をコントロールできていない。
ミュータリスクがまだ揃ってないうちに当たりすぎましたね。
はい、クロアの綺麗なフォースフィールドが光ります。そしてファーストベースにはジーロット。さあ今度コンテインをするのはクロアの方。
そうですね、ミュータリスク9体まで減ってしまいました。
はい、圧倒的有利な地形を取ってクロアが再び壁を張る。さあボイドレのビームが太い。さあ GG ビーム状態。ミュータリスクの数がなくなって TM の軍隊があっという間に溶けていく。ここで再びフォースフィールド。たった3枚のフォースフィールドで敵の攻撃を抑制しています。
この地点非常に強力ですよね。
いやー、これは苦しい TM。
そして裏からも G ロットが3体ほど、いってますね。
はい、3体の G ロット。さあこれは発見されました。ただその隙に今度はサードベースに入っていく。最小限のフォースフィールドでサードベースを攻撃するクロア。ここで GG 勝利したのはクロア選手。いや、やられたらやり返すとはこのこと。
はい、このことですね。
はい、クロア最高に有利なポジショニングで、最高のポジショニングで3試合目を制しました。さあ少しどこかしらほっとした表情をしてますね。
そうですね。
いや、あのマップ、やはりクロア自身が選択しただけあってプロトスにとって非常に有効的な地形ですからね。はい、絶妙な、ポジションを取って、そこからコンテインし続けたクロア。チームのバローチも、成功すれば面白かったんですけど、クロア危険を察知してキャノンをちょっと後ろの方に立ってたじゃないですか。あれすごい良かったですよね。
そうですね。狙いとしては、バローチを読んだということでもなく、岩側からの侵入も読んでとことだったんですが、それがもう綺麗に決まって良かったですよね。
そうですね。なんかできるだけ安全に戦うという、その安全運転の姿勢が、予期せぬ攻撃を防いだと。いや、ああいうことで、相手がちょっとでもなんか攻めてくるかもしれないなと思ったら、そこでいいやと思わずに甘えずにしっかりね防衛策をする、防衛を取るというね。
しかもそれが最小限で言いますか、
たかだかミネラル150ですからね。
そうですね。
まさに隙がないプレーですね。さすが試合慣れだけしている、大会慣れしているだけあって、つまらない負け方しないですね。
はい、しないですね。
そして非常に試合の方面白くなってまいりました。さあ次は4試合目。現在のスコアはクロアが2勝 TM が1勝です。さあここまでまさに実力伯仲、そして新しいオーダーがどんどん出てきます。
そうですね。本当に真新しいオーダーばかりで楽しいですよね。
楽しいですね。さあそれでは4試合目をスタートしましょう。JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門決勝戦4試合目です。どうぞ。さあ今度はセカンドベースが広いマップを TM が選択してきましたね。
そしてこのマップサードにも、プロトス側出づらいということで TM ここしかないと。
一般的にプロトスはマップが広ければ広いほど、身動きが取りづらい。対してザーが広ければ広いほど、動きやすいと。種族自体の特徴がすごい対照的ですよね。
でお互い、自分の有利なように進めたいのでどれだけ懐に潜り込むか、どれだけ広いところで当たるか、その、コントロールにも、注目したいです。
そしてクラすでに2勝、ここで、TM もう後がない状態です。さあ見せてくれます怪しげな建物。さあ先ほどは
クリックされましたが、いや
さあまだ見てはいない。今度はドローン送ってないですね。
はい、ですがオーバーロードが向かいますと思いきや、ここで方向転換オーバーロード。
いやー、これは見ないと刺さってしまうぞ。
そうですね。
さあプロティシゲートへ来ました。
今先ほどの偵察が次は来ないだろうという逆の発想、クロア。
はい。さあここに来て、さあこの大事な4試合目にチーズをするのがこの男。
そして
さあ先プールですね。今からスパインクローラーを立てる準備をすれば、まだギリギリ間に合いますかね。
はい、まだ、気づいてさえしまえば、はい、セカンドをキャンセルして、スパインクローラー立てて防衛可能です。ですがそれを気づけないと、いや非常に厳しいですよ。
さあ今のところ気づく様子は全くありません。
はい、この、2体目のオーバーロード方向転換してしまったことが非常に悔やまれます。
そしてセカンドベース立ててしまった。さあクロアのゲートウェイ、ジーロとクロノブースト全開です。
はい、そしてこのプローブやらしいですね。建築途中の視界には入らずこちらに直接来ましたね。
こっそり中に入ってくる。さあプールは立っています。プールは立ちましたが、
はい、そしてクイーンを選択。ザグリーンは2体で止めましたね。次で、
はい、そしたらオーバーロードで中を見たぞ。相手の建物が少ない、何か怪しい。ここでスパイを立てました TM。これどうですか。
はい、これは、素晴らしいです。もう来るなと。
はい、さあこれギリギリ間に合いそうですかね。
はい、これならば間に合います。
はい、うまいことザーグリングで時間稼ぎをしたい。ただ黒はジーロット2体が入ってくる。さあドローンで逃がすか、ドローンで囲むか、おっと戦う選択。いやー、ただこれは包囲できていない。ボックスできず、右に行き過ぎた。さあクイーンが戦闘に参加する。
クイーンと、
はい、スパインクローラーを守っていく。
スパインクローラーもう1個
いい位置にいますね。ただここでスパインが完成。ドローンを使って守るぞ。さあクロアのジーロットはこれにたまらず退散。
おっとザグ、もったいないですね。若1点も失いたくないです今は。
はい、いやースパインが届かない。ファーストベースが殴られる。おっとスパイン浮かして、これはまずいぞ。クロアのジーロット。さあここで何体成果を浴びるか。ワーカー数が12体、ドローンの数が9体。ドローンがどんどん減っていく。い
やーちょっと大きいですね被害。
さあそしてジーロットはまだどんどん追加されています。さあ当然ザーグリングを使って守っていきますが、ドローンも作りましたね。
はい、
はい、
これは黒はセカンドは
セカンド行きましたね。
コアいかずですか。
はい、ジーロットで蓋をすればいいという判断か。ただザーグリング足が速いぞ。さあジーロットを無視、セカンドベースになだれ込む。これは当然でしょう。さあクイーンで道を塞ぐ。これはナイスプレー。ジーロットが通れません。その間にセカンドベースまで TM は軍隊を送っています。
これでは逆に、セカンドベース、黒輪側通れないので、
これ TM としてはどこまで行けば優勢ですかね。もうこのプローブを狙いに行くべきでしょうか。
プローブを狙いに行くべきなのですが、それを読んでのキャノンも立てているので、このセカンドがこの状況で言うならば最優先ですね。
セカンドベースを攻撃していく TM。これ立てさせてしまうともうほとんどゲーム終了と、
終了ですからね、
いうタイミングなんですが、これセカンドベース割れたとしても内政面これ黒は有利なんじゃないでしょうか。
有利ですね。もうこうなってしまいますと、コアができたタイミングからはもうそうですね、有利です。
キャノンがしっかり立っています。やはりチーズ慣れしてますね。
はい、慣れてます。
さあザーグリングの数が増えて、ここでようやくプロティシゲート A を破壊。たらワーカー数は18対21、いまだにザグワンベースです。
ただここからですね、ジーロットなど、生産ができないタイミングが、多いです。なので
おっとプローブで動員し、さあパイロンを壊しに行く。キャノンの射程外。さあ少しでも多くのダメージを与えたいが、ジーロットが合流してたまらず退散。
ここで今生産しきっているこの TM のザーグリングの、 働きで今後、有利に働くか不利に働くか、このゲーム一気に決まります。とりあえずセカンドは絶対に取らせてはいけませんね、 TM 側。
はい、できる限りコンティニューしたい。ここで黒はセカンドベースを取るのではなくゲートへを追加しましたね、黒は。さあ攻めっ気満々。
はい、これでいきますと4ゲートウェイというような形です。ワンアップ4ゲート。
はい、ここで相手を殺しに行きました。
そしてこのプローブがどういう経路を通るんですかね。
クロノブ、ゼルナークタワーは入ってないですね。
入ってないですね。
ただ TM のザーグリングうまいことパトロールしていますよ。
さあこの辺り2人ともお互い読みは合ってますね。
はい、ただタイミングが合っていません。さあぐるっと一周し確認しているところでここで黒がやすやすとパイロンを立てる。散らしたいですね。ザーグリングを散らしてみたい。
はい、そしてこのプローブがわざと反対側に行く。
はい、僕はここだよと、
はい、
言わんばかりのこの体勢。
こっち行ってるよ、こっち行ってるよと
偵察をしに来たと。ここでエボちゃんを2つ追加して、やはり TM はまあ全ての試合としてザーグリングの強化を、入れてきましたね。
そしてまんまと誘導にはまりましたね。
さあこのパイロンバレなければバレてもよし、バレなければなおよしという二段構え。そして再びすれ違うぞ。
このすれ違いは逆に、クロアにとってあまり良くないですかね。いやまあでもキャノンありますので、美味しいと。
セカンドベースを仮に殴られたとしても、完全に無防備ですからね。 TM はセカンドベース前にスパインクローラー1本しか立てていません。ただザーグリングの生産が入る。でこれタイミング非常にいいですね。さあ TM は攻めるつもりでリングを作っています。ただ相手が来ればこれで防衛することも可能。ただスパインクローラーが1本です。これ足りますか。ジェイロットと殴り合ってはいけない。ワンアップ入っています。
これは何か匂いを感じ取りましたが、ジーロットが非常に強い。
はい、ステータスアップグレード1は非常に大きい。ここでフォースフィールド裏から回って、セントリーを攻撃する。ただセントリーがダウン、1マス空いていました。これはナイスボックス。黒はたった1マスのミスが命取りか。ただジーロットをうまく壁にしてストーカーが殴る。さあさらに次の増援も合流しました。またフォースフィールド再びナイスプレー。
このプレーが本当に素晴らしいですよね。
はい、今度はミスしていません。さあチームの内政ワーカーに信頼のダメージが入っています。そしてここからさらにユニットがワープイン。さあ今がまさに攻めるとき、黒は勝利のチャンスを逃しません。黒は JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014。さあこの決勝戦で鮮やかなる勝利を優勝を飾ることができるのか。セカンドベースが破壊
できることなら TM も今、ブルードリング出たタイミングで聞きたかったですね。
ただアップグレードを待っている。アップグレードが間に合った。間に合ったか。間に合いました。ワンワン入った。ワンワンリングがここで入る。裏からボックス、ここで帰る。クロア、これがクロアです。
いやそして裏でも内政きっちりしています。
はい、いや今のリコールは相手の心を折るプレーですね。折りましたね、
完全に。そして削れるところまで削るギリギリの
いや我慢するところまでギリギリ我慢してやっとカウンターだと思ったら帰ってしまいましたからね。さあここでリングアウト、フォースフィールドが張れていない。ここで痛恨のミス。ストーカーはオーバーロードを攻撃していた。
いやワンワンアップリング強いですね。
強いですね。もうマザーシップコアエネルギーがありません。このままリングが入る。
いやしかしこのストーカーのうまいですね。
はい、ストーカーがミネラル裏、ザーグリングが攻撃することができない。
このワープ位置も
そして壁を張る。ゲートウェイの壁を張って、これでは進軍不可能。黒は素晴らしいディフェンスですね。
素晴らしいディフェンスですね。なのですが、
ここでゲートへの壁が邪魔をする。
これはちょっと本当に完璧に固くいってますね、黒は。 さあそしてこのザーグリングでもう何もできませんので、あとは見回りというぐらいですか。
ただ TM 諦めませんね。試練はまだ十分あるので、ここから内政を立て直そうとしています。ただ黒はしっかり、もう準備ができている状態ですね。
そしてトワイライト、
もうここから、トワイライトゲートを強化するトワイライトを立てて、結果を変えることなく、勝負を仕掛けるつもりですね。さあハルシネーションフェニックスで相手のオーダーを最後に確認。いまだにレアに行ってないですからね。
そうですね、
取れる選択肢が非常に少ない。
でこのタイミングでセカンドができるということで、まあなんとか粘りたいのですが、その前にクロアの攻撃準備が整いそうですよね。
まずはこのクロアの攻めを、どうにかして打てなければなりません。
クリープの歩道はしっかり飲めています。もうこれはもう最後には、当たり方を気をつけるしかありません TM。
さあゲーム開始17分。さあ3体のプローブがちょっと怠けてますね。ここで黒は圧倒的な数の地上軍。これもこのセントにホースビルド何枚貼れるんでしょうね。
そうですね、戦闘が終わるまで張り続けれますね。
大事に取ってきたセントリー、エネルギーは十分です。
そうですね、アップグレードがいくら強いというえフォースフィールドがあると当たり前で、
ここでファイルを潰しに行く。
これは逆に言ってはならないぞ。
フォースフィールド、いやただうまいことかわしましたね。ただ G ロットがあまりに多い。早くローチを出さなければなりませんね。そういう意味ではいい時間稼ぎでしょう。
そしてここでクローブを
ここでパイロンをキャンセル。さあ増援を出すことを許しません。ただここでこれがダメ押しの一撃か。
さあ今はこの3体がとても大きい。
そしてそのまま奥に入って、さあフォースフィールドいつ這うか。ドローンを動員します。ただここで綺麗なフォースフィールド、
ドローンだけは刈り取りますね。
近づくことすら許しません。いや黒は攻守ともに完璧なプレー。もう1回フォースフィールド。さあユニットをさらに分担します。ここでさらに張って、ドローンが逃げれません。このドローン逃がしたい。さあここで GG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014を制したのはクロア選手でした。おめでとうございます。
いやー完璧なプレーでしたね。
いやーそうですね、もうお互いもう本当に自分の有効な戦術を出し合って、最後までね果敢に戦ったんですけど、クロア選手の方が1枚上手でしたね。
選手ともお疲れ様でした。JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門優勝はクロア選手となりました。それではクロア選手どうぞステージにお越しください。さあそして惜しくも敗れた TM 選手は準優勝となります。TM 選手もどうぞステージへお越しください。さあそれでは素晴らしい戦いを見せていただいた両者にまずお話を聞きたいと思います。見事優勝を飾りましたクロア選手、優勝おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
さあ今の感想教えてください。
結構すごいギリギリの戦いでなんとか勝てることができてすごく本当に嬉しいです。
さあ最後まで勝って賞金10万円手にしました。使い道などを考えてますか？
そうですね、また今回、これでスタークラフト2私にとっては、一つの区切りとなってまた新しい リーグオブレジェンドというゲームに、移行するつもりなんですけど、そのための、新しいデバイスと、揃えることができたら、活動資金にできたらいいなと思ってます。
次につなげていく資金となるということですね。優勝おめでとうございます。皆さん大きな拍手をお願いいたします。そして続きまして惜しくも準優勝となりました TM 選手にもお話聞いてみたいと思います。惜しくも準優勝となってしまいましたけども、今の気持ち教えてください。
いやー、不甲斐ないですね準備していた作戦とかがあったんですけど、ちょっとうまく機能しなくてですね、逆に不利になったりしてですね、ちょっとこれから頑張らなきゃいけないなと改めて思いました。
新たな課題が見えてさらに伸びていくということですね。はい、ということです。素晴らしい試合を見せてくれました両選手に今一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。さあ後ほど表彰式がございますので、お二人には再度登場していただきます。それまでしばし休憩を取っていただきます。 JCG グランドチャンピオンシップ2014スタークラフト2部門優勝プレイヤーには賞金10万円が贈られます。またレーザーより副賞としてレーザータイパン、ゲーミングマウスとレーザースタークラフト2メッセンジャーバッグが贈呈されます。準優勝プレイヤーには賞金4万円とレーザーより副賞としてレーザーゴライアススモールスピードマウスパッド、スタークラフト2メッセンジャーバッグが贈呈されます。おめでとうございます。それではこの後約30分間のインターバルを挟みましてリーグオブレジェンズの決勝戦を行います。配信をご覧の皆様は実況解説による試合の振り返りコメンタリーお楽しみくださいませ。それでは一旦ステージから失礼いたします。戦いはまだまだ続きます。
はい、ということで、長い戦いもついに決着ということですね。1年間いろんな戦いがありましたが、最後決勝戦、これ一番そうですね、ハイライト一番いいプレーあげるとしたらどこですか？
決勝戦、この4試合通して、
そうですね、3位決定戦も、
3位決定戦もそうですね、一番いいプレー、僕はやはり、そうですね、TM の、黒を倒した時のなんていうのゲームメイク、全体的に通してなんか美しかったと言いますか、そこが僕はちょっと気に入りましたね。ザ・プレイヤーということもあるんですが、そこがちょっと見ものだったかなと思いますね。
スタークラウドってすごい、プロリーグというか、リーグオブレジェンドもそうなんですけど、プロの戦いを毎日見ることができて、で大体日本人のプレイヤーってそのプロの戦い方を真似して自分の戦術に取り入れてっていうことなんですけど、TM は本当にその自分でオリジナルでいろいろ試行錯誤して戦い方を変えて、でしかもそれが全て理にかなってますよね。
そうなんですよね、それをすることによってやはり途中からも、どこからのなんかオーダーをつなぎ直せると、自分でもおっしゃっていたので、それは本当に綺麗だなと美しいなと僕は、思いましたね。
日頃の練習の賜物なんでしょうね、そういう応用力は。僕はそうですね、個人的に一番いいプレーを挙げるとしたら、やはりマスリコール、決勝戦最終試合の攻めに攻めて、で TM はワンアップリング、ザーグリングの攻撃力と防御力のアップグレード待って、それでやっとここでカウンターだっていうところに、はいさようならと、逃げていく。
あれはもう完全に、もう右ストレート完全に入ったと言いますか、折りましたね。
そうなんですよね、相手がいけるぞって思ったところでひょっこりポイってね変えられてしまうと、すごい精神的にもダメージが大きいですし、なおかつ自分の軍を全く無駄にしないプレー、いや本当に攻めてる時のクラは圧倒的な強さがありますね。
生き生きしてますもんね、軍が。
このスタークラウド2、観戦するだけではなく、遊ぶにしてもね非常に人気が高いです。見るにしてもある程度触ってそのスタークラフト2のユニットを覚えたり流れを覚えたりしてから試合を見ていただくと、より一層ね、ゲームが楽しめると思います。ということでね、今回スタークラフト2初めてした方、もともと存在はしたけど初めて大会を見た方、ぜひともスタークラフト2をプレイしてみてください。さあそれでは何か最後に言うことは？
そうですね、もう最後に言うこととあれば、優勝した黒田選手本当に、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。
そして、 はい、残りの、3人も本当に素晴らしい試合ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。じゃあそれでは、はい、僕たちはこの辺りでお別れとしましょう。はい、本日の実況は春の
解説はゼロカロリーでした。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
さようなら。
And we're back, guys. Thank you for waiting. I know it's been almost like a 2-hour wait. So see, the finals for StarCraft 2 has ended, and so we're just about to get underway for the JCG 2014 Grand Championship Finals between Vex and Rascal Jester.
Yeah, so we've been getting ready for that. The teams have been getting ready for that as well. So that'll be coming up very, very shortly here. Maybe you managed to catch some of the StarCraft that was going on. Myself, Andreas, Mr. Stream Manager Extraordinaire, we went actually over and got to check it out, saw some of the league players as well. It was a pretty good time over there. I also was beefing up my muscles. I got to take on this badonkadonk here. So that's going to happen at some point, I suppose. But we are going to get everything ready to go here. We're going a little early because StarCraft didn't take as long as it was allotted. So there's no reason to keep the players waiting, no reason to keep you waiting.
Yeah, I don't play StarCraft. I've watched a couple of StarCraft 2 games because I went to a couple of IEMs, and you know, StarCraft 2 is still huge in esports, but apparently ended a lot earlier than expected. So here we are, an hour ahead of schedule, really, on the schedule today. We're just waiting for Rapid to join us and waiting for the Japanese stream to get going, where we can, you know, kind of show you guys the player interview for Rascal Jesters as well as Vex, and then go into ban and picks. Hopefully we'll get that underway in about 5 to 10 minutes. Hopefully, maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah. So we are trying to get Reed right now, but let's talk a little bit about Vex and Rascal Jesters, okay? No, Corey doesn't want to talk about that.
No, let's not talk about
Corey
that.
doesn't want to talk about
Vex
it.
and Rascal Jester. So yesterday we got to see both of these teams playing in the semifinals, and we had some really good games. So actually in the first game, or the first series yesterday, it was Rascal Jester versus Rampage. So Rampage actually took the third place match earlier in the day today. Took the first game actually off of Rascal Jester before Rascal Jester came back and won 2 pretty great games yesterday in that first semifinal match. Rascal Jester actually renaming themselves. They used to be the Peach Server All. Is that correct?
Yep,
Peach
that's
Server
right.
All
Peach Server
Stars,
All-Stars.
which they've now rebranded themselves, and they're back stronger than ever as the Rascal Jester. Really good play. What do we see? It was a lot of mid play out of.
A lot of mid play, so a lot
yesterday.
of kill good players from Upper Main coming out. Although, so a lot of people have been speculating that since this was in the finals that we hope to see, you know, Rascal Jester might be the one to stomp over Vex today, because Vex was actually a really good team before they were branded as Vex. Back in the day, they used to be known as the Beast Mitai, but they've been together for about 2 or 3 years now. But recently, we've seen a roster change with them, and things have been going very well for the team. So one of the biggest players there, Terada-san, their top player, actually left because he went on to the workforce, because Terada-san is actually a lot older than a lot of these people. He's about 28 now, so he actually gave up on League of Legends and went on to work. And so they need to rebrand the team, redo the rosters for everything. And here they are as the new team, and they have rebranded themselves as Vex. But they've been doing very well. So Rio Silva kind of moved into the top position as well. So we're not really seeing very good plays from him because he used to be a mid player. But on the other hand, we have Peach Server All-Stars, also now known as the Rascal Jester. And Upperman, who's playing mid, had pretty good games
Yeah,
yesterday.
he looked really well yesterday. So look for them to try and continue that success in the mid lane today. And then on the other hand,
RKP looked really good too.
RKP did look really good. We keep talking about Udapone's Vayne. RKP played Vayne yesterday as well, and maybe not as flashy, but definitely just as effective, helping his team carry themselves into the finals today. And on the other side of the coin, we have Vex.
Yeah, so let's move on to the Japanese stream. I think
Alright.
we are just about to get the players introduced on stream. If we can just move over to there, we have the Japanese host for the show. Ironically, his name is also Corey. But here we are. This is Corey introducing what's happening there. Actually, I can't hear what they're saying, so...
世界的に大きなムーブメントを巻き起こしました。 昨年に行われたメーカー主催の公式世界大会では合計3200万人が観戦。アメリカでは海外選手にオリンピック選手と同じスポーツビザが発行されるなど人気とともに社会的地位を得ています。また大会では総額8億円もの賞金が用意されるなど文句なく世界最大の対戦ゲームといえるゲームタイトルです。このゲームでは対戦相手の本拠地にある建物を壊せば勝利となります。117ものキャラクターから自分たちのチームを作り上げ、キャラクターの個性や3本の道に分かれたマップを進みながら戦況を有利に進めます。チーム戦だからこそ生まれる奥深い戦術と心理戦、長い間世界中で多くの人を魅了し続けてきたことでしょう。今回のプレイヤーもその素晴らしい技術と作戦で私たちを魅了してくれるはずです。それでは選手をお招きしたいと思います。
Alright, so he's about to introduce the
JCG
teams for today.
グランドチャンピオンシップ2014リーグオブレジェンズ決勝戦選手の入場です。
Alright, so introduce the first team, and the
まず
first
登
team
場は
will be
チーム名ラスカル・ジェスター。
Rascal Justice.
盛大な拍手。
And we have a boss. Uh-oh. Right, I think it has it has paused on a little bit, so I'm not sure if we can get that fixed because this is not in. So if you guys are just joining us, you are watching the JCG Japan Japan Competitive Gaming Grand Championship 2014 Finals. The first team that will be up will be nope. The Japanese stream has
Tricked
just
you.
died.
All right, that's all right. We're still here. We are the English stream. We should still be here, I hope.
We are. So the Japanese stream broke. I'm so sorry. Right. The host for today will be the host for today. The casters for today will be Corey Swanson and
Hi.
Mr. Rapid Casting. He'll be joining us in just a little bit. My name is Ferlin Yoshimi, and I will be hosting the shows because today we have a very special guest coming in to do guest casting for us, and so I will take a step back and not do the casting for today. But as we wait for the Japanese stream to kind of get back online because there was died Froggen DDoSing all the way. That's how it happens. Just blame Froggen.
How rude.
That's how we should do it. Just blame Froggen and everything will be fine.
All right. So I think we just want to check and make sure. I think we grabbed Rapid. Are you here with us, Rapid?
I'm here. Am I here?
Yeah, it sounds like you're here, so that's good. That's really a positive.
All right.
Force
I'm
here.
glad we're all on the same page.
How was your little break there, Rapid?
You know, it was great. It is now currently 2 o'clock in the morning instead of the 3 o'clock in the morning that I thought it was going to be when StarCraft was scheduled to end before we got back into some League of Legends. So, you know, it was nice to have a little bit of a break. Got a drink, got a snack, and so I'm ready to go for the grand finals as long as everybody else is ready to go too.
Oh yeah, we are ready to go. It looks like the game has actually been created already, even though the stream has died on the Japanese side. You know, with all these LAN events that happens everywhere, even with the LCS, the top leagues in the world, there always is internet problem because this is a largely online-based thing, right? And so, you know, sometimes the internet is not as good as what we hoped it to be. And so, but today we are here. With us is Rapid Casting. Very nice of him to join us today for the finals. That is the computer. Behind that is actually a speaker, and the voice that is coming out from there, the godlike voice coming out there, is Mr. Rapid Casting himself. I am Ferlin Yoshimi. This is Corey Swanson, and you are watching the JCG Japan Competitive Gaming Grand Championships 2014, and it is the finals that we have today. Although it's not the finals that, you know, a lot of people have imagine it to be with DETFM versus Rampage. We have a very exciting matchup coming up for you, and it is Vex versus Rascal Justice, two teams that were formerly known as different teams. They changed their rosters a little bit, have a little bit of an upgrade, you know, new change to them, and they've come back looking a lot stronger than they did before. Although I would give a little slight advantage to Rascal Justice because of their superior gameplay, a little bit because one of their best players from Team Back, which was Terada-san, actually left the team a couple months back, and they have been struggling to find new footing in the Japanese league again. Although they don't look as solid as they did before, they did beat out one of the strong competitors yesterday.
Right. So obviously, you know, we say maybe we're a little surprised to see them here, but they by no means don't deserve this. They beat out the other really strong teams in Japan for a shot at this championship title, and you can bet that they're going to be going for it with everything they got. There's a lot of money here on the line as well. It's very, very large amounts of yen. I believe the winner gets, is it 500,000
yen? Yeah,
I'm not gonna. That's a big number. So
that's a big number considering that, you know, League of Legends or computer esports scene in Japan is not as developed, I would say, as other countries. So anything that pays a good amount of money is always very welcome to the community. It just shows that, you know, a lot of companies are behind esports, and we wanna push the esports into Japan. We want to give a good solid base ground for all these league players before the Japan server comes in. It reminds you a little bit of...
Whoa, what is going on?
What is going on?
Oh, the gotcha. Okay.
As we have a little bit of a Haishin Jiko, or we say in Japanese, a little bit of a trouble here we have with the stream. We got this, but we're actually going straight into the game. So this is game 1. This is going to be ban and pick phase with Team Vec versus Rascal Justice. We are going into the ban and pick phase, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so we actually have the bans coming out already. First ban being banned out by Team Vec. It's going to be Elise, and that's actually a really good pick because we saw a lot of Rascal Jesters, Rainbrain on Elise, everybody playing Elise, but especially Rainbrain doing a good job with it yesterday. On top of that, being banned out by Rascal Jester, we're going to be seeing goodbye to Dr. Mundo. He's been played a lot. LeBlanc, the second ban, and on the other side, Gragas. So some more mids here.
Yeah,
Gragas,
I'm actually really excited to see the LeBlanc ban coming up, just because we haven't seen her being banned out a lot. We didn't really see her being played as well.
We didn't see her played either, yeah.
So I like this because we've always seen the last 2 days, it's always been a meta ban with all, like, you know, Gragas, Olaf and all that. And so to see a LeBlanc ban, which is obviously a player-specific ban, it's always very welcome. What do you think of this, Rapid?
Where's the Kale ban? Every single game, we've seen Kale just right, left, and center. And especially these two teams specifically both got to their where they are now, having beaten two of the best teams in all of Japan in Ozone Rampage and Detonation FM. They got here off the back of incredible mid lane performances by Real Silva and Oppaman. Oppaman specifically, his Kale is ridiculously good, so I can't imagine that they're just going to give that away. But of course, the first pick does go to Vec.
Right, and so after we see the LeBlanc pick, everything else was very meta. So we have the Gragas coming out, we have the Viban coming out, and the Kassadin. But
look who was not banned.
The first ban that wasn't banned for the 100% of the last 2 days was Yasuo, and he's going to be first pick. Bonzin is going to take that away from Rascal Justice. This is the Vec's first pick, and it is going to be that Yasuo.
All right, I'm excited for that. I have not seen a Yasuo really yet in high-level play, so that should be pretty exciting. It's going to be interesting to see what Rascal Jester picks now that what would arguably, you know, one of the stronger champs in the game right now, I think, is taken away from them. And it looks like they were hovering over Renekton. Might be a Lee Sin, which would not be a bad pickup now that Rainbrain is missing both his Elise and his Vi.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Cog is going to play, because yesterday, you know, he had that Rengar coming out all 3 games, was it? And
yeah,
it was, you know, like I think we were still not very convinced by the Rengar pick. So I'm really excited to see is he going to continue with the same thing that he really is very insistent on, or we're going to do something a little bit different, because Renekton is not banned out either.
Yeah, we saw the Rengar pick, I think, 2 out of 3 of those games, and neither time was it really sort of a dominant force. I know that there's actually a lot of Rengar players out there, and given a guy who got Rengar up to a 90% ban rate in every game of League of Legends on the EU West server. His name's Mimer, and he plays competitively on Ninjas in Pajamas in EU West Challenger Series. He's known for Rengar, and even he won't play it anymore because he feels like it's been nerfed just a little bit too hard. So that's a little bit rough to deal with. And for Cog, what does he go to?
Right, and so as we see here, we see Promise and Real Silva actually hovering over that Rengar as well as the Kazakhs, but no, he's gonna, he's gonna kind of troll us a little bit, be like, no, I'm not doing that. It is going to be the Renekton and the Kazakhs. So we're gonna see Renekton up top and Kazakhs really trying to push it in with jungling, as we saw a great Kazakhs being played earlier today. And on the other side, we do have the Lee Sin and the Thresh being locked in, which is really good. Both of them together already has huge synergy together. I really want to see what the bot lane is going to come up with next.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Cog here already hovering over that Rengar. So yeah, we mentioned we saw him twice yesterday. First game with Rengar really didn't do a whole lot. Second game obviously did not carry the game, but did a pretty good job of initiating. Both games he was always in front of his team making things try to happen. Unfortunately, the first game his team was not there to back him up. The second Rengar game went a little differently because they were there to follow through. And I would not be surprised to see him lock that in. And it looks like we might be getting a Lucian pick to go along with Thresh.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick. Lucian and Jinx are all top picks for AD carries right now. And so to have Thresh and Lucian together, although, in the folklore of League of Legends, they're mortal enemies. But here, when it comes to Rascal Jesters, we love them together.
And you actually see them together a lot. It's colloquially referred to as the wife steal lane because it is that lore matchup. But at the same time, they offer two things to each other very, very well. When you throw down any sort of CC abilities, it helps Lucian land the culling, especially if it's 99% slow from the box, as well as setting up a lot of peel so that Lucian, who isn't necessarily one of the highest damage dealers late game, really has a lot of burst early on. So when you combine that with a lot of bursts from very high base ratios on a lot of Thresh's spells, Lucian does a ton of damage.
Right, it does. And on the other side now, they are hovering over the Lulu and the Ezreal. So we have seen this with Vec a lot. They do like that Lulu pick. I have not been very convinced with the Lulu pick because it's not aggressive enough for the meta right now. But they look like they do want that Lulu. Ezreal has been locked in for the bottom lane. We are not sure if it is going to be that Lulu pick. And yes,
it will be.
It will be the Lulu and Ezreal bot lane. I don't know how this is going to fare out against a Lucian and a Thresh lane, because if Lucian and Thresh, they will try their hardest to get level 2 first, and once they get a level 2, they are going to hard engage onto the Lulu and Ezreal. But what we see yesterday with Ezreal and Lulu, they can really try and bully out of lane early game, and if they do get that advantage going, they might be able to do something with it.
All right, and we did see a little bit of hover over Heimerdinger before switching to a Karthus, and now finally the actual pick, and much less surprising is going to be that Orianna for Oppamen. So we got to see a little bit of that yesterday too as well. It'll be interesting to see. Taking a look at both of these teams right now, some of the things that really stand out for me. I want to see how Rainbrain's going to be able to play on this Lee Sin. I don't think we saw Rainbrain on Lee Sin yesterday.
No.
So that'll be something new because he has been having a pretty big impact for Rascal Jester. And I know Ferlin is probably going to say in just a second, I don't know why they pick Lulu. I hate Lulu. But I like the Lulu pickup because with the burst coming out of Lucian and Thresh, that ultimate from Lulu is if Ezreal's not able to arcane shift away from all the damage, the ultimate is going to keep him alive. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. What about either of you? Anything stand out for you there?
I like the Yasuo pick. I don't know if Orianna is strictly a counter for him because of her projectiles. It doesn't exactly counter Yasuo. There are a couple of counters for Yasuo out there. I don't think Orianna. I do believe that Orianna is not one of the counters, but Orianna is always a good team player. She has good sustain in lane early game. She's a very good wave clear. She has really good early game presence. And when it comes to mid game, late game, which if they do Oppamen yesterday, he had great shockwaves coming out. 3-man shockwaves, 4-man shockwaves coming out. And so I'm really excited to see this Orianna pick coming out from him again. If he can land those 3-man, 4-man shockwave, it is going to decimate Vec today. So I'm really excited for that. I'm still not sure if Kokok is going to be great on Rengar, especially against a Renekton, but we have to see what he brings to the table, especially with Yasuo being open today. So he might be that thing that Vec needs to get the first game ball rolling.
All right.
There's two interesting things here. You pick Lulu because you could have Renekton dive in, and then you Lulu ult Renekton. It knocks everybody up, and as soon as they're airborne, Yasuo just ults in. Or you can have it the other way, where Yasuo gets a nice knock up, he goes in, and then you ult Yasuo with Lulu's giant or wild growth, and he knocks them up again and is able to just deal a ton of extra damage in there. The reason that I don't know why you pick Orianna into this, because the wind wall actually does stop the ball. It just stops the ball moving in. So not that great to pick. Pick that you want versus Yasuo. The #1 Yasuo counter is Kale, because her auto attacks count as melee auto attacks, but they're ranged, so they can go through the wind wall. And with all the Kale we've been seeing out here, I don't know why we don't see it there for Rascal Jester.
Yeah, I'm very surprised with the Orianna pick against a Kale pick. But obviously, I think Upperman is a little bit more maybe comfortable with that Orianna pick. Maybe he felt like he didn't had that good of a game with Kale, and so Orianna would be a better thing. Because I do agree, Orianna is not good for a counter against Yasuo. But we'll see. Even if Orianna gets a little bit behind in the laning phase or in lane, she can come back again. In mid game or late game if she lands those shockwaves together. But we have to see. I don't have a favorite for this game 1, but I want to give it to Vec just because they have this great Yasuo pick that's coming out today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because I think Appaman is actually a better mid laner than Alleycats is, just in terms of player ability. So will Appaman be able to use that to his advantage and maybe take this champion Orianna and outdo the Yasuo? It'll be interesting to see. Looking at the teams along the lines, yeah, I like the combo that Vec is going to be able to pull off if they can do it correctly. So, I would say we'll see how Vec can play this out, but I wouldn't be surprised if they take game 1 here.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised at that, but with the Orianna pick, it's going to be very interesting as well. Do you have a favorite for this game 1? Rapid.
I mean, there's something cool to talk about now. I guess I'll save that for when we get into the game. My favorite for game #1, there's a lot of big bursty diving champions there for Vec, and I think that if that gets snowballing, then that could be good. But if it doesn't go as planned, that's going to be a really rough thing to happen. So I actually want to go with Rascal Jester just because we know that Appaman has those crazy shockwaves that are so good. So I'm really impressed with that. Cannot wait to see Rascal Jester versus Vec in this best-of-3 grand finals.
Yeah, all right. So we are going to go into game. I'm going to leave to enjoy the game by myself. I'm going to leave the casting to Corey Swanson and Mr. Rapid Casting. I'm going to be on the sidelines watching the game. Good luck. Have fun, boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here we go. This is it. This is everything you've been waiting for, we've been waiting for. JCG Grand Championship. This is game 1 of the final game. Red team is going to be Rascal Jester, and the blue team is going to be Vec. So these are two teams very, very strong, and we're going to get right into things today. There's a lot of money riding on this. We mentioned it earlier. It's 500,000 yen to the winner, so we should be expecting a good game. I ran into Alleycats earlier. He seemed really calm, collected, ready to do this. And, there, first shots fired right there from Bonzen in the mid lane.
All right, so drawing first blood before the game even starts. So nice way to start things off, just sending a message. But at the same time, it's nice to see, I guess, what I'd consider more comfort picks. We talked about the Rengar, maybe not the most convincing, but it's what Cog loves to play. Yasuo is a little bit of a new champion, and I actually had a lot of people ask me, do the Japanese players play Yasuo? Because he is a little bit more culturally significant, and I guess the answer is now yes, as Alleycats will be running that in the mid lane, but still have yet to see exactly how that's going to go up against this Orianna matchup. And so for me, it's comfort there from Rascal Jesters versus a little bit of an innovative, bursty team composition there for Vex.
All right, yeah, and you can actually see a lot of what we've been seeing today, both teams again starting at their red buffs. So that's, I think we've seen that in every game so far today, and not deviating from that strategy. New teams, same game. So we'll have to see how that affects where the first gank is going to come in for both of these teams.
All right, so a couple of interesting things to notice. One thing, and I actually learned this the hard way live during a tournament match, but there's so you have Rengar versus a Kha'Zix. If this does get late enough into the game and you fulfill the right requirements, this is a tournament draft game. It's not a ranked game, so that quest actually happens where if Rengar kills Kha'Zix after they get the quest, then it'll give Kha'Zix a 4th evolution, or it will give Rengar maximum stacks on his Bone Tooth necklace. So that's actually something we could see towards the later phase of this game that would be really, really cool.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that definitely adds another layer. That's something you would not normally see. So the fact that we are just doing it here in a the draft mode allows for things like that to happen. Obviously, we are playing on the NA server today. It's not a LAN event, but the players are here in Tokyo. But no Japan server quite yet, so everybody's playing to NA. It's about 120 ping on a good day, and there's a nice Thresh queue coming out.
Yeah, and you can just see the way that Lucian Thresh lane trades. It's so strong. And like you mentioned, Lulu, she doesn't have a lot of sustain, but want to watch out there in the mid lane. Alleycat's just dashing around all over the place. Does get that flow bar filled up. And if you guys are a little bit new to Yasuo, he's a little bit tricky of a champion. The more he moves, the more he charges that shield that he gets that does block a pretty sizable amount of damage. Now we got Rain Brain coming in there too. The middle lane, not able to accomplish all that much, but at the same time, you know, it's just showing pressure from both junglers there mid.
All right, so not a whole lot going on early game. You can see the junglers. This is several different lanes now. They've made their presence known, maybe getting caught out a little bit, but there hasn't been a real good opportunity to gank. All of these lanes, at least right now, in the top lane and the mid lane are being pushed out for Vec, and the bot lane, however, being pushed out by Rascal Jester. So we'll have to see how the junglers manage to take advantage of each one of these lanes.
Another death sentence landing there onto Rolsova, gets flayed backwards as well, and I don't care how strong you are, Bonzen, if your support keeps getting flayed in, keeps getting death sentence, that is not going to help you win that lane.
So yeah, we talked about Cog on this Rengar, maybe not the strongest pick. He's getting bullied pretty hard up there. We'll have to see if actually he can get a little help from Lee Sin here. But
oh, we're actually to see that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo complete there for Rain Brain. I'm actually pretty surprised he hit that. But for now, Palms is just gonna head back to base. He's actually gonna go back to base. That's pretty surprising. I just expect him to stay in lane just a little bit weaker, wait for that wave to get shoved to his turret and just CS it under turret, because he's not really at risk of being dove by Cog's Rengar. Bottom lane's where the damage is. We got Acid Sword coming in. Drops tons of damage in there. Flashes in. There's the barrier. Flay backwards. Death Sentence lands, and RKP picks up first blood for Team Vex, or for Rascal Jesters rather.
All right, and RKP and Team Rascal Jester have to feel really good about that one in a 2v3 situation, picking up the jungler. That is an absolutely gank gone wrong for Team Vec over here, and that's now in addition to getting the kill. RJ is not done. They're going to be able to push onto this turret and maybe go back, take a look at their gold totals. And yeah, Lucian, if he wants, I don't know what he's going to look to build in this game, but he does have the gold for the BF sword, and sure enough, there it is. He's going to come back into lane even stronger now.
Something interesting to notice, if you guys are a little bit less familiar with the Japanese scene, is that a lot of people ask me, where do they rank as far as like the rest of the world? You know, what scenes are they similar to? It's really easy to compare them to the North American scene because they actually do play on North America a lot. That's where these guys play most of the time. That's where both Detonation FM and Rampage have challenger level ranked 5s teams with challenger players among them. There are a lot of very highly skilled, highly ranked players in Japan. And we get to see the best of the best come out here and play tonight for, I think, a total prize pool of 850,000 yen. So there's a lot of money on the line, and both of these teams really want that. You can see Rascal Jesters had a long, hard road to come here, and they have just a big comfort lineup. They have picks that they know work for them, that they're really comfortable with, and this is what they're going to use to hopefully take home first place. That Cog Rengar, like you said, getting bullied just a little bit, but he's right on par with items for Renekton, so nothing too bad going his way up top.
Yeah, I was going to say, doing a pretty good job keeping up on that CS when it seems like he's being bullied back out of lane the entire time. Another key thing, it's only 10 CS at this point, but Orianna doing a pretty good job of CSing over Yasuo, and you might just have to attribute that to the fact that Yasuo is not a ranged champion, and so Orianna's been able to pick that farm up pretty easily. But if they want to capitalize on that, and I can actually see Alley Cats going in pretty hard there, one way to get over the wind wall and to beat Yasuo is just get bigger and get stronger than Yasuo. And farm is... Oh, wow.
We're going to see mid lane is be a nice command shockwave right on top of him. Rainbrain actually the one to pick up the kill, but that level 6 coming just in the nick of time. Opperman maybe didn't need that, but hey, a kill's a kill. 2 kills actually for Rascal Jesters to start the game.
All right, and yeah, so there it is, that command shockwave we talk about with Appleman. It actually had absolutely no impact on that fight whatsoever, but you know, a safety net is always a nice thing to have. And again, with Rascal Jester, Appleman has really been their star throughout the whole series yesterday in the semifinals. And off to a good start, 0-0-1, the kill actually going over to Lee Sin. But it's still going to bode really well for Rascal Jester, because when Appleman can play confidently, when he's winning his lane, it just helps the rest of his team play with a confidence as well. So look for him to maybe keep his lane pushed, and you might actually start to see him roam if he doesn't just stick around to try and get as much farm as possible.
Now, it's talking about sticking around versus roaming. That's something that Yasuo does very well, because all he needs is somebody to set things up with a knockup. There is a death sentence landing there in the bottom lane. Box to come out, slows out Bond, flash in from RKP, man. That guy knows what he's doing. Rainbrain's gonna go deep underneath that turret. That culling takes down Lulu behind enemy lines, and that's a straight up 2-for-0 exchange in favor of Rascal Jesters.
All right, and that's exactly what we talk about. We see Lil Belt actually playing a bit of Thresh yesterday as well while they set up this Dragon. You know, not necessarily super flashy Mad Life plays, but it's those mechanics. You get the Lantern down, you land the hook, and it makes your jungler's job a lot easier. And in the long run, it turns into 2 kills and a Dragon for your team. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, and it has to actually feel pretty good here for Rascal Jesters. Probably the strongest start you could have asked for. 4-0 before the 10-minute mark, and that Dragon going down as well. Look at all the gold. They have 3,000 gold advantage by 10 minutes, so this is about the best start you could possibly ask for. Rainbrain going for that Lee Sin now. We talk about the Japanese players playing on the North American server. It's not as bad as most people think. Most people think it's like 200-300 latency, but it's actually only between like 100, maybe 160, somewhere in there. So about comparable to playing on the far eastern coast of the United States. So it's not actually that bad. Playing Lee Sin, a very highly mechanically skilled champion, requires a lot of those fast reflexes, and man, you can see Rainbrain just making it look easy.
Yeah, and actually with that Rainbrain on that Lee Sin is currently 2-0-0 in a pretty good sizable gold lead against his opponent Asta Ore on that Kha'Zix, which means he's already completed his first spirit item. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that Lee Sin, because that might not necessarily be where you want all of your early game money, all of your early game kills to go. But on top of that, Lucian also 2-0-1, and that is a pretty good place to put all of your money. He's actually building towards that Bloodthirster and currently sitting at 440, so he will be able to pick that up pretty soon here. Ezreal only with the Sheen and the double Dorans currently.
Yeah, and so Ezreal will be going for that Trinity Force build, and while you do get that in very tiny chunks, so it's easier to build, oh, it's going to be Asator coming in from behind, gets the slow after ulting himself, and there it is, just going to be no questions asked. Taste their fear, taste a lot more than just that. And Asator now actually going back in, but a cleanse on the slow there from the Relentless Pursuit will get RKP, the Lucian player there for Rascal Jester's out alive, but nonetheless a nice gank there by Asator, who does pick up the first kill of the game there for Team Vec.
All right, and so we're actually taking a look again at this top lane, and this is a matchup, like you said, we saw Renekton, we saw Kog'Kaw's Rengar a lot yesterday, and not a lot happened. Both of these champions just such high sustain. They're both manaless champions as well. So it really just comes down to who can sustain better and who can farm better. Rengar, I think, doing a pretty good job of trying to keep it close, considering he's been bullied almost the entire game. The wave continues to push up against his turret, but only down about 10 farm, and as long as Kog'Kaw can keep that up and not fall too far behind, he's going to be able to do exactly what he did yesterday, which was go invisible, start team fights, chunk somebody down, and get them ready for the rest of his team.
Yeah, and really just keep the keeping the turrets alive. I want to highlight that because more often than not, we've seen very late actual kills, but very early turrets taken down. This time around, we're 13 minutes in, and no turret is really hardly taking all that much damage. Top lane, not going to be looking there for turrets to go down, but the Lee Sin up here could see a little bit of a rough job there for Palms, trying to get away from here. Does have dominance. There's Ignite. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike to come in there as well. Slice, dice, out. Can Palms stealth this, or get out alive? There's the stealth from Kog'Kawg. He's just going to drop the hammer, taking him down to savagery. The empowered Q there on Kog'Kawg, picking himself up his first kill of the game.
All right, and they are not done in that top lane either as they move on to that turret. Things are starting to look really good. It's 5-1 at the 13-minute mark for RJ. And one of the things we did see out of RJ yesterday, a lot of early turrets we talked about, but also they got off to a couple good starts yesterday. But so far, I think this is probably their best, as there's even more damage coming down in this bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. When you look down bottom lane, there's pressure there too. And this is a very vulnerable way to play League of Legends because you make yourself very, very easy to gank absolutely everywhere. But where you're getting is where there's not a lot of pressure. And so you can see all, well, it's an attempt for that Seraph's Embrace after the first item completed there for Orianna. That is a very greedy build because it skips the prerequisites Seeker's Arm Guard that you want to get for the extra armor in lane versus Yasuo, who actually hasn't been doing all that great. You can see down 40 CS versus Orianna.
All right, yeah, so and we can actually see Orianna doing a really good job. Oppaman taking a look here, already sitting at 480 on that Seraph's Embrace, and because it's been upgraded so early, each one of those spells now going to give you even more mana every time you use it. And you're right, it's a bit greedy, but Oppaman is making it work with a lot of farm in that mid lane.
You know, a lot of farm, and I like that option because Yasuo, he's very, very aggressive, very, very strong, and so maybe you don't want to fight him. Maybe you just want to pick a champion that farms ridiculously well. Now, Oppaman, man, he almost got painted in there, but does have that command shockwave that can really, no pun intended, turn things around.
All right, and so we actually do have the dragon coming up here in about 10 seconds. There's a lot of action down here on this side of the map towards the dragon. Lee Sin clearing out wards. It'll be interesting to see how they rotate because Renekton and Rengar down here as well. And Rainbrain just found that Renekton.
You know, how fortunate for him. It's like, yes, just what I always wanted. Oh, wait. Don't really want to find too many of those. There's going to be a nice whimsy right there on Rainbreak, forcing out a perfect wind wall as well. A two-shot barrage hits just after the wind wall goes down. Palms is trying to 1v2, but gets Dragon's Rage right in the face. Alley Cat's coming in here, trying to clean things up. Gets in, drops the Ignite there onto RKP. He's going to go down. Alley Cat's picking up the kill, and it's a 1-for-3. Team fight goes to Vec.
All right, I'll be honest. I'm a little surprised Vec was able to pull that out. But one of the big things there was that true shot barrage coming out of Bonzen. Bonzen's been playing really well. And when you get a team like that lined up in the jungle, and you hit all 5 with the True Shot Barrage, it doesn't matter if you only have a Sheen, because that's a lot of total damage. So really helping them win that team fight, and also allow them to clean up and pick up that dragon, which is exactly what they need now. They need to get gold, catch back up, down 2 towers, and about 2,500 gold. So every kill, every dragon helps, and by no means is Vec out of this, as Bonzen's looking to get strong as well. All right. So as we do, everybody get everybody going
there
back.
We go.
Yeah.
Apologies, I was
no, not a problem
there.
at all. I was just going to say Kha'Zix is actually sitting on 1,800 gold. It'll be interesting to see what he picks up. He does finish his spirit item as well, picking up a brutalizer to go along with that. So his ganks are going to be even more painful as soon as he gets back into, well, I'd say lane, but every lane perhaps. And
I don't like the brutalizer pickup, because for Kha'Zix you need to be able to clear out small minions and small jungle camp monsters to be able to get that isolation damage down. So you want to go for a Tiamat into Ravenous Hydra, but I mean the brutalizer, it's not a bad item because he's going to pick it up eventually either way. It helps him just deal straight up more damage, and it's something I think he's going to be happy about no matter what. Got Lil Belt and Rainbrain just coming up here to the mid lane to join RKP and Oppamen. So the nice 4v2 for the time being. About to be a 4v3 as Renekton's going to come in from behind, but you can still see Oppamen really looking to land one of those big shockwaves again.
So, and actually the nice thing about this, though, with that push, they do draw in Promace's Renekton, which means that Cog is in the top lane, and all of a sudden he's going to be able to catch right back up in farm with the Renekton. He was down over 20 farm now, and it's a 5 CS difference as he pushes in that top lane. The problem with that is in the bot lane, Bonzen doing the same thing, trying to catch back up with Lucian. RKP doing a really good job of farming on that Lucian as well. So it'll be interesting to see. Right now, Lucian with that Bloodthirster I think is going to be a little bit scarier. Ezreal currently sitting at 1,000 gold, so he's going to be able to finish that Trinity pretty quick here. But let's take a look at Promise in the top lane. Not a whole lot going, as he does manage to get away from Cog.
All right, so this is just continually impressive to me to watch this top lane matchup, because while it is the most boring thing to watch, it's also actually kind of exciting in some ways. It's not about just fighting your lane opponent, it's about how you survive that lane and make a big impact across the map. If you guys are playing solo queue, if you're wondering, hey, I can win my lane, but I lose my game all the time, it's because you don't know what to do afterwards, and that's what's so cool to watch. Alleycats trying to make a big play in the bottom lane, gets pulled back into turret. There's the box as well. Alleycats about to get cold. There's the culling to come out. Doesn't find a kill onto Yasuo. You can see him just getting in there, continuing to be a menace, but staying alive for Alleycats down in the bottom lane.
All right, so that was actually a really interesting play. Once again, the bot lane for RJ fending off a 2 versus 3 situation. They don't pick up a kill that time, but they do manage to force 3 members of Vec out of lane, and that means it's a 2v2 currently in the top lane. Cog getting taken
we got
really
Rengar
low.
trying to come in here. Rengar's stealthing up. He's got his focus on. He's got Thrill of the Hunt, but probably going to be thrilled to run away with his life after that one. He does find his way back away. We're 20 minutes into the game, Corey, and there's already a Seraph's Embrace completed by Oppamen. He's got 230 CS at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to do my math there for a second. I was like 2-3 in the bottom, 2-2 in the top. We're missing somebody, and exactly that was Oppamen in the jungle, still farming those wolves, getting that Seraph's Embrace going, and just keeping that CS number up. That's just going to continue to grow. I think you're absolutely right. Maybe I can't beat Yasuo one-on-one, but I can sure out-farm him. And if you look at those numbers right now, that is a huge CS lead in favor of Oppamen.
Yeah, it's not just a CS lead for Opperman over his lane opponent. He straight up has the most CS in the game by almost 100. That guy is doing some work farming. You can look at the AD carry matchup on the other team. He is almost in the lead by 100 there. About 50 ahead of his own AD carry, and just in another league as far as those items are starting to come out there. We got Rainbrain coming down to the bottom lane, looking for a gank. Can't find anything, is just going to walk away for now. Rainbrain really not putting a whole lot of pressure on the map, and Kha'Zix just kind of existing puts pressure on the map because they know that the longer the game goes, the more items he's going to get, and the more possibilities he has to just carry super hard from the jungle.
Right, and so that's actually Opperman Rainbrain now, first one in the game to break the 8,000 gold mark. The only other player in the game with at least 7,000 is his very own RKP on Lucian. Still waiting for somebody on Vec to start hitting that 7,000 gold mark, which is very interesting because when you see the kill numbers and you see the 302 on Lee Sin, and actually Lee Sin building a double Giant's belt right now, so a lot of HP on him. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that gold, but let's take a look down at this dragon.
Alright, there's going to be a nice knock-up, but no initiation there from Yasuo. His last breath was used. He doesn't have that extra armor penetration for now, but look at Kha'Zix going deep underneath the wall, bites off a little bit more than he can shoot, does get chunked out way too deep. Rainbrain goes in there. How that guy lands those sonic waves, I do not know, but he is super sonic and super awesome now, traveling at the speed of Lee Sin, which is ironically not the speed of light because, of course, he is blinded. One more death sentence to add insult to injury, and Lilibel just so devastating, landing every single one of those, and ball to come out there from Opperman, trying to deter Palms from coming in for the steal, is still out. There's Dominus down. Not sure if he wants to just flash in there to make a statement or what, but that's a pretty free and clear dragon. This one back over to Rascal Jesters.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment after seeing that 5-1 start where we had a lot of kills coming out early. Things had been a little bit quiet for a while, and that sure turned everything on its head as RJ does manage to pick up quite a few kills, puts things even farther in their pocket if you want to look at the gold totals as well. 37.7 to 31.9, so almost 6,000 there. And again, Orianna continues to farm.
All right, so two things to talk about. One, the farm continuing to come in there from Opperman means that he doesn't have to kill you. All he has to do is just stay alive and keep killing minions because he is going to hit tons of items. If you just look at his gold, his net worth, he has 1,600 gold in the bank. He's almost worth 10,000 gold already. That guy has a ton of money coming his way, and we haven't even seen a team fight. The other thing that's really interesting is if you look at Lee Sin, you know, he's decided maybe his pants are a little bit loose. One belt's just not enough. Better buy a second one. 2 Giants belts in his inventory along with that Sightstone and Spirit of the Ancient Golem.
Well, you do have to remember this is the Japan League, and for any of you who have played any Japanese RPGs, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, one of the things is the more belts you have on, the cooler you are, and that definitely seems to be carrying here over for Lee Sin, although there's a nice push coming here out of Vec onto this middle turret.
All right, so Vec gonna start to prioritize some objectives because, oh wait, they lost their last dragon and they're down 3 turrets to 0. So definitely something they want to start making happen here pretty soon because, of course, they're down in turrets, or they're down in kills too. So just really struggling to make anything stick here against Rascal Jesters, who have this game pretty much under control. They've taken down that middle turret. Now they're looking for a second.
Yeah, and just another quick, if we look at items as they actually come under this turret with a lot of damage. Wow.
Command Shockwave does land there, but not a lot of follow-up damage. Is a nice wind wall. We'll kind of sever the connection. Asteror wants to go back in here, tries to find somebody who's isolated, but everybody's together, really mitigating a lot of that Kha'Zix damage. Cog's gonna get isolated, just goes down almost instantly, and now Bonzen gonna get the culling in from the back. But if you look at that, it's actually gonna be the RKP in the back, dishing out so much damage. Alleycat's still alive, but at what cost? RKP gonna try to take him down. Nice wind ball, and there's actually gonna be the last breath. You get a Q, you get the shield out there. It's a triple kill for Lucian. A valiant effort, but Alleycats can't get the job done. Ace, 5 for 3.
And that's why you build the Seraph's Embrace. Keeps you alive when Yasuo comes back on your face. It was a pretty messy engage, all things considered, for RJ. Pretty split up around that turret. And they do somehow manage to come out of that with a 3-for-5 exchange. I'm pretty impressed, and that's the power of really a built-up Orianna. And RKP, no slouch either, with that Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and a Zeal. Ezreal still working on his second big item, so definitely, even with maybe a botched engage, a lot of damage already coming out from Rascal Jester.
Yeah, now RJ, we talked about the farm in the mid lane. Look at that. It's Morella Nomicon, Zonya's Hourglass, and that Seraph's Embrace, which besides just being bought, is also fully stacked. Of course, those double Thoran strings, I mean, those are basically the core items for the build. Aside from that, we are going to see, okay, one of those giant spells became a Sunfire Cape there for Lee Sin. The other one, combined with that Warden's Mail, is going to be a Randuin's Omen. So that makes a little bit more sense. And the reason you see so much armor stacking is because, let's go ahead and go through some of the armor types here, Corey. You got Renekton, attack damage. You got Kha'Zix, attack damage. You got Ezreal. You got even Yasuo. It's all AD. The only thing that's AP is the Lulu and the ambient damage from Renekton. So, you know, we don't see a Frozen Heart just yet, but if at all possible, I think that is going to be coming our way.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice when your opponents allow you to itemize pretty easily like that, so makes it pretty easy for Lee Sin. They are going to move in on this inhibitor. And yeah, it's really becoming a battle of attrition in terms of RJ just continuing to keep the pressure up, continuing to take objectives and kills and even farms. And it's just these gold totals as it continues to grow in favor of RJ. If you look at the individual player gold, Yasuo just about to break 9,000. Orianna's been sitting at over 11,000 for a while now. The gold totals are not even close on nearly every single individual player here. So right now, it's going to be hard for really Vex to try and win these fights the way things have been going.
You know what? I believe if that can do it, and oh, Command Shockwave goes down, and so does Palms. He's out of the picture, but just look at Asator. He's going to be getting one jump. There's the second kill, just rampaging through this entire fight, trying to get in there onto RKP. Oh my goodness, Alleycat's trying to get in there with a kill in the very back line, but not able to find it. Oh, Real Silva, almost goes down, but manages to come out with his life. Very low HP. Kha'Zix, Lulu, they both live. Unfortunately, the middle inhibitor does not. First inhibitor of the game. Going over to Rascal Jesters.
All right, so that's a 29-minute inhibitor. Not quite as fast as we saw in our third place match earlier today, but still a pretty effective push strategy coming out from RJ. I like the way they're playing right now. They know they have the advantage, and all too often, again, this is what separates you know, maybe your average solo queue if you're playing maybe in a lower level, or even higher level teams can really be separated by this. This is how you win games. RJ doing a really good job so far of just pressing that advantage. They're taking as many objectives as they can. As I say this, it actually looks like Kha'Zix is soloing the dragon for Team Vex. So that's one objective they will not be able to take. But they have not let up. The pressure continues to come out from RJ. And so look for that to continue. And if they can keep it up, this game will go in favor of Rascal Jester.
All right, so some interesting dynamics to note, but a couple of things that are, I guess interesting is probably the wrong word. You got a 7-1-6 AD carry. You've got a mid laner with 300 CS at 30 minutes, right on par with that. And keep in mind that includes team fighting too, where he's not actually actively farming. And all those things sort of add up to a Baron attempt here for Rascal Jesters. They do have to be careful, but at the same time, it should be good to go as far as you know, securing this is well concerned. A nice arcane shift will avoid a lot of that damage from the Command Shockwave, but there's actually the last breath, giving Alleycat a ton of armor penetration. It's Dragon's Race Wave, but meanwhile in the back of the fight, Astaroth will go ahead and go down. There's a double kill for Orianna. Coming in, looking for more. It's RKP. finding one kill. Lilibelt with another. Rain braids all the other side of the wall. He's low health, but he's not no health. Stays alive, and with that ace, Rascal Jesters look to push it on for what is probably going to be the game. There's GGs coming out already.
Yeah, Kha'Zix has a 20-second death timer. I really like the way RJ engaged that fight. The invisible ball delivery system. Throw it onto Rengar. It didn't actually hit a lot of people. There was a nice arcane shift out of Ezreal, but it didn't matter a whole lot. You throw the ball onto invisible Kha'Zix, jump into the team. In the end, it turns into a 5-for-1 or 5-for-0 ace. And game 1 for Rascal Jester here at the JCG Grand Championship.
Yeah, I mean, impressive game from RJ in the first game. That Lee Sin.
Yeah.
That Lee Sin and the Orianna. But there we go again. RKP has been showing that he can really play this Lucian. He ended up with a 8-1-9. 8 and 9. 8 plus 9, maybe 17. Is that 17? Don't blame me if I'm wrong. That's 17 kills out of that's 17 participation out of the 21 kills that RJ had in total. So he was in more than 80% of the kill participation in the entire game. He made his game for sure. 8-1-9 RKP. They need to stop that RKP. And obviously with the Orianna again. Great game from him this game. Lee Sin played absolutely fantastic. None of them, you know, kind of didn't play very well. All of them did a decent job. Totally. You know, I'm very surprised with how Kok did at the end of the game. 2-1-10 is a good number. He has been assisting.
Yeah, especially for Kog.
Especially for Kog. I did like the item builds that they have as well. But what was the one of the most impressive thing that you saw today, Rapid, with game 1?
Okay, well, game 1, what I was really impressed with was Kog, but what you need to do to turn things around is going to be, I don't know if you need more Giants belt there for Vec, but their comp was good as far as like the individual champions were concerned, but didn't do anything once they all got together. I saw 0-3 Lulu, and that bottom lane just really never got going. 1-5 was 0-3, so combined 1-8. Whereas talked about how 80 carries are so strong. 8-1 the score there for RKP, who, you know, it wasn't like he carried the rest of his team, but he definitely held his own weight.
8-1-9.
Yeah.
He had a lot of assists coming in as well. It was a great game from him. Once again, you know, like I said, I'm not convinced with the Lulu pick. I'm not. And with the Wild Growth, didn't really hit on the exact champion that they wanted to as well. The Wild Growths were a little bit off, I would say, and so maybe going into game 2, they'll be better with a more sustained support champion, maybe with like a Leona or a Thresh, even with an Annie. Just not the Lulu. Maybe it's not working too well, especially with an Ezreal as well. You know, Ezreal and Lulu kind of died out in Season 4, and so maybe they should stick a little bit with the more meta champions as of now, and work on a little bit more on what kind of team composition do they want to go with. Do they want to go AoE? Do they want to go 5v5? Or do they not want to try and have a lot of team fights and instead push for objectives and maybe do a split pushing game instead?
Yeah, so I mean the Lulu, the you know, does have the synergy with that Yasuo and was able to create opportunities, but that was about the extent of Vec's synergy in that game, and it never really amounted to much. So I don't know if in that game the Lulu pick was simply for the Yasuo and to try and help that Ezreal as well, but Vec's really going to have to maybe change things up. And, you know, we talk about Kog having a good game, we talk about bot lane having a good game, you know. What do you do? Mid lane, 314 farm in 31 minutes. You know, Opperman showing us that Orianna, you know, you don't need the Kayle because I've got Orianna. I don't need to fight you. I have minions, and that's something everybody always forgets too, right?
I really like how RJ played this game. You know, a lot of teams, they like to drag out the games when they have objectives. They like to drag out the global goal lead that they have. You know, try and take out Baron, you know, try to just end the game strong. But RJ was like, no, let's just end this game fast. Let's just take objective after objective. Let's not give breathing space to Vec to kind of come together and be like, okay, we need to figure what to do to win or at least push out this game a little bit more. RJ just didn't give them that time. They were like, no, we're going to play this, and we're going to play this fast. We're going to push this down. And it was like a, what, 32, 33-minute game?
Yeah, 31 and a half, 32 minutes.
It was the shortest game we have all in both days.
Well, yeah. No,
we have had long games.
I think you're absolutely right, because when we saw Vec win their semifinal game yesterday, they were kind of being kicked to the curb and given time to come back and win their game. So a really, really just good closeout. When you can close out games, that's how you're going to continue to beat every single team you come against. Build the lead, you know, and finish out the game. And I feel like John Madden saying this, like, you know, this is how you win the game. But really, when there are so many teams that don't capitalize on a lead, and you know, we could have seen Appleman stay in the middle and say, I want to hit 400 farm, because at 40 minutes he would have been there. But, you know, it's a team game. You want to finish it, and that's exactly what RJ did.
Yeah, and I like how, you know, it's a little bit different now, you know, with the 4.1 patch, the mid turret and the top turret. It's a little bit more stronger in the early game, and so even with the dragon plays right now, you can't have 3, 5, 8, 10-minute dragons. You want to have the dragon a bit later. Dragons are worth a little bit more later in the game. And, you know, with the new support plays coming out as well, it's so different now in the 2014 season. So I'm really excited to see how Game 2 really progress for Vex. The Game 1 was a little bit disappointing for them, to be honest with you. So I'm looking forward to see what they will do with Game 2. Even though we had that Yasuo versus Orianna thing, we thought Orianna won't do too well, considering that the wind wall doesn't stop any of her attacks, any of her skill shots. And so... You know, in Game 2, maybe they want to change that up a little bit, you know? And the bot lane wasn't doing too well as well, so they need to sit down within this 5-10 minutes to really look through, you know, what they want to change with this, how they want to place. Maybe they want to do a little bit different in the picks and ban phase as well.
Yeah, but what do you do if you're Vec? Like, how are you going to come out? What's your strategy in Game 2 here? I mean, obviously, you probably want to take away maybe... Do you take away Appleman's Orianna? Do you let him have that again?
I say it's worth a ban. I think it might be worth a ban, but if you take out Orianna away, you leave a lot open. They did take out the Elise away, so maybe they are okay with having them playing Elise, but then you have Gragas open. Obviously, they're definitely going to ban out Cassidy. No one wants to play Cassidy. No one wants to play against Cassidy right now, so it's really, really... Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen in this game, too. What is your call, Rapid? What do you think will happen in Game 2?
The mid-game break.
He might.
It's all right. But yeah, for those of you just joining us, you've probably been here. I hope you've been watching. We've been having some really fun games. But if you are new, or maybe you got amnesia and you don't remember what you were watching on Twitch, this is the JCG Grand Championship. It is Rascal Jester versus Vec, two really, really strong teams here in the Japanese scene. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I am Corey Swanson. This is Ferlin Yoshimi, and you've been hearing his lovely voice. He's disappeared. He'll be back very shortly. Is the one, the only Rapid Casting, and it's a pleasure to have him with us as well. So we'll be getting into I was going to say Team 2. Game 2 really shortly here, so please, please, please stick around. We love you taking time out of your day to spend it with us here in the growing scene of League of Legends here in Japan.
Yeah, I think a lot of you know that in Japan we don't have a Japanese server yet. We are playing on the NA server. We have a couple of Japanese people playing on other servers as well, but mainly about 80-90% of the Japanese population do play on the NA server. And today we are playing on the NA server as well, so it is an offline event in Tokyo, with all the teams here in Tokyo gathered together for the first time actually in a long League of Legends history. In Japan, it's the first time all teams are here at an offline event. Everyone's playing together. But this is a huge competition as well. This game, this best of 3 series, is the finals for the competition, and it's a finals today. It is Rascal Jesters versus Vex. They are playing for 500,000 yen. It's a huge amount, you know, considering these guys are not pro gamers. They are just people like you and me, although they've been playing together for a long time. And 500,000 yen might not be big in terms of, you know, what LCS is giving, what IEM is giving. But remember that we don't have a server, we don't have a pro league here in Japan. And any opportunity that these Japanese folks can get out of a tournament in Japan, they will seize the chance. We want to show that we support the Japanese community. We're very much supportive towards the Japanese League of Legends players, the community here, and we are waiting for the servers to come. And hopefully once the servers come, we can start a proper pro league tournament where we can actually give money, salary to the players so that they can have their own gaming house and really take this as a career. But as of right now, League of Legends in Japan is more of a hobby that is moving towards pro gaming.
Yeah. So, yeah, like, it's great. The Japanese stream, I think, was just linked in chat. I encourage you to please stay here. But if you want to take a peek at the players, you can actually kind of see them at their computers on the Japanese stream right now. We don't actually really have good access to that feed, but we will be jumping into game shortly. So please, please stick around. The players are ready. Like Frilin said, we're playing on the NA server. Ping is anywhere from 100 to 160. Yeah, it's a lot of money. And all right, so we're going to get going real quick here. Just make sure everything is okay, ready to go. I want to say hi to Nick, because you should be sleeping right now. So.
Right, so a lot of you guys have been asking what's up with my accent as well. So I'm checking out the chat from time to time. I was born in Singapore. I didn't grow up specifically in Singapore. I lived in a lot of different countries. Australia, America, England, as well as Italy, and other different places. And so my accent is kind of a mix of a lot of different things. And I know you guys are very confused with what I speak and how I sound. It is a very mixed accent. It really depends on who I am with at that point of time, and it really just goes a little bit crazy. And I'm very short as well. They're saying that I'm 158 centimeters. That is a lie.
She yells at me
that
to
is
put
a
my
lie.
chair down.
I am 5'0".
Swear.
And I'm 5'1", so it's like 5 feet 1 is like 154 maybe. So I'm a very short person, and so I have to like pull up my chair a lot higher than Corey. So it's like I feel bad for being short already. So we're about to go into game as we wait for Mr. Rapid to come back, and I think he's with us already.
All right, you hear Rapid?
I am, and I am ready to go into game 2. Keep in mind, this is what could be our last game of the best of 3 grand finals. So you always got to watch out for what could be, like I said, last game of the night.
All right, yeah. So as we're going to get, I think picks and bans are just about ready to go here. So we're going to jump into that soon. It's not game 3. So if we're going to start picking teams, we can't affect the JCG curse quite yet. I don't see. That's what I'm wondering. Is it the last? Like, is it the deciding game we mess up? And this could be a deciding game.
I'm not gonna like decide which team I like anymore, especially when we're not going to ban and pick face. But I do hope that VAC can take away game 2 so that we will go into a game 3. But enough said, let's just jump right into ban and pick for this game 2. Game 1 has gone to RJ Rascal Justice. Let's see if game 2 VAX can pick this game up first. Alright, the first ban coming out, it will be the Ziggs and Yasuo. I like the Ziggs ban considering that Ziggs is a huge lane bully.
Well, and Alley Cats plays a lot of Ziggs as well.
Plays a lot, and he plays good Ziggs as well. So they don't want to give that to Alley Cat. They're going to take away the Yasuo, so no more wind walls coming in. None of that, and Kassadin is banned out as well.
So it'll be interesting to see who they take off with. They've already got 3 bans out, and there are a lot of champions open. Obviously, Vec banning out that Yasuo because they don't have first pick, and they're unable to grab him this time. Who will ban number 2 be? As we count down, it looks like that ban will be Elise. So again, Rainbrain pretty good on Lee Sin last game. Rainbrain really good with Elise as well. So taking that away as we go into our final picks. I said bans. They're bans. They're not
bans.
Picks.
So you can tell that both teams are taking a little bit more time into deciding what bans they want to get out. You know, the ban and pick phase has been so crucial lately, and so they are going to take that last ban. It is going to be Dr. Mundo. It's a very good ban, but what I think about the Japanese players is that, you know, they leave a lot of Olaf open, and Olaf has not been picked a lot. He has been picked maybe once or twice, at most 3 times in the last couple of days, in the last 2 days. And it's very strange to me considering that he's one of the best junglers in this meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, we did see 2 Olafs yesterday, but we didn't see great Olaf play yesterday, so it might just be a champion that Japanese teams have yet to kind of pick up. And with so many strong champions open, you can see the last ban going to Kha'Zix and the first pick. So this time we're actually going to see Appaman on Gragas. So this will be something new, but if his Orianna and Kale play are any indication, if he's comfortable picking this Gragas.
What is happening in day 2? Why is there no Kale plays at all?
That card, that ship has sailed. They've shown their hand.
Yesterday we were just I was complaining about how 100% of the games are either Kale or it's banned. And suddenly today, no one likes her anymore. And so we have a Kale coming out. On the other side, we have the Vi and the Thresh pick. Both very viable picks. And with the answer coming out from RJ, they are still going to go, they are not going to go. They're going to do the Lulu.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
It was Vex Lulu last time, so we'll have to see if RJ can take that Lil belt, maybe say, this is how you play Lulu. We'll have to see. And Renekton on Kog'Ka. I think we saw Renekton play by Kog'Ka in the game he was not playing Rengar yesterday, and actually did fairly well with Renekton, so it'll be interesting to see. And actually, you can see this, we might see Rengar on the other side.
And we will see Rengar as well as the Fizz pick. I am very...
All right,
wow, okay.
Changing things up.
So, we're not going to see the Orianna, we're not going to see a Kill, but we are going to see that fish. And it's wow.
I was just going to say, Fizz, like... I'm almost wondering, like, is there some big secret that now Kale's really bad now? It's like, do they have to go so far out of their way to not pick her? With this Fizz, that works really well with a Vi as far as just burst in lane, so laning phase is going to be great. The only problem is if things don't get snowballed during that lane phase, might be a little bit rough for Fizz because he's going to be jumping into a huge tank line. There's damage mitigation on Gragas and a huge ultimate there from Lulu as well, all of which make Fizz a pretty unhappy fish.
Yeah, I'm going to be very questionable with this Fizz pick as well, especially on the other side. You got Renekton. You don't want to be jumping into a team where there's a Renekton as well. And they did let that Lee Sin through. I completely forgot they did not ban out the Lee Sin, and so we're gonna have RJ play Lee Sin, and it's going to be the Lulu and the Sivir.
Sivir's picked up here for
I
RJ.
I love this because Sivir's ultimate is gonna work so well with the speed boost.
The speed boost
that Lulu can give out. So this is going to be great. I love the RJ composition that they have right now. On the other side, we do have the Vayne locked in. So it will be the Vayne, the Thresh lane. We don't see that as much anymore, but it is still going to be a pretty exciting lane at the bot lane.
Yeah, so I don't think we've actually seen Bonzin play Vayne yet. So yesterday, a lot of Caitlyn actually coming out from Bonzin. It'll be interesting to see how that lane does because there's so much damage coming out of Sivir's boomerangs, and with no sustain out of Thresh, you have to be a constant threat with that Thresh, and it'll be interesting to see how Bonzin handles that because you can play a little bit of early game with Vayne, but I would be a little afraid to pick a Vayne into a Sivir Lulu lane. Maybe I'm crazy.
I mean, maybe he's channeling his inner Utapon out there. Maybe he's got some plays left to show. But with two very high pressure picks, this is classic Team Vec. Vec are just like, okay, so explain to me the concept of a tank line. They love to run a ton of damage, whether it's mid lane, AD carry, jungle. You might even see like one of those brutalizers come out there for the jungle on Team Vec if they're looking to just be really, really aggressive early on. But it's much more standard when you look at the team comp from Rascal Jester. They've got burst and wave clear in the mid. They've got a nice spell shield on Sivir, and I love that to block out that Shum the Waters fish that Fizz throws out. That's going to be really cool as well. So there's a lot that Rascal Jester can do, and they have to pick a game to win. It's going to be this one, and it's going to be with this team comp.
Yeah, Sivir is a great pick considering that spell shield can really cancel a lot of things. You can cancel Chum the Waters. You can also cancel the Death Sentence that comes out from Thresh in case she needs that early game protection. If Bonzin and if Thresh and Vayne does get to level 2 first, and also I don't know if this Ellie Cat with the Fizz is a last chance kind of desperate move, because I know that he loves playing Fizz. It's one of his most favorite champions, and Vex actually doesn't allow him to play Fizz that much just because it's not as... He's not of a team player as the other champions can be, like an Orianna or a Kill. And so I do feel like Ellie Cat is just giving his one last shot with this one. It's a do or die game for him and for the team. He's just like, you know, I love Fizz. Let me just show you what I can do with this Fizz.
Yeah, we'll have to see what both of these teams can do. So for all of you at home watching, I think it's actually, yeah, there's quite a few of you. So I don't know if Karga, our wonderful manager, has a poll going or not, but throw it out there. Who's going to take Game 2? You know, is it going to be winners of Game 1 here, Rascal Jester, or is it going to be Vec? Are they going to force a Game 3? A lot is on the line. You know they want to. The question is, can they? Yeah,
it's going to be a big prize, so it's 500,000 yen. The entire competition is, I would say, I don't know about the yen rate right now, but with US dollars, but the entire competition is about at least 8,000 to 9,000 Australian dollars. No,
Australian dollars.
American dollars. So it's $8,000 to $9,000 for just a 2-day competition. It's great. I'm excited for these teams, the teams, and I really like the Lee Sin pick, considering that all the Lee Sin plays we have seen yesterday and today has been fairly good. Considering that these players are on 120 to 180 ping. It's always a challenge to play on high ping. I would say the Japanese players are already used to playing with 120 to 180 ping, but to be able to play it and to still do well is commendable.
No, absolutely. Rainbrain's Lee Sin in that last game was anything but poor, so hopefully he can keep shower on every single lane in this game. Those resonating strikes, I think... I was just as surprised as you were, Rapid. We've seen a lot of Qs hit that I don't know how they're hitting today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to watch that Lee Sin play, and I really want to see, most importantly, the Fizz this time around, just because it takes a lot of fast reactions to get in, get out, get the damage done with Fizz, and just darting around. You said it's not a champion?
Yeah.
Vec let him play very often, but we're going to see it here in what could be, like I said, the last game of this grand finals.
Right, and so as we prepare to go into game, I just want to let you guys know that Vex has lost the first game, and so if they don't win this game, they are going to be losing. They're going to be out of this competition. It will be RJ's game to win, and so let's just jump into game as I take a back seat and let the boys cast the game. I will be rooting for Vec, considering that, I want them to win this game. I want to see how the Fizz play. So good luck, have fun, boys. This will be Rapid Casting and Corey Swanson.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are in game, almost a minute into the game. Nothing, of course, happening. Not seeing a lot at all in the level 1 team fights Japan. Not only Japan, all around the world. You just got to kind of play safe. But this is the JCG Grand Championship. It is do or die time for the red team. That is Team Vec in an 0-1 hole currently to RJ. That's Rascal Jester on the blue side. They're looking to close this out, take game 2, take the JCG Grand Championship, and take home a big check with a lot of yen. So, all right, let's do this.
All right, I'm so ready to get this underway. I've waited an entire day, all of which I have been awake, I might add, to from yesterday when we had the semifinals all the way here to what could be our last game of JCG, man. It's been a great playoffs, and we've seen some crazy upsets, and if there is ever a game or a tournament to have turned around, this is going to be it. Now, Rengar burning his teleport just to get top lane, I feel like he could have probably just walked there, but this is going to be a little bit of a deviation from our standard just passive start to the game, because you're going to see Lee Sin stealing away a red buff. Rainbrain going to have that and a level 2. Could head up to top lane for a little bit of cheesy level 2 gank, but more likely than not, going to walk to his own blue buff, and that's going to be a nice start, because now it's going to be up to Astaror. Do you go to your own buff, or do you just walk to the opponents? And we'll be walking over ward. No, the ward just dies right before Astaror gets there, and we'll be going to this red buff. Will this ward spot him out? It's about to die just barely in time. Yes, it will. So at least Lee Sin knows that Astaroth is stealing out his red.
Yeah, so the ping's actually going down on him there. That buff just timing out, but enough vision to see that. And actually, this is going to get collapsed upon here. Astaroth, you need to get out of there as soon as you possibly can. Will look to get away with that buff. It was a very interesting level 1 strategy. You saw all of Vec walk over a Tribush ward, and they managed to destroy it. That told RJ that, hey, maybe they're invading our red. Let's go pick up Vec's red. And in the whole grand scheme of things, what could have ended up bad for either team just ends up being a buff trade.
Yeah, so no harm, no foul. 2 buffs apiece for both junglers. And that means that even though it was a little bit of an interesting start to the game, everything is fairly even for now. Lee Sin, though, in the bottom lane, we're going to see that gank not really force out all that much. All those summoners down there, but mid lane, we did see Astaroth trying to get in here on to Oppaman. All these summoners up. RKP does have flash and barrier down, so that's probably the biggest difference between these two jungle ganks.
Yeah, so they actually got engaged upon pretty hard in that bot lane. And
Condemn hits into the wall there. Lilibeld gonna pop a shield down onto himself. Ryozova has to be careful, and so does Bonzin. Oh, Bonzin so low. Has to back out from there, and what was a nice condemn in onto the support didn't deal any damage to RKP, who just dealt tons of that right back onto the dual lane for Vec.
And this is something we haven't seen a lot of. There's been a lot of passivity early on in these games, and so far this bot lane has seen all the action. You mentioned RKP missing both of his summoners. Lulu Littlebeck's exhaust is already down as well. So Vayne with her barrier flash available, and Thresh with both ignite and flash. They could be looking to make something happen down there as both sides here continue to stay in lane, continue to harass, and both sides not very high in terms of HP.
Yeah, very, very tenuous, that bottom lane, but when you look at the junglers, you can see they're not actually paying too much attention down there. They spent 1 gank, they blew a flash, and then they've just been hovering around mid, doing their jungle camps. Bottom lane Bonzin, I can't imagine he's going to stay here very much longer. He's level 4, does get health back from auto-attacking minions, but he is CSing very far behind his turret.
Yeah, and you can actually see that starting to manifest itself. Obviously early, and it's Vayne. You never really expect to be up in CS, but that gap is starting to appear, and Vayne actually going back means if RKP decides to stay in this lane, he's going to be able to continue to push that advantage.
All right, so pushing advantages. How do you do it? How do you do it safely? For the junglers, they're really going to allow... well, let's talk about specifically Astaroth, bottom lane. He allows Bonzin and Ryozova to have a safe trip back to base. Does kind of allow the same thing back for their opponents. For mid lane, Rainbrain's taking the opposite effect. He says, hey, instead of just being passive and holding lane, I'm going to help you shove it, be very aggressive in there, put a lot of pressure there onto Alleycats. Oh, lands a nice Sonic Wave onto him underneath the turret. Oh, does go underneath the turret, takes the turret shot, but with all that aggressive pressure, we'll just allow Oppaman a trip back to base. So junglers not really going in for ganks, but just helping out their laners, taking a little bit of pressure off the map.
And I think it's kind of interesting to point out here, it's Cog in the top lane as Renekton against that Rengar, which he loves so much. And it's exactly what was happening last game. Rengar getting a little bullied by that Renekton in lane. I'm sure Cog feels better being on the winning side of that one.
Oh, definitely. And this is exactly what we saw in our very first series. Actually, the last one that Rascal Jesters played in. It's Rengar and Renekton, top lane, over and over again. You're going to switch up the roles. You're going to keep them the same. But either way, you're going to see those two champions a lot in this matchup. And so you have to know that Cog, not only does he know how to play Rengar very, very well, he knows how to play against him very well. And having just played this matchup, it's interesting to kind of send a message. Hey, you know, you beat me with my champion. Now I'm going to beat you with yours.
So after some of that early game aggression in the bot lane, not a whole lot going down. We're going to hit that 7-minute mark. Everybody's going to be grabbing their blue buffs. You can actually see Fizz grabbing his from Vi as she looks to maybe make something happen down here in the bot lane, walking over a ward though.
Okay, so Vi is gonna actually face check right into Rain Brain. Oh, doesn't want to go in for it. Rain Brain level 5, not close to level 6 or anything. Astror about in the same level of experience for now. So level 6 is huge for Vi because it means that you gotta click gank almost 100% guaranteed kill, especially if you gank that high pressure, high damage Fizz lane. Alley Cats doesn't have a ton of items just yet. You will actually notice he has a vision ward, and that is probably to put in that tiny little bush by that Baron area just to make sure that he knows when and where these ganks are coming from. But a little bit confusing considering that he's actually the one with Rengar on his team, so he doesn't have to worry about those stealth ganks.
Right, and there's no Kha'Zix in this game, so there's no worry about that as well. Taking a look at other items all across the board, not a whole lot of variety just yet. 9 minutes into the game. Actually, a lot of damage, though, coming out in this bot lane. Take us through this.
Yeah, but in the top lane, we're going to see a Cog in a lot of trouble. He is going to go down there. Last auto attack, and it's first blood. Astror with a little bit of help there from Palms, able to take him down. But now Rain Brain looking to turn things right back around. Oh, the Sonic Wave almost hits through the Lantern pull. But either way, duo lane from this from Vec not having all that great a time.
All right, that was a very, very good Q. We talk about these Qs from Rain Brain and actually forcing out a, yeah, that was so close. The flash coming out from Thresh to make sure that that resonating strike did not land. I am very impressed with his play so far.
Yeah, it's not just that I am impressed with this with Real Silva. I'm almost kind of unimpressed there with Bonzen, who's been I feel like maybe misplaying this bottom lane just a little bit. He knows that he's down and can't go for these trades, but you'll actually watch him. He continues to try to auto attack Lilibelt for a lot of damage on the support, and RKP is just like, wait a second, you're not going to hit me, so I'm just going to take you down really, really quickly. So bottom lane RKP, he was a big source of strength there in game number 1. I mean, that guy was a monster. And now game number 2, looking very, very similar. He's up about 20 CS, just saving up for that big BF sword buy when he heads back to base.
Right, and so actually it's all of RJ's lanes, I think maybe to be expected, maybe winning in that farm, but that's what they want to be doing. We saw the huge farm differences start to come out in game 1 and really just help put RJ ahead in terms of total gold. And they've continued that here in game 2. Maybe not quite the differences yet, but even in the mid lane, we're starting to look at a 20 farm gap. It is a lot harder for Fizz to farm those minions against the Gragas, but as we say that, they're actually fighting in the mid lane. Flash is coming out. So Oppaman, once again, really doing work in that mid lane. Doesn't really seem to matter what champion he plays.
Yeah, whether it's you know, your passive Orianna, or if top lane though, we're going to see the Ulta dominance down. Bottom lane, we're going to see a gank in there, but can Lilibelt run away in time? You got a final hour from Bonzen. Going to go in on that one. A nice play backwards. RKP going to take an assault and battery aptly named. Dragon's Rage out. Kicks the Real Silva, not where he wants to go. It's a double kill for Vi. Astror right where he needs to be. 2 for 1 in favor of Team Vec.
All right, so we are already seeing, I would say, a lot better play out of Astror in the second game. And with that double kill, it's actually going to let them maybe move on to this dragon. Lulu looks to be backing as well, so it was just a really good play. Using that Vi ultimate, you were talking about kind of a click point kill, and that was a really good example. There was no escaping, even with a pretty good wild growth coming out of Lulu there to try and keep Rain Brain alive.
All right, so when you're talking about Rain Brain, he has been, at least in the previous series that we saw RJ play earlier on against, I think it was Ozone Rampage, he was a big deal. He was one of the big sources of strengths there in that matchup. Carried things out. I think he was playing Elise, if I'm not mistaken. There's Explosive Cask in the mid lane. Playful Trish going to try to get Alley Cats away. Sonic Wave, resonating strike right through. Catches him out, and Alley Cats goes down. First kill on the board there for Rascal Jesters.
Yeah, Oppaman doing a really good job just setting that up with the explosive cast. Seeing Rain Brain coming from the river, and knocking Fizz back far enough that even with the playful Trickster, they had their cooldowns ready for when he landed. And cooldown, touchdown, goodbye Fizz.
And just like that, we're going to see one kill, possibly even one of many. But an interesting build here coming out from Vayne. Triple daggers. So looking for both Berserker Greaves and a Blade of the Ruined King. Just going to want a lot of attack speed here before he completes any one of those items.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if that works out, because we do, like you said, have Sivir waiting to buy that BF sword. Currently does not have it. Probably will go back and pick it up now. So this would have been a really good time maybe for Vayne to try and pressure something. However, now with that back, Sivir's going to come back into lane with a lot more power.
Yeah, Sivir, the BF sword is an item that really catches Vayne off guard, because a lot of times if you farm decently, you can hit your BF sword power spike before Vayne gets Blade of the Ruined King, which is her big power spike in lane phase. So when Sivir gets back here, that is just damage that Vayne is going to have some trouble trading with. But Vi coming down here, it's a 3v1 for the time being. You can even see Fizz realizes the duo is coming back. He needs to be down here. Can this turn into some kills? Alleycat throws a ward there and there in that crash. Asteroid very, very low. A perfect spell shield there. That's exactly why you pick Sivir versus a Fizz. And Fizz just kind of wasting his time here. Gragas, though, coming down to the bottom lane. Let's see what he can get done, but probably not actually all that much. On the Hunt goes down. That is actually going to be really good. I love the On the Hunt versus Thrill of the Hunt. Let's see which one is more effective. On the Hunt doesn't actually do all that much down there. No kills happening just yet.
All right, so actually that was Rio Silva doing a pretty good job with that lantern to keep his team alive, but, well, we saw the 4-man push out of, wow, here we go down in the bot lane.
Yeah, nice explosive cast. Tries to put things up. Opperman actually misses his body slam, gets pulled back underneath his turret, but a Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo there onto Bonzen. Just barely enough to, with a little bit of help from his friends, get some help from RKP. It's a double kill there for Opperman. RKP actually taking up the turret. They're just going to trade tank this and see if they can keep Opperman alive long enough to take it down. The answer is yes, 2 turrets in a row there. Top lane, though, we're going to see Rengar die underneath his own turret. Somewhat unfortunate. And did we just see the first kill for Rascal Jesters like 2 minutes ago, Corey?
Yeah, so that was a pretty quick turn of events. They will lose the mid turret for it, but all in all, probably worth it because they're getting a lot of damage in the top lane as well. Cog doing a really good job just 1v1ing Rengar in the top lane. Prome's getting a little caught out. The Ignite and the stun coming out from Cog. Like you said, knowing how to play against that champion he's played so many times before. And that bot lane fight was just so good. It didn't look like they were going to get there in time initially. But RJ deciding that, hey, we're going to pretend this turret doesn't exist, and actually making it work, coming out with a lot of kills and not losing anything.
Okay, so top lane, I almost feel like if you know you can beat Rengar with Renekton, why wouldn't Cog just play Renekton as his comfort pick instead of Rengar? But he won game 1 as Rengar. Now he's going to be kind of taking the opposite way of going about the victory for the top lane. Cog's Renekton not going damage. I think we've seen every single Renekton so far go Hydra or Tiamat into Hydra first, but this time around it's just straight up tank stats. Any thoughts about why that might be, Corey?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, but like Sivir already has her Bloodthirster made, and if Renekton is able to beat Rengar with these items already, there's really no need for him to get that damage come out. So right now it looks like they're really going to try and get Cog, especially the way Cog has been playing, which has been to initiate team fights, get in the middle of everything, and basically be a nuisance, be that tanky front line when you talked about earlier. And so with Cog's playstyle, it doesn't really surprise me to see him maybe building a bit more tanky on that Renekton. And there's going to be so much damage already coming out from Sivir and then Opperman's Gragas that with the Sunfire Cape, it'll be enough residual damage maybe to pick up a few kills.
And that is really good decision making, realizing that you don't have to be the one that does damage for your team. Let the rest of your team do that. Just be that big tanky guy up in the front that allows the rest of your team the freedom to do all that damage. So at least for me, for right now, the big thing I'm going to look for is sort of the battle of the tanks, because we all know that there's a ton of damage out there. So can Cog be where he needs to be that big tanky member up in the front? And can Palms sort of fulfill the opposite role, or the similar role on the other team? So you dive in there, put a lot of pressure on maybe the back line of RKP.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting to point out that the two carries, the AP and AD carries for RJ, as we actually have a fight going on here, and goodbye Rio Silva.
Rio Silva dies before the fight even starts there. Palms trying to jump in there, gonna find RJ Appleman. But Appleman tries to body slam over the wall, can't do it in time. Dragon's Rage right there on it to Vayne. Cog's to be in there, taking him down. Cog just going nuts in the back. There's a double kill. He's looking for more. Lilibel trying to stay alive there, does get the shield to keep himself alive. Cog going for the chase there, tries to find onto Fizz, needs that slice and dice combo right back up there. Can he find there? Oh, misses the slice, so there's no dice. Alley Cats and Palms make it out alive.
Whew, all right, so that was quite the intense fight. And actually, you can see Thresh already back up, dying so early in that fight, just getting caught out. And, wow. I don't really know who won that team fight, but again, that's kind of a tribute to Cog. He picked up a double there, and that, again, is without any damage items. So as I was going to point out before that fight started, and unfortunately, they both died, but the carries for Rascal Jester are both doing the same thing they did last game, which was pull ahead in terms of gold and items in front of your counterpart. And so that probably also has a lot to do with the Cog build, as they're now going to look for this dragon.
Death Sentence will land there on a Renekton. Cog, he's exactly where he wants to be, right in the middle of the fight, but condemned backwards there on RJ Appleman. Look at that explosive cast, catches out Ocelor way down there in the back, but if you look at RKP, he's in a lot of trouble. That time around, it was Palms who did a better job there at taking a flash over the wall. Will keep Bonzin alive for now. Jump over there from Palms. Death Sentence as well there on RJ Appleman. Gets the body slam over the wall into the Ignite. It's a double kill, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Gragas and Fizz both go down. Now Cog tries to get in there, but it's a 5-for-2. It's Vec turning the team fight around, and now off the back of that, probably going to grab a dragon as well.
Wow, so Vec playing these team fights, that's 2 in a row going in favor of Vec, and that one very convincingly. Just doing a really, really good job. They're keeping Vayne safe, and we're talking now about Cog doing his job to be a nuisance in the middle of the team. Promes doing it, if not better. Missing the Spirit Visage actually that Renekton has, but has the Warden's Mail in its place, and there's a lot of physical damage coming out from RJ. That was just really well played. Promes was a huge headache for all of RJ in that team fight, getting into the back lines, and kept them from doing their jobs as well. So we talk about Cog kind of being that initiator, doing a ton of back damage for RJ, and Promes doing, in that fight at least, a much better job of it. So really helped Vec pull out on top.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, kind of the battle of the tanks. It's which one does a better job. The first team fight around Dragon, Cog just dove through everyone, got a double kill, and really helped win his team that fight. Same thing for Promes in that last fight, just dumpstered, most specifically Gragas, who went in for the all-in onto Fizz, who, by the way, has a Lichbane now, so that is going to be a big ticket item. With the Zhonya's, or not Zhonya's, but with the Fiendish Codex too, kind of curious to see what that's going to be. Don't see too many Fiendish Codexes on Ziggs unless it's into a Deathfire Grasp. This could be a very interesting item to buy. Don't see that on Fizz's at all very much either.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see what he builds up to, especially as Gragas now is getting closer and closer to his next item, which looks like will be that Death Cap. And Gragas Barrel's already doing so much damage. We saw Gragas go down in that last team fight, but not before picking up a kill on Fizz for himself. So he's just going to continue to get bigger, and he's got the 50 CS lead on Fizz. The question is, will he be able to turn that into an item advantage, and will he be able to turn the item advantage into an advantage for his team? So far, not really.
Top lane, just big tanky bruisers there, but actually Lilibel getting caught out there. Just a little bit. Bottom lane's where the action is at. RKP gonna throw down on the hunt, trying to just kite things out there. Blows the spell shield early, and there is Chum the Waters, but Sonic Wave resonating strike. Rain Brains, the Rain Man, just knows exactly where to put those Sonic Waves. Able to find a kill down there. Nice Dragon's Rage. We'll get a double knockup, and there is gonna be Sonic Wave once again, just kind of sending a message. Like, I could go in if I wanted to, but I'm gonna let you live for now.
And actually, you can see in the top lane, too, Prome's doing a pretty good job of trading with Renekton right now.
It's just beating on each other, and absolutely nothing is happening. Pretty sure it would take like 10 minutes for them to kill each other, but it does appear as if Rengar is winning out those trades, so something to think about. That next come this next team fight, we talked about how big the tanks were starting to be as far as like the purpose they played in these team fights. Now that they're just getting even that much bigger, it's gonna be a rough world if you're an AD carry, because you're gonna have a lot of beefy tank line to chunk through.
Right, and Rengar with a slightly different build path, the Warden's Mail and the Giant's Belt, especially just in this 1v1 hit each other lane, is going to allow him a little bit of an advantage against the Renekton, who does have the Spirit Visage, because of the extra armor coming out there and the extra health. However, there's honestly not going to be a lot of kill potential, but these two are going to stick around for quite a while. You know, this is, so far, a lot of what we see in Season 4 top lane. If you like tanky bruisers, top lane, oh man, you must be in heaven right now watching Season 4.
I wouldn't necessarily describe that top lane as heaven, but oh, Kog'Kog, that's
not heaven for Kog'Kog.
Yeah, definitely not. Kog'Kog, man, it's nice to be popular, but sometimes, you know, you have too many friends, they just never leave. Explosive Cast goes in there. Lilibel's gonna get blown apart there. Wild Growth tries to keep himself alive. Assault and Battery, just one after another. And Vec taking down 2 for 1. Rosilva does fall. So at least it's a 1 for 2, but at the same time, look at where Vayne is. Bonson down in the bottom lane, pushing away.
All right, and that's exactly what Vayne needs to do right now. Vayne is actually only down 15 CS, which is not the worst place to be. In terms of gold, if we look at their totals, Vayne now actually pulling ahead of Sivir, where Sivir had about a 900 gold lead earlier as she runs away from Vi. Things are getting ugly, might get away. Oppaman, however, will be okay. But yeah, taking a look at those gold totals, Sivir was ahead, and now Vayne pulling back even and actually ahead now. That's a scary place to be, because you never want to be behind a Vayne in terms of your gold input. And Vayne now completing her Blade of the Rune King, her Zeal, as we do have some fights coming in the mid lane.
Or at least the attempted fight. RJ, man, Rascal Jesters, they're starting to maybe get a little bit afraid there. They had